Session 1, Part 1 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Why Do We Need a Public Library? Compiled by material from various authors by Chalmers Hadley, Secretary of the American Library Association. Published in 1910 by the American Library Association Publishing Board. Material for a Public Library Campaign by Chalmers Hadley. One of the most effective means of conducting a library campaign, especially in its early stage, is through the press. Not only will the reading and thinking part of the people thereby be reached, but any library editorial appearing in a newspaper will, because of the public notice given it, receive greater consideration than if printed elsewhere. Library commission workers and library supporters in general have felt the need of printed material which could be made immediately available in a library campaign. Most library addresses and articles are too long, too scholarly in treatment, or have lacked that crisp style necessary for use in the press. Editors of newspapers are slow to accept for printing signed editorials which have seen service elsewhere. It is suggested that the material here compiled be made as local as possible in its application to individual communities, and that the editorials be sent to newspapers unsigned by the original writers. The same editorials should not be sent to neighboring communities, at least in their original form. Every attempt should be made to have them appear as fresh and spontaneous as possible. Different editorials should always be sent to several papers in the same city. The material here compiled is suggestive and sufficiently comprehensive to meet ordinary conditions. Much valuable material has been taken from circulars sent out by the Library Commissions of Oregon, Wisconsin, and Iowa. No better advice could be given in opening a public library campaign through the public press than the following in the Wisconsin Free Library Commission Circular of Information, No. 5. 1. Citizens of blank believe in free public libraries. They need organization and courage to attack local problems rather than long homilies on the value of good literature. 2. Public sentiment needs time to ripen. Frequent short articles running through the issues of a few weeks are better than a few long ones. 3. Make the articles breezy, optimistic, with local application. You can get a library if you are in earnest. 4. Appeal to local pride. Civic patriotism is the basis of civic improvement. Give the names of familiar towns of similar size which have good libraries. 5. Do not rely solely on editorials. Get brief communications from citizens, but have each letter make only one point, and that crisply. 6. Do not waste space rebutting trivial arguments. Refute them by affirmative statements. 7. Get brief interviews with visitors from towns where they have good libraries, and with your own townsmen who have visited neighboring libraries. 8. Keep this fact in mind. Your people want a library and only need pluck and a leader. 9. Remember that the worst enemy of the movement is the talker who wants a library very much in the sweet by and by, when all other public improvements are completed. 10. When it is time to strike, strike hard. Apologies and faint hearts never won any kind of a contest. What a Public Library Does for a Community by F.M. Crunden. 1. It doubles the value of the education that the child receives in school, and best of all imparts a desire for knowledge which serves as an incentive to continue his education after leaving school, and having furnished the incentive, it further supplies the means for a lifelong continuance of education. 2. It provides for the education of adults who have lacked or failed to make use of early opportunities. 3. It furnishes information to teachers, ministers, journalists, physicians, legislators, all persons upon whose work depend the intellectual, moral, sanitary, and political welfare and advancement of the people. 4. It furnishes books and periodicals for the technical instruction and information of mechanics, artisans, manufacturers, engineers, and all others whose work requires technical knowledge, of all persons upon whom depends the industrial progress of the city. 5. It is of incalculable benefit to the city by affording to thousands the highest and purest entertainment, and thus lessening crime and disorder. 6. It makes the city a more desirable place of residence, and thus retains the best citizens and attracts others of the same character. 7. More than any other agency, it elevates the general standard of intelligence throughout the great body of the community, upon which its material prosperity, as well as its moral and political well-being, must depend. Finally, the public library includes potentially all other means of social betterment. A library is a living organism, having within itself the capacity of infinite growth and reproduction. It may found a dozen museums and hospitals, kindle the train of thought that produces beneficent inventions, and inspire to noble deeds of every kind, all the while imparting intelligence and inculcating industry, thrift, morality, public spirit, and all those qualities that constitute the wealth and well-being of a community. What a Free Library Does for a Country Town by Caroline M. Hewins. 1. It keeps boys at home in the evening by giving them well-written stories of adventure. 2. It gives teachers and pupils interesting books to aid their schoolwork in history and geography, and makes better citizens of them by enlarging their knowledge of their country and its growth. 3. It provides books on the care of children and animals, cookery and housekeeping, building and gardening, and teaches young readers how to make simple dynamos, telephones, and other machines. 4. It helps clubs that are studying history, literature, or life in other countries, and throws light upon Sunday school lessons. 5. It furnishes books of selections for reading aloud, suggestions for entertainments and home amusements, and hints on correct speech and good manners. 6. It teaches the names and habits of plants, birds, and insects of the neighborhood, and the differences in soil and rock. 7. It tells the story of the town from its settlement, and keeps a record of all important events in its history. 8. It offers pleasant and wholesome stories to readers of all ages. By W. I. Fletcher. Let the boys find in the Free Library wholesome books of adventure and tales such as a boy likes. Let the girls find the stories which delight them and give their fancy and imagination exercise. Let the tired housewife find the novels which will transport her to an ideal realm of love and happiness. Let the hard-worked man, instead of being expected always to read improving books of history or politics, choose that which will give him relaxation of mind and nerve, perhaps The Innocents Abroad, or Josh Billings' Almanacs, or Samantha at Saratoga. Why We Need a Library by the Wisconsin Free Library Commission. A public library in our community would be an influence for good every day in the week. It would make the town more attractive to the class of people we want as residents and neighbors. It would mold the character of the children in our homes. A good library would get gifts from wealthy citizens. No other public institution offers so fitting an opportunity for a public-spirited citizen to help his neighbors and win their approval and affection. A library in blank would be the center of our intellectual life and would stimulate the growth of all kinds of clubs for study and debating. It is a great part of our education to know how to find facts. No man knows everything, but the man who knows how to find an indispensable fact quickly has the best substitute for such knowledge. We need a library to carry forward in a better manner the education of the children who leave school, to give them a better chance for self-education. We need it to give thoughts and inspiration to the teachers of the people, those who, in the schoolroom or pulpit, on the rostrum, or with the pen, attempt to instruct or lead their fellow citizens. We need it to help our mechanics in their employments, to give them the best thoughts of the best workers in their lines, whether these thoughts come in books or papers or magazines. And from Sir Walter Besant, the public library is an adult school. It is a perpetual and lifelong continuation class. It is the greatest educational factor that we have, and the librarian is becoming our most important teacher and guide. What a Library Does for a Town by A.W. in New York Libraries. 1. Completes its educational equipment, carrying on and giving permanent value to the work of the schools. 2. Gives the children of all classes a chance to know and love the best in literature. Without the public library, such a chance is limited to the very few. 3. Minimizes the sale and reading of vicious literature in the community, thus promoting mental and moral health. 4. Effects a great saving in money to every reader in the community. The library is the application of common sense to the problem of supply and demand. Through it, every reader in the town can secure, at a given cost, from 100 to 1,000 times the material for reading or study that he could secure by acting individually. 5. Appealing to all classes, sects, and degrees of intelligence, it is a strong unifying factor in the life of the town. 6. The library is the one thing in which every town, however poor or isolated, can have something as good and inspiring as the greatest city can offer. Neither Boston nor New York can provide better books to its readers than the humblest town library can easily own and supply. 7. Slowly but inevitably raises the intellectual tone of a place. 8. Adds to the material value of property. Real estate agents in the suburbs of large cities never fail to advertise the presence of a library, if there be one, as giving added value to the lots or houses they have for sale. Helpful things done by libraries for teachers and children. Submitted by public libraries. 1. Graded lists, sometimes annotated, of books suitable for children are printed as part of the library's finding lists. 2. Bulletins of books for special days are printed. 3. Lists of books on special subjects are printed. 4. Topics being studied in the schools are illustrated by special exhibits at the libraries. 5. Study rooms in the libraries are maintained for the pupils of the high schools and the higher grammar grades. 6. Children's or young people's rooms are maintained at the library, where the children may come into personal contact with a trained children's librarian and with hundreds of books on open shelves. 7. Story hours, or readings for children, are conducted at the libraries. 8. Training in reference to work in the use of books and libraries, in the use of finding lists, card catalogs, indexes, etc., is given by library assistants to A. Teachers at the library, B. At the library to individual pupils and classes that come there, C. At the schools to pupils in their rooms. 9. Lectures on classification, bibliographies, and catalogs are given by members of the library staff for teachers and normal school students. 10. Special study rooms for teachers are provided. 11. Special educational collections are shelved for use by the teachers. 12. Cases of about 50 books, traveling libraries as it were, are prepared by libraries and sent to schoolrooms to remain for a year or less, teachers to issue books for home use. 13. Branch reading and delivery rooms are opened in schools in charge of library assistants, with supply of books on hand for circulation and facilities for drawing others from the main library. 14. Assistant librarians are placed in charge of work with schools. 15. In large cities, complete branch libraries are established in schools on the outskirts of the cities. 16. Special collections of books are furnished to vacation schools. 17. Special cards are issued to teachers on which they may draw more than the usual number of volumes at a time. 18. Teachers and principals are allowed to draw a number of volumes for A. Reading by children at school, B. Reading by children at home. Libraries, a public benefaction. C.C. Thatch. A library is not a luxury. It is not for the cultured few. It is not merely for the scientific. It is not for any intellectual cult or exclusive literary set. It is a great, broad, universal public benefaction. It lifts the entire community. It is the right arm of the intellectual development of the people, ministering to the wants of those who are already educated and spreading a universal desire for education. It is the upper story of the public school system, while it is a broad field wherein ripe scholars may find a fuller training for their already highly developed faculties. It is above all a splendid instrument for the education and culture of those vast masses of boys and girls that are denied the high privileges of the systematic training of the schools. And from Salome Cutler Fairchild, the function of the library as an institution of society is the development and enrichment of human life in the entire community by bringing to all the people the books that belong to them. Meaning of the public library. J.C. Dana. Cities and towns are now for the first time, and chiefly in this country, erecting altars to the gods of good fellowship, joy, and learning. These altars are our public libraries. We had long ago our buildings of city and state, our halls of legislation, our courts of justice. But these all speak more or less of wrongdoing, of justice and injustice, of repression. Most of them touch on partisanship and bitterness of feeling. We have had, since many centuries, in all our cities, the many meeting places of religious sects, our chapels, churches, and cathedrals. They stand for so much that is good, but they have not brought together the communities in which they are placed. A church is not always the center of the best life of all who live within the shadow of its spire. For several generations we have been building temples to the gods of learning and good citizenship, our schools, and they have come nearer to bringing together, for the highest purpose, the best impulses of all of us than have any other institutions. But they are all not yet as some day they will be, for both old and young. Then they speak of discipline, of master and pupil, instead only of pure and simple fellowship in studies. And so we are, for the first time in all history, building in our public libraries temples of happiness and wisdom common to us all. No other institution which society has brought forth is so wide in its scope, so universal in its appeal, so near to every one of us, so inviting to both young and old, so fit to teach without arrogance the ignorant and without faltering the wisest. The public library is to be the center of all the activities that make for social efficiency. It is to do more to bind into one civic whole and to develop the feeling that you are citizens of no mean city than any other institution you have yet established or than we can as yet conceive. Public Libraries, a Worldwide Movement. Oregon Library Commission. The worldwide library movement of the past few years is an important factor in the educational world. The public library is now recognized as one of the most effective of the preventive measures advocated by modern social students. It is considered an essential part of any system of public education, affording opportunity for self-education and supplementing the average 5 years of school life. Educators now realize that the school offers but the beginning of education, and that the library is its necessary complement and supplement. This increase of library facilities has greatly influenced schoolwork in bringing home to teachers the fact that it is as important to teach what to read as to give children the ability to read. The library of today is not wholly for recreation, but it is the people's university. It is entitled to the same consideration which is given to the public schools, and to the same sort of support. The whole conception of the library has changed as practical men of affairs have come to the realization of the fact that they must have accessible the records of past experience and experiments. The Public Library, Wisconsin Free Library Commission. We all believe in public libraries. We frequently discuss the library we are to get by and by. We do not find that it is helping the boys and girls who are growing up in our town now. Will the next generation need it more than this? Will the children of the next generation be clearer to us than the boys and girls that now cheer our firesides? Will they use a library better because their parents have not had such privileges? We all want a library for ourselves, for our neighbors, for the good name of our village. Why not get it now and be getting the good out of it? It is only a question of method. The library, when built, should benefit all the people, and therefore it should be built by all the people. Give us all a chance to help, and then the library will belong to all of us. Libraries and Happiness. J.C. Dana. The great purpose of a public library is to promote and unite intelligence. It brings together the products of the wise minds of the world. It holds within its walls a collection of all the wise and witty things ever said. These it marks and indexes and offers to its friends. It is in its community a sort of intellectual minute-man, always ready to supply to every corner something of interest and pleasure. It puts good books and no others into the hands of children. It tells about Cinderella and informs you on riots in Moscow. It offers you a novel of modern Japan and a history of Venice of the past. It knows about the milk in the coconut, the floods of the river Nile, the advantages of education, the evils of legislation, how to plan a home, why bread won't rise, and can tell more about the mental failings that give Jamaica and Venezuela trouble than most of our congressmen ever dreamed of. Reading is the short cut into the heart of life. If you are talking with a group of friends about, for example, different parts of the United States, and someone happens to mention a city or town in which you have lived, note how your interest quickens, and how eager you are to hear news of the place or tell of your experience in it. This is a simple, everyday fact. The same thing you have observed 1,000 times about any subject or talk with which you may be familiar. We learn about many things just by keeping alive and moving round. Those things we have learned about we can't help being interested in. That is the way we are made. If we knew about more things, our interests would be greater in number, keener, more satisfying. We would talk more, ask more questions, be more alert, get more pleasure. The lesson from this is plain enough. If you wish to have a good time, learn something. You like to meet old friends? Your brain also likes to come across things it knows already, to renew acquaintance with the knowledge it has stored away and half forgotten. The pleasures of recognition and association, the delights of renewing your friendship with your own ideas, are many, easy to get, never failing. But if you wish to have interests and delights in good plenty, you must know of many things. If you wish to be happy, learn something. This sounds like advice to a student. It is not. It is a suggestion to the wayfarer. For this learning process may be as delightful as it is to gather flowers by the roadside in a summer walk. Library worth self-denial. Iowa Library Commission. An inexhaustible mine of pleasure is open for the boy or girl who loves good books and has access to them. Without effort on the part of the parent, they are kept off the street and from the company of the idle and vicious, and are storing their minds with useful knowledge, or are being taught high ideals and noble purposes. Thus they develop into men and women who are an honor to their parents and worthy citizens of our great republic. Such is the product of the free public library. Is it not worth the small pittance it will cost? Many a laboring man spends more money in a week for tobacco than the maintenance of a library would cost him in a year. Is not the education and the development of our bright boys and girls worth a little self-denial? We all desire that our children shall have better opportunities than we have had, and not have to work as we have worked. Here is an opportunity to help them help themselves, which is the very best help that can be given anyone. Let's be boosters and help ourselves, help our town, and help our boys and girls by unitedly supporting the library proposition. Reasons for having a free public library. F.A. Hutchins. Public libraries have without delay become an essential part of the public education system and are as clearly useful as the public schools. They are not only classed with schools, but have generally become influential adjuncts of the public school. The number of readers is rapidly increasing, and the character of the books is constantly improving. Not infrequently, the objection is heard that the public libraries are opening the doors to light and useless books, that reading can be, and often is, carried to a vicious and enervating excess, and therefore that the library's influence is doubtful and on the whole not good. This argument does not need elaborate exposure. The main purpose of the library is to counteract and check the circulation and influence of the empty and not infrequently vicious books that are so rife. A visit to any news-stand will disclose the world of low and demoralizing penny dreadfuls and other trash. These are bought by boys and girls because they want to read and can nowhere else obtain reading material. This deluge of worthless periodicals and books can be counteracted only by gratuitous supplies from the public library. Whether these counteracting books be fiction or not, they may be pure and harmless, and often of intellectual merit and moral excellence. The question is not whether people shall read fiction, for read it they will, but whether they are to have good fiction instead of worthless and harmful trash. The tendency to read inferior books can soon be checked by a good library. If the attention of the children in school is directed to good books, and the free library contains such books, there will be no thought of the newsstand as a place for finding reading matter. The economical reason for establishing free public libraries is the fact that public officers and public taxation manage and support them efficiently and make them available to the largest number of readers. By means of a free library, there is the best utilization of effort and of resources at a small cost to individuals. While a private library may greatly delight and improve the owner and his immediate circle of friends, it is a luxury to which he and they only can resort. A library charging a fee may bring comfort to a respectable board of directors by ministering to a small and financially independent circle of book-takers, by its freedom from the rush of numerous and eager readers, and by strict conformity to the notions and vagaries of the managers. But such a library never realizes the highest utility. The greater part of the books lie untouched upon the shelves, and compared with the free library, it is a lame and impotent affair. The books of a public library actively pervade the community. They reach and are influential with the very large numbers, and the utility of the common possession, books, is multiplied without limit. Before several of our towns lies the question of opening to all what is now limited to those who pay a fee. This is not merely a limitation, it is practically a prohibition. Whether right or wrong, human beings, as at present constituted, will not frequent in large numbers libraries that charge a fee. The spirit of the age and the tendency of liberal communities are entirely in favor of furnishing this means of education and amusement without charge. Certainly, towns which can maintain by taxation paupers, parks, highways, and schools have no reasonable ground for denying free reading to the inhabitants. These towns spend vast sums of money in providing education, and yet omit the small extra expenditure which would enable young men and women to continue their education. The experience of the library commissions of various states has amply demonstrated that libraries and literature are sought for and appreciated quite as much by rural communities as by the larger towns, and not infrequently the appreciation is apparently keener because of the absence of interests and amusements other than those provided by the library. There is now no real reason why every part of this state may not enjoy the advantages and pleasures of book distribution, for concentration of effort in the small towns elsewhere has provided efficient, attractive, and economical libraries, and could as well do so here. Mission of the Public Library. Winston Churchill. It is our business in this country to get at the best methods to govern ourselves. How many of our best people have paused to reflect on what that means, and on all it means? It means that now we have about 80 million of sovereigns. It was all very well when we were a little confederation of homogeneous stock stretching along the Atlantic seaboard. We had our dissensions then, but our population was permeated with the principles of our government. In 100 years we have swelled from a handful to 80 million, and a large part of them made up of additions from the nations of the earth, and not the self-governing nations. And the problem is to educate the children of these, as well as our own children, in the principles of that government of which they are an essential and vital part. This is the first problem, and if it is not attended to, our government will crumble away and decay from neglect. We do not want denizens in this state and this nation. We want citizens. We do not want ward politics, but we do want government as our forefathers understood it. And it is the duty of every right-minded citizen to work unfalteringly for this end. The question is one of expediency. We want citizens, and the public school and the public library are the places where citizens are made. Therefore, we must labor for and support these institutions first and foremost. To a very great extent, the librarian is the custodian of public morals and the molder of public men. The librarian must, as he usually does, feel his responsibility. The word responsibility should be given equal weight with the word liberty and emblazoned beside it, and it is these two things that the public librarian, through his knowledge of good literature, must impress upon our coming generations. Liberty and responsibility. Library Extension. Henry E. Legler. Our public schools are doing a great work, but, after all, the older generations remain untouched, and the assimilation of the younger can hardly be complete or certain as long as the homes of the parents remain comparatively unaffected. For those whose early education has been neglected, either by reason of family circumstances or because of wayward disposition, and who realize their need before it is too late, there are night schools, business courses, and correspondence school courses, with the minor advantages and stimulus offered by public lecture courses. Volunteer study clubs and societies for research are being organized in great numbers, and more potent and more forceful, more universal in its application than all these, because better organized, better equipped, and readier to avail itself of all existing affiliating agencies, is that national movement which has become known, for want of a better term, as library extension. Library extension aims to supply to every man, woman, and child, either through its own resources or by cooperation with other affiliated agencies, what each community or any group in any community or any individual in the community may require for mental stimulus, intellectual recreation, or practical knowledge and information useful in one's daily occupation. James Russell Lowell. The opening of a free public library is a most important event in the history of any town. A college training is an excellent thing, but, after all, the better part of every man's education is that which he gives himself, and it is for this that a good library should furnish the opportunity and the means. All that is primarily needful in order to use a library is the ability to read, primarily, for there must also be the inclination, and after that some guidance in reading well. This ends Section 1. Why We Need Public Libraries, Part 1 of 3. Section 2 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Why Do We Need a Public Library? Part 2, compiled by material from various authors by Chalmers Hadley, Secretary of the American Library Association. The Library, Pleasure and Profit, by E. A. Burge. We cannot remind ourselves too frequently that a fundamental purpose of good books, and so of the library which possesses them, is to give pleasure, and that the library ought to be more closely and peculiarly associated with pleasure than any other institution supported by the public. Life for most of us is sufficiently dull and colorless. The workaday aspect of the world is always with us and oppresses us. For the average man and woman whose education has been limited, whose imagination has lacked all wider opportunity for cultivation, the easiest escape from the cares of daily life, from the depressing monotony of daily routine, will be through the avenue opened by the story, the people's road out of a care-filled life ever since the days of Arabian Nights. Such readers as these desire fiction and ought to have it. If their imagination can be cultivated to the point of reaching similar freedom from care through poetry, through the drama, or through any of the higher forms of literature, so much the better. The library's message is to men and women cramped by toil and narrowed by routine, ever seeking some way out of this troublesome world, into that larger realm which is more truly ours because it is our creation and that of our fellows. This wider world, in its friendliness and homelikeness, the library must represent. The library is where the readers are introduced to the friendship of authors and their books. There they are at home, and there we too may be at home. Old and young, rich and poor, wise and simple, men and women and children, there we may meet new friends on kindly and familiar terms and widen our thoughts as we learn of their wisdom and their wit. Still better, there we may renew our acquaintance with old friends and feel the contracted horizon of our lives again enlarge as we meet them once more. New friends and old, they all greet us with an assured welcome and yield to us the best which they can give, or we receive. We come to them not to learn lessons, but to be with them for a little while, and to live with them that larger and truer life which their presence creates for us. Thus the library performs its high and noble purpose of helping men to live, quote, not by bread alone, but by every word of God, end quote, who, through good books, has been speaking to the generations of men not only for their instruction, but even more for their delight. Value of Free Libraries, by F. A. Hutchins. The best proof of the value of public libraries lies in the cordial support given them by all the people when they are managed on broad, sensible lines. Such institutions contribute to the fund of wholesome recreation that sweetens life and to the wider knowledge that broadens it. They give ambition, knowledge, and inspiration to boys and girls from sordid homes, and win them from various forms of dissipation. They form a central home where citizens of all creeds and conditions find a common ground of useful endeavor. Libraries are needed to furnish the pupils of our schools the incentive and the opportunity for wider study, to teach them the art and science of reading for a purpose, to give to boys and girls with a hidden talent the chance to discover and develop it, to give to mechanics and artisans a chance to know what their ambitious fellows are doing, to give men and women, weary and worn from treading a narrow round, excursions in fresh and delightful fields, to give to clubs for study and recreation material for better work, and last but not least, to give wholesome employment to all classes for those idle hours that wreck more lives than any other cause. Even now, many wise men are agreed that the love of books as mere things of sentiment and the reading of good books as mere habit are incomparably better results of schooling than any of the definite knowledge which the best of teachers can store into pupils' minds. Teaching how to read is of less importance in the intelligence of a generation than the teaching what to read. The Bookless Man, J. N. Larned. The bookless man does not understand his own loss. He does not know the leanness in which his mind is kept by want of the food which he rejects. He does not know what starving of imagination and of thought he has inflicted upon himself. He has suffered his interest in the things which make up God's knowable universe to shrink until it reaches no farther than his eyes can see and his ears can hear. The books which he scorns are the telescopes and reflectors and reverberators of our intellectual life, holding in themselves 100 magical powers for the overcoming of space and time and for giving the range of knowledge which belongs to a really cultivated mind. There is no equal substitute for them. There is nothing else which will so soon break for us the poor hobble of everyday sights and sounds and habits and tasks by which our thinking and feeling are naturally tethered to a little worn round. The Library's Educational Method by Melvil, Dewey. To the great mass of boys and girls, the school can barely give the tools with which to get an education before they are forced to begin their life work as breadwinners. Few are optimistic enough to hope that we can change this condition very rapidly. The great problem of the day is, therefore, to carry on the education after the elementary steps have been taken in the free public schools. There are numerous agencies at work in this direction: reading rooms, reference and lending libraries, museums, summer, vacation, and night schools, correspondence, and other forms of extension teaching. But by far the greatest agent is good reading. An educational system which contents itself with teaching to read and then fails to see that the best reading is provided, when undesirable reading is so cheap and plentiful as to be a constant menace to the public good, is as inconsistent and absurd as to teach our children the expert use of a knife, fork, and spoon and then provide them with no food. The most important movement before the professional educators today is the broadening going on so rapidly in their duties to their profession and to the public. Too many have thought of their work as limited to schools for the young during a short period of tuition. The true conception is that we should be responsible for higher as well as elementary education, for adults as well as for children, for educational work in the homes as well as in the schoolhouses, and during life as well for a limited course. In a nutshell, the motto of the extended work should be higher education for adults at home during life. The Freedom of Books by J. N. Larned. The Freetown Library is wholly a product of the last half-century. It is the crowning creature of democracy for its own higher culture. There is nothing conceivable to surpass it as an agency in popular education. Schools, colleges, lectures, classes, clubs, and societies, scientific and literary, are tributaries to it, primaries, feeders. It takes up the work of all of them to utilize it, to carry it on, to make more of it. Future time will perfect it, and will perfect the institutions out of which and over which it has grown, but it is not possible for the future to bring any new gift of enlightenment to men that will be greater in kind than the free diffusion of thought and knowledge as stored in the better literature of the world. The true literature that we garner in our libraries is the deathless thought, the immortal truth, the imperishable quickenings and revelations which genius, the rare gift to now and then one of the human race, has been frugally, steadily planted in the fertile soil of written speech from the generations of the hymn writers of the Euphrates and the Indus to the generations now alive. There is nothing save the air we breathe that we have common rights in, so sacred and so clear, and there is no other public treasure which so reasonably demands to be kept and cared for and distributed for common enjoyment at common cost. Free corn in old Rome bribed a mob and kept it passive. By free books and what goes with them in modern America, we mean to erase the mob from existence. There lies the cardinal difference between a civilization which perished and a civilization that will endure. Good Books by William R. Eastman. The library offers the advantages of good society to men who could not otherwise enjoy them. This is one of the most important influences that tells on individual character. A man is not only known by the company he keeps, but to a great extent he is made or unmade by his associates. A great part of what we learn and much of what we are is absorbed unconsciously from our environment. Now books are written, at least the good books, by men and women of the better sort. They are people of marked intelligence and refinement. They have just views of truth and duty and are able to reveal to us many secrets respecting the life that is being lived around us. They are interpreters and guides in all lines of human activity and service. To be intimate with them is good society. If, then, we can bring all these choice spirits by their books into our village and introduce them to our children and our neighbors, even to the poorest, and let them talk to all who will listen, we have done something. We have done much to raise the tone of general intelligence and refinement. Here is the great opportunity to reach the homes of the poor and the careless, and even of the baser sort, with new light. The books will interest and meet the craving for knowledge which everybody has, and then will come into confidential relations with many a reader, starting new trains of thought, suggesting new ideas, offering sympathy and kindling faith. The friendless will gain friends, and these friends will do them good. In such ways, this institution, the public library, is calculated to enlarge and enrich the community's life. Place and purpose of the public library. National Education Association Report, 1906. The place now assigned to the public library, by very general consent, is that of an integral part of our system of public and free education. On no other theory has it sure and lasting foundation. On no other theory may it be supported by general taxation. On no other theory can it be wisely and consistently administered. A public tax can be levied for the maintenance of the public library only upon the principle which underlies all righteous public taxation, not that the taxpayer wants something and will receive it in proportion to the amount of his contribution, but that the public wants something of such general interest and value that all property owners may be asked and required to contribute towards its cost. The demand for intelligent and effective citizenship is increasing daily for two reasons. First, the problems of public life and of public service, of communal existence, are daily becoming more complex, more difficult of satisfactory solution. Second, we are recognizing more clearly than ever before that our present success and prestige are due to the fact that more than any other people in the world's history have we succeeded in securing that active participation and practical cooperation of the whole people in all public affairs. In the whole people are we finding and are we to find wholesomeness and strength. But coincident with this discovery, this keen realization of the place and value of all in advancing the common interests of all, has come the feeling, first, that the common public schools must be made good enough for all, and second, that even at their very best they are inefficient. The 5 school years average of the American child constitute a very narrow portal through which to enter upon the privileges and duties of life as we desire life to be to every child born under the flag. There is need of far more information, instruction, inspiration, and uplift than can possibly be secured in that limited time. Casting about for a satisfactory supplement and complement for the public schools, we find the public library ready to render exactly this service, to make it possible for the adult to continue through life the growth begun in childhood in the public school. Only in this way and by this means can we hope to continue the common American people as the most uncommon people which the world has yet known. Henceforth, then, these two must go hand in hand, neither trenching upon the field of the other, neither burdening or hampering the other, each helping the other. The public schools must take the initiative, determining lines of thought and work, developing in each child the power to act and the tendency to act, making full use of the public library as an effective ally in all its current work, and making such use of it as to create in each pupil the library habit, to last through life. The public library must respond by every possible supplementary effort, by most intelligent cooperation, by most sympathetic and effective assistance, and by giving pupils a welcome which they will feel holds good till waning physical powers make further use of the library impossible. Additional comment by Andrew Carnegie. The most imperative duty of the state is the universal education of the masses. No money which can be usefully spent for this indispensable end should be denied. Public sentiment should, on the contrary, approve the doctrine that the more that can be judiciously spent, the better for the country. There is no insurance of nations so cheap as the enlightenment of the people. Public library is public cooperation. Wisconsin Free Library Commission. A public library is the flower of the modern forms of cooperation, which secures for the individual luxuries which he could not otherwise afford. Instead of buying so many books and magazines which wear out on the shelves after one reading, let us pool our issues and put the multitude of small sums in one fund, buy the best at the lowest prices, and then use the volume so bought for the good of all. We need spend no more money each year for literature, but we need to save the wastage due to unused books, foolish purchases, book agents, commissions, and needless profits, and we can have a public library without other cost. A good public library in this town may help our neighboring farmers as well as our townspeople. They cannot support public libraries in their small communities. Their small school libraries give the children a taste for reading, but give them nothing to gratify that taste when they leave school. Let us join our forces for the mutual advantage and get a better library and a wider community of interests. Use of libraries for reference by F.A. Hutchins. An ability to glean information quickly and accurately from books and periodicals, to catch a fact when it is needed and useful, is an indispensable factor in that self-education which all citizens should add to the education obtained in the schools. The schools cannot give a wide range of knowledge, but they can give the desire for knowledge, and the library can give the opportunity to gain it. Nearly every branch taught in the schools may be lightened and made more interesting by supplementary information gained from a good library. The pupil who is studying the life of Washington should find many interesting facts concerning him and his time and associates not given in any of the formal biographies. He will find an article on Washington in the Young Folks' Cyclopedia of Persons and Places, but if he knows how to use the index, he can find 14 other articles in the same volume in which Washington is mentioned. A large encyclopedia will give scores of facts wanted under various articles treating of important events in the latter colonial and earlier national history of our country, in articles on places, customs, epochs, battles, and soldiers and statesmen who were Washington's contemporaries. A teacher cannot train a large number of young people to habits of thorough investigation in a brief time, but she can easily train a few, one or two at a time, and they will help to train others. The Modern Library Movement by Joseph Leroy Harrison. The modern library movement is a movement to increase by every possible means the accessibility of books, to stimulate their reading, and to create a demand for the best. Its motive is helpfulness, its scope, instruction and recreation, its purpose, the enlightenment of all, its aspirations, still greater usefulness. It is a distinctive movement because it recognizes as never before the infinite possibilities of the public library, and because it has done everything within its power to develop those possibilities. Among the peculiar relations that a library sustains to a community, which the movement has made clear and greatly advanced, are its relations to the school and university extension. The education of an individual is coincident with the life of that individual. It is carried on by the influences and appliances of the family, vocation, government, the church, the press, the school, and the library. The library is unsectarian, and hence occupies a field independent of the church. It furnishes the foundation for an intelligent reading of paper and magazine. It is the complement and supplement of the school, cooperating with the teacher in the work of educating the child, and furnishing the means for continuing that education after the child has gone out from the school. These are important relations. From the beginning, the child is taught the value of books. In the kindergarten period, he learns that they contain beautiful pictures. In the grammar grades, they do much to make history and geography attractive. In the high school, they are indispensable as works of reference. Were it not for the library, the education of the masses would, in most cases, cease when the doors of the school swung in after them for the last time. But it keeps those doors wide open, and is, in the truest sense of the word, the university of the people. The library is as much a part of the educational system of a community as the public school, and is coming more and more to be regarded with the same respect and supported in the same generous manner. The public library of today is an active, potential force serving the present and silently helping to develop the civilization of the future. The spirit of the modern library movement which surrounds it is thoroughly progressive and thoroughly in sympathy with the people. It believes that the true function of the library is to serve the people, and that the only test of success is usefulness. The People's University by F.M. Crunden. There is no institution so intimately, so universally, so constantly connected with the life of the whole people as the free public library, no instrumentality that can do so much to civilize society. The public schools alone cannot accomplish the task of elevating mankind to even the most modest ideal of a well-ordered society. Our public schools have been the chief source of the greater general intelligence, and hence the industrial superiority of our citizens over those of other countries. But the public schools cannot accomplish impossibilities. They are not to blame for the fact that they can reach the great majority during only 6 or 8 years, or that only 1.5% of the children in the United States go through the high school. But wherever there is a public library, the teachers are to blame if they do not guarantee all their pupils, at whatever age they may leave school, into the People's University. General intelligence is the necessary foundation of prosperity and social order. The public library is one of their chief agencies, if not the most potent and far-reaching agency, for promoting general intelligence. Therefore, money devoted to the maintenance of a public library is money well invested by a community. Public Library, a Public Necessity by Chalmers Hadley. Any consideration of a public library project is complementary to a community, showing, as it does, a sense of civic responsibility and a desire for future progress which are commendable. No town can hope to live up to its greatest possibilities without a public library, and none with a sincere desire need be denied the blessings which result from such an institution. There are few communities which would not provide for a public library if its advantages were appreciated, for it is a remedy for many ills and is all-embracing in its scope. It vitalizes schoolwork, and receiving the pupil from the school, the library continues his education throughout life. It is a home missionary, sending its messengers, the books, into every shop and home. With true missionary zeal, it not only sends help, but opens its doors to every man, woman, and child. In most towns there are scores of young men and boys whose evenings are spent in loafing about the streets, and to these the library offers an attractive meeting place, where the time may be spent with jolly, wise friends in the books. The library substitutes better for poorer reading, and provides story hours for the children, who are eager to hear before they are able to read. It also increases the earning capacity of people by supplying information and advice on the work they are doing. Increased taxation is one of the greatest hindrances to the opening of a public library, but any institution which enriches and uplifts the lives of the people is the greatest economy. Any attempt to conduct civic affairs without a reasonable expenditure of money for such influences is the grossest extravagance. No economy results from ignorance and vice, and the public library has long since established its claim as one of the most potent remedies for such conditions. It is no exaggeration to state that every dollar expended for library purposes is returned to the community tenfold, not necessarily in dollars and cents, but in the more permanent, more valuable assets of greater happiness, comfort, and progress of the people. A city is the expression of every life within its borders, and every increase in progress and efficiency in the individual citizen is progress for the whole. The most valuable things usually are obtained at some sacrifice, and the many advantages from a public library are certainly worth paying for. Hundreds of small cities and towns tax themselves for electric plants and count themselves fortunate. No one seems to regret this taxation for electric lights which illuminate the citizens' way at night. Should there not be an equal or greater readiness on the part of a community to establish a library and so illuminate the mental horizon of every citizen? A public library is a necessity, not a luxury. Every community which realizes this and establishes a library proclaims itself an intelligent, progressive town and one worth living in. And this from William McKinley, the opening of a free public library is a most important event in any town. There is no way in which a community can more benefit itself than in the establishment of a library which shall be free to all citizens. Public Library, A Public Opportunity by Henry E. Legler. Modern industrialism exacts from the artisan and the worker in every branch skill and knowledge not dreamed of years ago. He who would not be trampled underfoot needs to keep pace with the onward sweep in his particular craft. The public library furnishes to the ambitious artisan the opportunity to rise. Upon its shelves he may find the latest and the best in invention and in method and in knowledge. Never in the history of the country has there been such a desire manifested among the adult population for continued education as may be noted today. Does it not speak eloquently of ambition to rise above circumstances, that same spirit that we have admired in our Franklins and our Lincolns, and the long roll of self-made men whose lives we are proud to recall? And so library extension takes note of adult education, and combining its forces with university extension, realizes that broader movement variously termed home education, popular education, and the people's college. The library gives heed to the future, and thus does not neglect the child. The intelligent work of the children's librarian, supplementing the related work of the teacher, aims to develop the individual talent or dormant resource which finds no chance for expression where children are necessarily treated as masses. And we may never know what society has lost by failure to quicken into life this dormant talent for invention, for art, for literature, for philosophy. The loss to society of the unearned increment is trivial compared to the loss of the undiscovered resource. Had retarding influences affected half a dozen men whom we could readily name, Morse, Fulton, Stephenson, Edison, Bell, Marconi, we might today be without the locomotive, the steamship, the telegraph, the telephone, and myriad marvels of electricity that today seem commonplaces. What we have actually lost during this great century of scientific development, we can never know. Nor must we forget that invention is the result of cumulated knowledge which the fertile brain of men utilizes in new directions, and that the preservation of the knowledge and experience of the centuries is the province of the public library, where all alike may have access to its riches. The ideal democracy is the democracy of knowledge and of learning. The library endeavors, by applying the traveling library principle to collections of pictures, by means of the illustrated lecture and otherwise, to cultivate among the people an appreciation of the beautiful and artistic that shall ultimately find expression in the home and its surroundings. The library believes, too, that recreative reading is a legitimate function. We hold, with William Morton Payne, that a sparkling and sprightly story, which may be read in an hour, and which will leave the reader with a good conscience and a sense of cheerfulness, has its merits. In this workaday world of ours, we need a bit of cheer for the hours which ought to be restful, as well as resting hours. Library extension is imbued with optimism. Its broadening field is educational, sociological, recreative. Unblinded to the evils of the day, its promoters realize inability to amend them except by educational processes affecting all the people. They do not preach the gospel of discontent, but seek realization of conditions which shall bring about contentment and happiness. That, after all, for the welfare of the people, wants need be but few and easily supplied. He who has food, raiment, and shelter in reasonable degree, access to the intellectual wealth of the world in public libraries, to the riches created by the master painters and sculptors found in public galleries and museums, to the untrammeled use of public parks and drives, and to the many other universal advantages which are now so increasingly many, need not envy the richest man on earth. Many a millionaire is poorer than the most humble of his employees, for excessive wealth brings its own train of evils to torment its possessor. Commercial success is a legitimate endeavor among men, and thrift is to be commended. But when these degenerate into greed, pity and not envy should be the meed of the man seized with the money disease. The Library and Its Workers by John P. Buckley. My opinion of the public library, from a working man's standpoint, is that it is the greatest boon that could possibly be conferred upon him. It places him at once upon the level with the millionaire, the student, and the philosopher. It opens for him, whose poverty would otherwise debar him, the vast fields of literature. Here he may wander at will with the master minds of humanity, hand in hand with the great thinkers of the age, open his mind and heart to the lessons taught by those great leaders of men who have conquered nations and shaped the destinies of the human race. Here he may associate with the greatest, the wisest, and the best. There is no limit to the possibilities of possessing knowledge, which is power, without money and without price. The public library should be managed in the best interests of the working man, and the books should be purchased mainly with his welfare in view. The capitalist can buy and own his own books. The working man cannot do this. The children of the working man must get from the public library the general books of reference which the business man has in his home. The children of the working man must have these books in order properly to do their school work and thoroughly understand it. The teachers require this. The children of the working man have their schools as well as the library. Their work in the schools and the work in the library go hand in hand. But the working man himself has only the library for his school and must of necessity go there. His schoolroom is the reference room, for the knowledge he gains in that department he can at once put into practical use in any capacity in which he may be employed. The question arises, having presented those opportunities to the working man, will he take advantage of them? I answer, he surely will. It is now more than 20 years since I joined a labor organization, the Stonecutters Union of Minneapolis. Since that time, I have always been affiliated with organized workingmen. During all these years, the working man has taken advantage of every opportunity to better the condition of himself, his fellow workmen, and his employer. He has learned to be more patient, more conservative, and more trustworthy. His hours of labor have been shortened, his wages are higher, and labor-saving machinery has made his work lighter. He lives in a better home, his family is better provided for, and, best of all, his children are better educated. What has wrought those great changes in the conditions of the working man? What has enabled him to keep up with the swift march of progress during these many years? I will answer in one word: education. Just such institutions as the public library have made this possible, and the public library has given the largest share. End of section 2. Section 3 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Why Do We Need a Public Library? Part 3. Compiled by material from various authors by Chalmers Hadley, Secretary of the American Library Association. A World Without Books by J.N. Larned. What if there were no letters and no books? Think what your state would be in a situation like that. Think what it would be to know nothing, for example, of the way in which American independence had been won and the Federal Republic of the United States constructed. Nothing of Bunker Hill, nothing of George Washington, except a little half-true and half-mistaken that your fathers could remember, of what their fathers had repeated, of what their fathers had told to them. Think what it would be to have nothing but shadowy traditions of the voyage of Columbus, of the coming of the Mayflower Pilgrims, and of all the planting of life in the New World from the Old World stocks, like Greek legends of the Argonauts and of the Heraclidae. Think what it would be to know no more of the origins of the English people, their rise and their growth in greatness, than the Romans knew of their Latin beginnings, and to know no more of Rome herself than we might guess from the ruins she has left. Think what it would be to have the whole story of Athens and Greece dropped out of our knowledge, and to be unaware that Marathon was ever fought, or that one like Socrates had ever lived. Think what it would be to have no line from Homer, no thought from Plato, no message from Isaiah, no Sermon on the Mount, nor any parable from the lips of Jesus. Can you imagine a world intellectually famine-smitten like that? A bookless world, and not shrink with horror from the thought of being condemned to it? Yet the men and women who take nothing from letters and books are choosing to live as though mankind did actually wallow in the awful darkness of that state from which writing and books have rescued us. For them it is as if no ship had ever come from the far shores of the old time where their ancestry dwelt, and the interest of existence to them is huddled in the petty space of their own few years, between walls of mist which thicken as impenetrably behind them as before. How can life be worth living on such terms as that? How can man or woman be content with so little when so much is offered? Bookless Homes by the Oregon Library Commission. The bookless homes of the well-to-do people are familiar to all. Inside those walls no books are to be found but a few gift books, chosen for their bindings rather than their contents, and perhaps others which some agent has pressed upon them. What can be done to stimulate reading in these homes? 10-cent magazines and cheap stories are devoured by mother and daughters, to the destruction of sane thoughts and connected ideas. The man of the house each day reads his newspaper containing accounts of crimes, accidents, and the funny paper. Happily, it also contains articles of travel, invention, and discovery, otherwise his brain would be weakened. Young people come from these bookless homes to college each year, showing great confusion of ideas, vacuity of mind, and utter lack of information. They need us, need libraries, need the force of the state to help them. 94% of our young people never get to college. 90%, it is said, never go to school after they have passed the age of 14 years. The contribution of the library is to elevate the standard of the town. Books depicting noble, earnest, well-meaning lives will cause the social standard to progress, and other standards with it. Need of Free Libraries by F.A. Hutchins. A library is an essential part of a broad system of education, and a community should think it as discreditable to be without a well-conducted free public library as to be without a good school. If it is the duty of the state to give each future citizen an opportunity to learn to read, it is equally its duty to give each citizen an opportunity to use that power wisely for himself and the state. Wholesome literature can be furnished to all the readers in a community at a fraction of the cost necessary to teach them to read, and the power to read may then become a means to a lifelong education. The books that a boy reads for pleasure do more to determine his ideals and shape his character than the textbooks he studies in the schools. Bad and indifferent literature is now so common that the boys will have some sort of reading. If they have a good public library, they will read wholesome books and learn to admire Washington, Lincoln, and other great men. Without a library, many of them will gloat over the exploits of depraved men and women, and their earliest ambitions will be tainted. Each town needs a library to furnish more practice in reading for the little folks in school. It needs it to give the boys and girls who have learned to read a taste for wholesome literature that informs and inspires. It needs it as a center for an intellectual and spiritual activity that shall leaven the whole community and make healthful and inspiring themes the burden of the common thought, substituting by natural methods clean conversation and literature for petty gossip, scandal, and oral and printed teachings in vice. The Library and Boys, Irene Van Cleck. In Madison, New Jersey, a bird club of boys met twice a week, once for study and once for an expedition, and found the library's resources on this topic to be of interest and value. How to utilize profitably the activities of a gang of boys is worth much planning. One librarian is reported to have started a chair caning class to interest restless boys. Another had a museum of flowers and insects. Another conducted a branch of the flower mission. Not less interesting, and perhaps more instructive, is a series of talks on Indian legends, accompanied by hunting expeditions for the half-buried implements and relics found in almost every meadow in some parts of the country. Boys are eager to learn about natural history and natural science, and they will be encouraged at the public library. The Library by J.C. Dana. Get good books. Give them a home attractive to readers of good books. Name a friend of good books as mistress of this home, and you have a library. All share in its support, and all get pleasure and profit from it if they will. Without divisions, religious, political, or social, it unites all in the pursuit of high pleasure and sound learning, and it gives that common interest in a common concern, which is the basis of all local pride. If you have rightly read a book, that book is yours. You cannot always choose your companions. You can always choose your books. You can, if you will, spend a few minutes every day with the best and wisest men and women the world has ever known. The people you have known, the things you have said and done, and the books you have read, all these are now a part of you. You like yourself better when you are with people who are well-bred and clever. You respect yourself more when you are reading a bright and wholesome book, for you are then in the company of the wise. And this from Theodore Roosevelt. After the church and the school, the free public library is the most effective influence for good in America. The moral, mental, and material benefits to be derived from a carefully selected collection of good books, free for the use of all the people, cannot be overestimated. No community can afford to be without a library. Shall we be loyal to the city of our home? This from the Iowa Library Commission. The opportunity is at hand to answer this question. A generous gift is offered. Shall we accept it? We can have blank dollars for public use if we will promise to support the use to which this money is dedicated. Shall blank have a free public library? It is up to us, her citizens. We have passed the stage of a country town and are ranked and catalogued as a modern progressive city, enjoying many of the advantages of the larger cities. Why is this true? Because the progressive spirit and sentiment have always triumphed in her onward march. because, inspired by a public spirit, her people have joined hands and shoulder to shoulder labored for all that pertains to religious, moral, social, industrial, educational, and material development. Let us keep marching on. Many towns in the state, nearly all those in the counties surrounding us, are accepting Carnegie gifts for libraries. Will it not humiliate and degrade us in the eyes of the people of the state if we decree against a public library? Let us not detract from our well-deserved and established reputation for progressiveness by such a mistake. We appeal to public spirit, to pride of city, to pride of home, and urge you to register your vote in favor of this enterprise. And this from William Jennings Bryan. The system of free public libraries now being established in this country is the most important development of modern times. The library is a center from which radiates an ever-widening influence for the enlightenment, the uplift, the advancement of the community. The School's Greatest Boon by C.C. Thatch. The greatest boon that the system of public schools, or the college, or the university can confer upon any boy or girl is to teach them or her to use a great collection of literature, to teach them how to read, and to plant within their hearts an irresistible impulse and an indestructible delight in doing so. What profits it a man to learn how to read if he does not read? For what purpose is the mind trained and developed by the process of systematic study in the schools if it is not inspired to go farther into the realms of knowledge? Is it a rational procedure for one, upon the completion of his course of training, to discontinue all further investigation, and to lay aside what little love for learning and literature and philosophy and science that may have been aroused in his bosom by school or college inspirations? And how is this advancing and widening of one's horizons by means of the accumulated stores of knowledge gathered by the previous generations of the world's strong thinkers and beautiful writers to be secured other than by a collection of good books, by a library? Books and Study Work by Holly N.Y. Standard. Have our missionary societies access to Bliss's Encyclopedia of Missions, or to Dennis's great Missions and Christian Progress? Do our Bible students know Moulton's Literary Study of the Bible, a book so illuminating as to seem almost itself inspired? How many of the members of the young people's societies of our churches have access to a standard concordance, Bible dictionary, or a dictionary of sects and doctrines? Has the WCTU the reports of the Committee of 50, that great committee of masterminds, who made exhaustive investigation and authoritative reports on the various aspects of the liquor question? Have the Masons a history of Freemasonry? Has the Shakespeare Club books on Shakespeare, and is the Political Equality Club acquainted with standard works on political science and the franchise? Who has good Cyclopedia of Quotations, or a reader's handbook where we can satisfy our curiosity regarding allusions to Fair Rosamond, apples of Hesperia, Atlantis, and Captain Cuttle? If we were to see a farmer laboriously cutting his wheat with a scythe, tagging it into bundles by hand, and then carrying the bundles on his back to the barn, we would think he was crazy. Is it not as foolish, however, for us in our study work to do without the suitable tools and helps which we might have in a public library? Why Cities Support Public Libraries by James Holm Canfield. The proposition that only an enlightened and an intelligent people can make self-government a success is so self-evident as to make argument but a vain repetition of empty words. And yet we know that the public school side of our system of free public education is as yet only able to secure 5 years' schooling for the average child in this country, an all too narrow portal through which to enter upon successful citizenship. There is an imperative demand, then, for the establishment and the development and for the wise administration of that other branch of our system of free public education, which we know as the public library. We must understand clearly that the beneficent result of this system of education is just as possible to the son of the peasant as to the son of the president, is just as helpful to the blacksmith as to the barrister, to the farmer as to the philosopher, and in its possibilities and in its helpfulness is a constant blessing to all and through all, and is needed by all alike. The most worthy mind, that which is of most value to the world, is the well-informed mind, which is public and large. Only through the development of such, both as leaders and as followers, can all classes be brought into an understanding of each other, can we preserve true republican equality, can we avoid that insulation and seclusion which are unwholesome and unworthy of true American manhood. The state has no resources at all comparable with its citizens. A man is worth to himself just what he is capable of enjoying, and he is worth to the state just what he is capable of imparting. These form an exact and true measure of every man. The greatest positive strength and value, therefore, must always be associated with the greatest positive and practical development of every faculty and power. This, then, is the true basis of taxation for public libraries. Such a tax is subject to all the canons of usual taxation, and may be defended and must be defended upon precisely the same grounds as we defend the tax for the public schools. Why Mr. Carnegie Establishes Libraries, by Andrew Carnegie. I choose free libraries as the best agencies for improving the masses of the people because they give nothing for nothing. They only help those who help themselves. They never pauperize. They reach the aspiring and open to these the chief treasures of the world, those stored up in books. A taste for reading drives out lower tastes. Besides this, I believe good fiction is one of the most beneficial reliefs to the monotonous lives of the poor. For these and other reasons, I prefer the free public library to most, if not any, other agencies for the happiness and improvement of a community. To Teachers, by J.C. Dana. Libraries are established that they may gather together the best of the fruits of the tree of human speech, spread them before men in all liberality, and invite all to enjoy them. The schools are in part established that they may tell the young how to enjoy this feast. They do this. They teach the young to read. They put them in touch with words and phrases. They point out to them the delectable mountains of human thought and action, and then let them go. It is to be lamented that they go so soon. At 12, at 13, at 14 at the most, these young men and women whose lives could be so broadened, sweetened, mellowed, humanized by a few years' daily contact with the wisest, noblest, wittiest of our kind as their own words portray them, at this early age when reading has hardly begun, they leave school, and they leave almost all of the best reading at the same time. If now you can bring these young citizens into sympathy with the books the libraries would persuade them to read, if you can impress upon them the reading habit, then the libraries can supplement your good work, will rejoice in empty shelves, will feel that they are not in vain, and the coming generations will delight, one and all, in that which good books can give, will speak more plainly, will think more clearly, will be less often led astray by false prophets of every kind, will see that all men are of the one country of humanity, and will, to sum it all, be better citizens of a good state. I believe you will find there is something yet to do in reading which the library can be of help. Reading comes by practice. The practice which a pupil gets during school hours does not make him a quick and skillful reader. There is not enough of it. If you encourage the reading habit and lead the habit, as you easily can, along good lines, your pupils will gain much simply in knowledge of words, in ability to get the meaning out of print, even though we say nothing of the help their reading will give them in other ways. Right Use of Books, printed in the Dial, February 1st, 1906. When we consider how much the education that is continued after school time depends upon the right use of books, we can hardly be too emphatic in asserting that something of that use should be learned in the school. yet almost nothing of the sort really is learned. The average student in high school does not know the difference between a table of contents and an index, does not know what a concordance is, does not know how to find what he wants in an encyclopedia, does not even know that a dictionary has many other uses besides that of supplying definitions. Still more pitiful is his naive assumption that a book is a book, and that what book it is does not particularly matter. It is the commonest of all experiences to hear a student say that he has got a given statement from a book, and to find him quite incapable of naming the book. That the source of information, as long as that information is printed somewhere, should be of any consequence is quite surprising to him, and still more the suggestion that it is also his duty to have some sort of an opinion concerning the value and credibility of the authority he thus blindly quotes. If the school library and the instruction given in connection with it should do no more than impress these two elementary principles upon the minds of the whole student body, it would go far towards accounting for itself as an educational means. That it may and should do much more than this is the proposition that we have sought to maintain, how its essential reasonableness may be gainsaid. The True Spirit of Democracy by Waller Irene Bullock. The library supplies information for mechanics and working men of every class. Just as the system of apprenticeship declines and employers require trained helpers, must the usefulness of the library increase. Library work offers great opportunity for philanthropy, and philanthropy of the higher form, because its work is preventive rather than positive. It anticipates evil by substituting the antidote beforehand. It fosters the love of what is good and uplifting before low tastes have become a chronic propensity. Pleasure in such books as the library would furnish to young readers will interest the mind and occupy the thoughts exclusive of those evil practices invited by the open door of idleness. The children generally come of their own free will. They are influenced silently, unconsciously to themselves. They feel themselves welcome, loved, respected. Self-respect, the mighty power to lift and keep erect, is fostered and developed. The work of the library is for civic education and the making of good citizens, a form of patriotism made imperative for the millions of foreigners coming yearly to our shores. The public library offers common ground to all. There are no social lines to bar the entrance. The doors open at every touch, if only the simple etiquette of quiet, earnest bearing is observed. No creeds are to be subscribed to. The rich and poor meet together in absolute independence. Even aristocracy of intellect does not count in the People's University. The ideal public library realizes the true spirit of democracy. The Public Library as the Center of the Community by W. E. Foster. In more than one locality, the public library has come to be recognized as the natural local center of the community, around which revolve the local studies, the local industries, and all the various local interests of the town or village. Here, for instance, is the home of the local historical society. Here also is the home of the local camera club, of the natural history society, of the study club and debating societies. Why is this? It is because those in charge of the library have so thoroughly realized the fact that in a community the interests of all are the interests of each, and that while this is true of other institutions as related to each other, yet there is no one of them on which the lines of interest so invariably converge from all the others, as all roads lead to Rome. Public Libraries by W. R. Eastman. The very presence of a public library has a meaning and exerts a power for good. Especially is this the case when the presence is made evident by a separate and worthy building, the building which stands for books, for knowledge, for the records of human experience. A house not just like other houses, but with marks of permanence, dignity, and grace, and evidently so contrived as to call the people in and to distribute freely to them these wise and entertaining books must be a positive influence in itself. The children know it for what it is. Old and young, rich and poor, recognize its meaning. It embodies the great idea of a man learning and growing by his association with the wisdom and experience of other men. It is the great clearing-house of human intelligence, where knowledge is mutually exchanged and everyone can learn what the rest know. It tells the lowest and meanest and most ignorant that here is the opportunity open to everybody to know, and therefore that books are a common concern of the village, which by it sets great store. If, on the other hand, the public library is neglected or starved with excessive thrift, or if it is crowded into a corner, opened at rare intervals, and approached with difficulty, all this influence is lost. The increase of reading tends to be a general broadening of life. Human nature is selfish so long as a man is isolated, for he is controlled by his impulses and passions and guided by his own narrow ideas. Our views of life are molded by reading. The records are here, describing lands and people we have never seen, centuries in which we have not lived, men who passed off the stage in past ages, the discoveries of science, the developments of workmanship, the growth of civilization, thought, wit, fancy, feeling, which has appealed to the world, and that study, the study of man, is illustrated in infinitely diverse forms of story and song. All these are in books, and they give us the advantage of wide horizons and enlarged acquaintance with life. A community leavened with such influences, where people generally understand, where all grow up from their youth to know, to think, to communicate, and to have common acquaintance with the past and the distance, and with the secrets of nature, and all the many ways of doing things, is a stronger, happier, and more prosperous community because of that very fact, and the books are plainly a means to so desirable an end. How a Library Helped the Boys, by Beaver Dam Argus. As the children have grown up since our library was established, it is wonderful how their demands for books have widened. A boy in his casual reading finds some particular branch of study in science, mechanics, art, or politics, which arouses a sleeping instinct. Straightway he forsakes his stories and his plays and goes to the library to satisfy his new desires. Year by year, the demand upon the library has broadened, and books have been added treating of electricity, the X-ray, wireless telegraphy, mending bicycles, telephones, beekeeping, care of pet animals, political, social, and economic questions, and still the books do not meet all demands. New subjects are called for, and new books must be bought. And from F.M. Crunden, side by side in the wilderness, our forefathers planted the church and the school, and on these two supports the nation has stood firm and grown great. But a tripod is necessary for stable equilibrium. As the country has grown, its industrial, economic, and political problems have grown more numerous and more complex, and the nation required a broader base of intelligence and morality for its security and perpetuity. The third support for a wider and higher national life has been found in the public library, which, cooperating with the school, doubles the value of the education the child receives in school, and further incites and furnishes him with facilities for doing so. It also enables the adult to make up for the opportunities he neglected, or more often did not have in early life. It does this, too, at an expense to the community of not more than 1/10 of the cost per capita of school education. The Library Support, by Alice S. Tyler. This is the fundamental matter, after all. Money. Whence shall the funds come? The church plan, the club plan, all are dependent on the spasmodic and irregular support that results from the labors of a soliciting committee using persuasive arguments with businessmen and others. There are certain expenses that are absolutely essential, books first and most, a room for which probably rent must be paid, though some generous citizens may give the use of it, periodicals to be subscribed for, heat, light, table, chairs, etc., besides the most important feature of the whole scheme, the librarian. The wisest form of organization is the tax-supported free public library. Is it desirable that the small town shall in its beginning in library matters attempt at once to secure a municipal tax to found and maintain a free library under the state law? There are those who believe this is the only way to make a beginning. Eventually, if not in the beginning, the free public library, on a rate or tax-supported basis, is the most desirable form of library organization. Why the free library should be supported by taxation by New York libraries. 1. Such a tax puts the library on the right basis as a public institution. The purpose of the library is the same as that of the school, public education, the enlargement and enrichment of the intellectual life of the community, and it should therefore be supported on the same grounds and by the same methods as the school. 2. The library, supported by local taxation, ceases to be a charity contributed by the few to the many, and becomes the right and property of all. When I use a library supported by private gifts, I am accepting a favor. When I use a library supported by public tax, I am using what is mine by right. The tax thus promotes a feeling of independence and self-respect in the library's patrons. 3. Taxation is the easiest and fairest way to raise the needed money. $500 raised by entertainments, subscriptions, sales, etc., means a great burden of labor, care, and expense to a few, and usually to net that sum, a very much larger sum must be expended, while $500 spread on the tax rolls would hardly be felt, even by the largest taxpayer. 4. It adds dignity to the library and increases the respect in which it is held. To be made each year an object of charity, for which private subscriptions are solicited and rummage sales held, tends to bring it into contempt and greatly lowers its influence in the community. 5. A stated tax, yielding a known and fixed income, enables the trustee to pursue a consistent and stable plan for library development, such as is impossible where the income is dependent on fluctuating impulse or effort. 6. There is no village tax levied from which the people can get so large a return for so little money. A $500 tax in a village of 3,000 people is equivalent to about 16 cents for each resident. For this insignificant sum, each person in the village is offered a pleasant reading room, as good as that supplied by many a club, a dozen or more of the best periodicals, a collection of books such as only a very few of the more wealthy can possess as individuals, and about $200 worth of new books to read every year. Some advantages of municipal control. New Jersey Public Library Commission. First, a free public library under municipal control has a regular known income, which increases with the growth of the municipality. Second, it is not dependent solely upon subscriptions, contributions, and the proceeds of entertainments arranged for its benefit. Third, with an income that is certain, the trustees are able to make plans for the future and more economically administer the affairs of the library. Fourth, a municipally controlled library is owned by the people, and experience has demonstrated that they take a much greater interest in an institution belonging to them. Fifth, public libraries supplement the work of the public schools. Reading maketh a full man, wrote Lord Bacon, and Thomas Carlyle thus expressed the same idea. The true university of these days is a collection of books. Libraries, like the schools, should be supported by the people. Sixth, the library is not a charity, neither should it be regarded as a luxury, but rather as a necessity, and be maintained in the same manner that the schools, parks, fire departments, and public roads are maintained, through the tax levy. Seventh, where all contribute, the burden is not felt, each aiding according to his ability. Eighth, permanency is acquired for the library, and many valuable governmental, state, and other publications may be obtained without cost, a privilege that is often denied to subscription libraries. Ninth, the trustees and librarian are not hampered in their work by inability to collect subscriptions or the failure of an entertainment to return a profit. 10th, there is a more efficient and closer cooperation with the public schools and other municipal institutions and interests. 11th, public ownership secures more democratic service and broadness in administration. Finally, all are interested in the free public library, and in an emergency there will be a more generous response to an appeal for financial assistance. End of Section 3. End of Why Do We Need a Public Library? Read for you by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2017.
Section number 2 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Hancock. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section number 2. The World of Books and the World's Work. By Henry E. Legler. Turning for a text to Victor Hugo's stirring epic of Paris, these words may be found in the section for May and in the 3rd chapter thereof. A library implies an act of faith which generations still in darkness hid sign in their night in witness of the dawn. When Johann Gutenberg in his secret workshop poured the molten metal into the rough matrices he had cut for separate types, the instrument for the spread of democracy was created. When early Cavaliers and Puritans planted the crude beginnings of free public schools, the forces of democracy were multiplied. When half a century ago the first meager beginnings of the public library movement were evolved, democracy was for all time assured. Thus have 3 great stages, separated each by a span of 200 years from that preceding, marked that world development whose ultimate meaning is not equality of station or possession, but equality of opportunity. Not without stress and strife have these yet fragmentary results been achieved. Not without travail and difficulties will universal acceptance be accorded in the days to come. But no one may doubt the final outcome which shall crown the struggle of the centuries. The world was old when typography was invented. Less than 5 centuries have passed since then, and in this interval, but a brief period in the long history of human endeavor, there has been more enlargement of opportunity for the average man and woman than in all the time that went before. Without the instrumentality of the printed page, without the reproductive processes that give to all the world in myriad tongues the thought of all the centuries, slavery, serfdom, and feudalism would still shackle the millions not so fortunate as to be born to purple and ermine and fine linen. The evolution of the book is, therefore, the history of the unfoldment of human rights. The chained tome in its medieval prison cell has been supplanted by the handy volume freely sent from the hospitable public library to the homes of the common people. The humblest citizen today has at his command books in number and in kind which royal treasuries could not have purchased 500 years ago. In the 16th century, it took a flock of sheep to furnish the vellum for one edition of a book, and the product was for the very few. In the 20th century, a forest is felled to supply the paper for an edition, and the output goes to many 100,000 readers. As books have multiplied, learning has been more widely disseminated. As more people have become educated, the demand for books has increased enormously. The multiplication of books has stimulated the writing of them, and the inevitable result has been a deterioration of quality proportioned to the increase in quantity. In the English language alone, since 1880, 206,905 titles of books printed in the United States have been listed and in 226,365 in Great Britain since 1882. Of these 433,270 titles, 84,722 represent novels, 36,607 issued in the United States, and 48,115 in Great Britain. Despite the inclusion of the trivial and the unsound in this vast mass of printed stuff, no one can doubt the magnitude of the service performed in this advancement of humankind. The universities have felt the touch of popular demand, and in this country at least, some of them have attempted to respond. Through correspondence courses, short courses, university week conferences, summer schools, local forums, traveling instructors, and other media of extension, many institutions of higher learning have given recognition to the appeal of the masses. Logically, with this enlargement of educational opportunity, the amplification of library facilities has kept pace. The libraries have become, in a real sense, the laboratory of learning. Intended primarily as great storehouses for the accumulation and preservation rather than the use of manuscripts and books, their doors have been opened wide to all farers in search of truth or mental stimulus. In a report to the English king, Sir William Berkeley wrote as governor of Virginia in 1642, "I thank God there are no free schools nor printing, and I hope we shall not have them these 100 years. For learning has brought disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them, and libels against the best government. God keep us from both." Governor Berkeley's sentiments, expressed by him in turgid rhetoric, were held in his day by most men in authority, but that did not prevent the planting of little schoolhouses here and there, and men of much vision and little property bequeathed their possessions for maintaining them. Many a school had its origin in a bequest comprising a few milch kine, a horse or two, or a crop of tobacco. In some instances, slaves. From such beginnings, with such endowments, was evolved 300 years ago the public system of education, which today prodigally promises, though it but niggardly realizes, 16 years of schooling for every boy and girl in the land. If the span of years needed for the development of the free library system has been much shorter, the hostile attitude of influential men and the privations that attended pioneer efforts were no less marked. As recently as 1889, the writer of an article in the North American Review labeled his attack, "Our Public Libraries' Public Blessings," and answers his own question in no uncertain negative. Not only have the public libraries as a whole failed to reach their proper aim of giving the means of education to the people, he protested, but they have gone aside from their true path to furnish amusement, and that in part of a pernicious character, chiefly to the young. And he added, "I might have mentioned other possible dangers, such as the power of the directors of any library to make it a propaganda of any delusive ism or doctrine subversive of morality, society, or government. But I prefer to rest my case here." And it was somewhat later than this that the pages of the Century gave space to correspondence in opposition to the establishment of a public library system for the city of New York. These were but echoes of earlier antagonisms. For the documentary material dealing with the beginnings of the public library movement, the searcher must delve within the 1,000 pages of a portfolio volume issued by the British government 60 years ago. If one possesses patience sufficient to read the immense mass of dry evidence compiled by a parliamentary commission and presented to both houses of Parliament by command of Her Majesty, some interesting facts in library history will be found. A young man of 23, then an underling in the service of the British Museum, afterwards an eminent librarian, was one of the principal witnesses. Edward Edwards had the gift of vision. Half a century before public libraries became the people's universities as they are today, his prophetic tongue gave utterance to what has since become the keynote of library aims and policies. Badgered by hostile inquisitors, ridiculed by press and politicians, he undeviatingly clung to his views, and he lived to see his prophecy realized. Great libraries they had been before his day, remarkable as a storehouse of knowledge in printed form was and is in our own day the institution with which he was associated. But in these rich reference collections intended for the student of research, the element of popular use was lacking. To have suggested the loan of a single book for use outside the four walls of the library would have startled and benumbed everyone in authority and everyone without authority, from the members of the governing board to librarians, sub-librarians, and messenger boys. This stripling faced the members of Parliament and without hesitation proclaimed his thesis. It is not merely to open the library to persons who, from the engrossing nature of their engagements of business, are at present utterly excluded from it, but it is also that the library may be made a direct agent in some degree in the work of national education. Let not anyone be alarmed lest something very theoretical or very revolutionary should be proposed. I merely suggest that the library should be opened to a class of men quite shut out from it by its present regulations. Then he added, in such a country as this, there should be one great national storehouse. But in addition to this, there should be libraries in different quarters on a humbler scale, very freely accessible. One of the blessed members of Parliament, William Ewart of Liverpool, became intensely interested in the views expressed by young Edwards, and from that day was counted the consistent champion of library privileges for the common people. Largely through his instrumentality, aided by such men as Richard Cobden, John Bright, and Joseph Brotherton, Parliament passed an Act for the encouragement of museums. Out of this measure grew the later Public Libraries Act. This notable step was not accomplished without bitter opposition. The next thing we will be asked to do, said one indignant member on the floor of the House, is to furnish people with quoits and peg-tops and footballs at the expense of taxpayers. Soon we will be thinking of introducing the performances of Punch for the amusement of people. Events in England influenced similar movements in the United States. In a letter to Edward Everett in 1851, Mr. George Ticknor gave the first impetus to the establishment of a free public library in Boston, the first in the New World to be maintained permanently by the people for the people. I would establish a library which differs from all free libraries yet attempted, he wrote. I mean one in which any popular books, tending to moral and intellectual improvement, shall be furnished in such numbers of copies that many persons can be reading the same book at the same time. In short, that not only the best books of all sorts, but the pleasant literature of the day shall be made accessible to the whole people when they most care for it, that is, when it is new and fresh. 60 years after the date of Mr. Ticknor's letter, and chiefly within the last 2 decades of the period, the public library movement has assumed a place in public education which, relatively, the public school movement attained only after 300 years of effort. When Thomas Bodley died in 1613, in all Europe there were but 3 libraries accessible to the public: the Bodleian, the Angela Rocca at Rome, and the Ambrosian at Milan. In 1841, the Penny Cyclopedia devoted about 4 inches of a narrow column to the subject of libraries, ancient and modern, and limited its reference to American libraries to 1 sentence, obtained at second hand from an older contemporary. In the United States of America, according to the Encyclopedia Americana, the principal libraries are, or were in 1831, that of Harvard College, containing 36,000 volumes, the Philadelphia Library, containing 27,000 volumes, that of the Boston Athenaeum, containing 26,000, that of Congress, containing 16,000, and that of Charleston, containing 13,000. It is only since 1867 that the federal government has deemed it worthwhile to compile library statistics, and the first comprehensive figures were gathered in 1875. It is worth noting that then they embraced all libraries comprising 300 volumes, and that in 1893 no mention is made of collections containing less than 1,000 volumes, while the most recent official enumeration makes 5,000 volumes the unit of consideration. From these official figures may be gleaned something of the extraordinary growth of libraries, both numerically and in size. In 1875, including school libraries, there were 2,039 containing 1,000 volumes. 10 years later, there were 4,026. 10 years after that, 8,000. And at this date, there are in this class not less than 12,000, while the recorded number comprising 300 volumes or more reaches the substantial total of 15,634, and 2,298 of these catalog in excess of 5,000 volumes each. These figures show phenomenal growth, but even more impressive are the facts that give their full meaning and detail. From a striking compilation issued in Germany by De Bruyke a few weeks ago, together with figures extracted by means of a questionnaire supplemented by statistical material gathered by the Bureau of Education, the facts which follow have been deduced. Counting the great libraries of the world, the 6 continents abutting the 7 seas possess 324 libraries whose book collections number in excess of 100,000 volumes each, and of these 79, or approximately 1/4, are located in the Americas. Of the 79 libraries, 72 are in the United States, including university, public, governmental, and miscellaneous institutions, with a combined collection of 19,295,000 volumes. If this statistical inquiry is pursued further, a reason becomes apparent why millions are starved for want of books, while other millions seemingly have a surfeit of them. The rural regions, save in a handful of commonwealths whose library commissions or state libraries actively administer traveling libraries, the book supply is practically negligible. Even the hundreds of itinerating libraries but meagerly meet the want. All the traveling libraries in all the United States have a total issue annually less than that of any one of 20 municipal systems that can be named. The public library facilities in at least 6,000 of the smaller towns are pitifully insufficient, and in hundreds of them wholly absent. The movement to supply books to the people was first launched in the rural regions 70 years ago. Indeed, the movement for popular education, known as the American Lyceum, which forecast the activities of the modern public library just as the Mechanics' Institute of Great Britain prepared the soil for them in that country, flourished chiefly in the less thickly settled centers of population. The early district school libraries melted away in New York State and Wisconsin and other states, and the devastated shelves have never been amply renewed. The library commissions are valiantly and energetically endeavoring to supply the want, but their efforts are all too feebly supported by their respective states. In this particular, the policy is that which unfortunately obtains as to all educational effort. More than 55% of the young people from 6 to 20 years old, about 17 million of them, live in the country or in towns of less than 2,000 inhabitants. According to an official report from which this statement is extracted, there are 5,000 country schools still taught in primitive log houses, uncomfortable, unsuitable, unventilated, unsanitary, illy equipped, poorly lighted, imperfectly heated. Boys and girls in all stages of advancement receiving instruction from one teacher of very low grade. It is plain why, in the summing up of this report, illiteracy in rural territory is twice as great as in urban territory, notwithstanding that thousands of illiterate immigrants are crowded in the great manufacturing and industrial centers. The illiteracy among native-born children of native parentage is more than 3 times as great as among native children of foreign parentage, largely on account of the lack of opportunities for education in rural America. In Indian legend Nokomis, the earth symbolizes the strength of motherhood. It may yet chance that the classic myth of the hero who gained his strength because he kissed the earth may be fully understood in America only when the people learn that they will remain strong, as Mr. Munsterberg has put it, only by returning with every generation to the soil. If the states have proved recreant to duty in this particular, the municipalities have shown an increasing conception of educational values. The figures make an imposing statistical array. In the United States, there are 1,222 incorporated places of 5,000 or more inhabitants, and their libraries house 90 million volumes, and with a total yearly use aggregating 110 million issues. 4 million volumes a year are added to their shelves, and collectively they derive an income of $20 million. Their permanent endowments, which it must be regretfully said but 600 of them share, now aggregate $40 million. Nearly all of these libraries occupy buildings of their own, Mr. Andrew Carnegie having supplied approximately $42,226,338 for the purpose in the United States, and the balance of the $100 million represented in buildings having been donated by local benefactors or raised by taxation. The population of these 1,222 places is 38,758,584, considerably less than half that of the entire United States. Their book possessions, on the other hand, are 9 times as great as those in the rest of the country. The circulation of the books nearly 12 times in volume. Closer analysis of these figures enforces still more strongly the actual concentration of the available book supply. The 100 largest cities of the United States, varying in size from a minimum of 53,684 to a maximum of 4,766,883, possess in the aggregate more books than all the rest of the country together and represent the bulk of the trained professional service rendered. The great majority of the 3,000 graduates whom the library schools have sent into service since the first class was organized in 1887 are in these libraries and in the university libraries. 40% of the books circulated are issued to the dwellers in these 100 cities, and in 15 of them the stupendous total of 30,834 issues for home reading was recorded last year. Without such analysis as this, the statistical totals would be misleading. The concentration of resources and of trained service in large centers of population, comparatively few in number, makes evident the underlying cause for the modern trend of library development. A further study of conditions in these human hives justifies the specialized forms of service which have become a marked factor in library extension within a decade. With increased resources, with vastly improved internal machinery, with enlarged conception of opportunity for useful service, have come greater liberality of rules and ever-widening circles of activity, until today no individual and no group of individuals remains outside the radius of library influence. If this awakened zeal has spurred to efforts that seem outside the legitimate sphere of library work, no undue concern need be felt. Neither the genius or enthusiasm of the individual nor the enterprise of a group of individuals will ever be permitted to go too rapidly or too far. The world's natural conservatism and inherited unbelief stand ever ready to retard or prevent. Specialization has been incorporated into library administration chiefly to give expeditious and thorough aid to seekers of information touching a wide variety of interests. Businessmen, legislators, craftsmen, special investigators, and students of every sort. This added duty has not diminished its initial function to make available the literature of all time, nor to satisfy those who go to books for the pure joy of reading. The recreative service of the library is as important as the educative or the informative. For the great mass of people, the problem has been the problem of toil, long and uninterrupted. The successful struggle of the unions to restrict the hours of labor has developed another problem almost as serious, the problem of leisure. Interwoven with this acute problem is another which subdivision of labor has introduced into modern industrial occupations, the terrible fatigue which results from a monotonous repetition of the same process hour after hour, day after day, week after week. Such blind concentration in the making of but one piece of a machine or a garment or a watch or any other article of merchandise, without knowledge of its relationship to the rest, soon wears the human worker out. There must be an outlet of play, of fun, or recreation. The librarian need not feel apologetic to the public because perchance his circulation statistics show that 70% of it is classified as fiction. If he wishes to reduce this percentage to 69 or 68 or 61, let him do it not by discouraging the reading of novels, but by stimulating the use of books in other classes of literature. But well does he merit his own sense of humiliation and the condemnation of the critics if he needs must feel ashamed of the kind of novels that he puts upon his shelves. To quote a fellow librarian who expresses admirably the value of such literature, "A good story has created many an oasis in many an otherwise arid life. Many-sidedness of interest makes for good morals, and millions of our fellows step through the pages of a storybook into a broader world than their nature and their circumstances ever permit them to visit. If anything is to stay the narrowing and hardening process which specialization of learning, specialization of inquiry and of industry, and swift accumulation of wealth are setting up among us, it is a return to romance, poetry, imagination, fancy, and the general culture we are now taught to despise. Of all these the novel is a part. Rather, in the novel are all of these. But a race may surely find springing up in itself a fresh love of romance in that high sense of that word which can keep it active, hopeful, ardent, progressive. Perhaps the novel is to be, in the next decades, part of the outward manifestation of a new birth of this love of breadth and happiness. Many of the factory workers are young men and young women whose starved imaginations seek an outlet that will not be denied. In lieu of wholesome recreation and material, they will find clues to life's perplexities in salacious plays, in cheap vaudeville performances, in the suggestive pages of railway literature, in other ways that make for a lowering of moral tone. The reaction that craves amusement of any sort is manifest in the nightly crowded stalls of the cheap theaters. 8 million spectators view every moving picture film that is manufactured. It is estimated that 1/6 of the entire population of New York City and of Chicago attends the theaters on any Sunday of the year. One Sunday evening, at the instance of Miss Jane Addams, an investigation was made of 466 theaters in the latter city, and it was discovered that in the majority of them the leading theme was revenge, the lover following his rival, the outraged husband seeking his wife's betrayer, or the wiping out by death of a blot on a hitherto unstained honor. And of course these influences extend to the children, who are always the most ardent and responsive of audiences. There is grave danger that the race will develop a ragtime disposition, a moving picture habit, and a comic supplement mind. It is perhaps too early to point to the specialized attention which libraries have given to the needs of young people as a distinct contribution to society. Another generation must come before material evidence for good or ill becomes apparent. That the work is well worth the thought bestowed, whether present methods survive or are modified, may not be gainsaid. The derelicts of humanity are the wrecks who knew no guiding light. The reformatories and the workhouses, the penal institutions generally, and the charitable ones principally, are not merely a burden upon society, but a reproach for duty unperformed. Society is at last beginning to realize that it is better to perfect machinery of production than to mend the imperfect product. That to dispense charity may ameliorate individual suffering, but does not prevent recurrence. And so more attention is being given prevention than cure. I gave a beggar for my little store of well-earned gold. He spent the shining ore, and came again and yet again, still cold and hungry as before. I gave a thought, and through that thought of mine he found himself a man supreme, divine, bold, clothed and crowned with blessings manifold, and now he begs no more. If numbers and social and industrial importance warrant special library facilities for children, certainly the same reasons underlie the special library work with foreigners, which has within recent years been carried on extensively in the larger cities. Last month, the Census Bureau issued an abstract of startling import to those who view in the coming of vast numbers from across the waters a menace to the institutions of this democracy. According to this official enumeration, in but 14 of 50 cities having over 100,000 inhabitants in 1910 did native whites of native parentage contribute as much as 1/2 of the total population. The proportion exceeded 3/5 in only 4 cities. On the other hand, in 22 cities of this class, of which 15 are in New England and the Middle Atlantic divisions, less than 1/3 of the population were native whites of native parentage, over 2/3 in all but one of these cities consisting of foreign-born whites and their children. In his ode delivered at Harvard, Lowell eloquently referred to The pith and marrow of a nation, drawing force from all her men, highest, humblest, weakest, all, for her time of need, and then pulsing it again through them, she that lifts up the manhood of the poor, she of the open soul and open door, with room about her hearth for all of mankind. This was written in 1865. Since then, the rim of the Mediterranean has sent its enormous contribution of unskilled and unlettered human beings to the New World. There have been 3 great tides of migration from overseas. The first came to secure liberty of conscience. The second sought liberty of political thought and action. The third came in quest of bread. And of the 3, incomparably, the greater problem of assimilation is that presented by the last comers. Inextricably interwoven are all the complexities which face the great and growing municipalities, politically and industrially and socially. These are the awful problems of congestion and festering slums, of corruption in public life, of the exploitation of womanhood, of terrible struggle with wretchedness and poverty. Rightly directed, the native qualities and strength of these peoples will be a splendid contribution in the making of a virile citizenship. Wrongly shaped, their course in the life of the city may readily become of sinister import. Frequently they are misunderstood, and they easily misunderstand. The problem is one of education, but it is that most difficult problem of education for grown-ups. Here, perhaps, the library may render the most distinct service, in that it can bring to them in their own tongues the ideals and the underlying principles of life and custom in their adopted country, and through their children, as they swarm into the children's rooms, is established a point of contact which no other agency could so effectually provide. Under the repressive measures of old world governments, the racial culture and national spirit of Poles, Lithuanians, Finns, Balkan Slavs, and Russian Jews have been stunted. Here both are warmed into life in renewed vigor, and in generous measure are given back to the land of their adoption. Such racial contribution must prove of enormous value, whether, as many sociologists believe, this country is to prove a great melting pot for the fusing of many races, or whether, as Dr. Zitlowski contends, there is to be one country, one set of laws, one speech, but a vast variety of national cultures, contributing each its due share to the enrichment of the common stock. Great changes have come about in the methods that obtain for the exercise of popular government. In a democracy whose chief strength is derived from an intelligent public opinion, the sharpening of such intelligence and enlargement of general knowledge concerning affairs of common concern are of paramount importance. Statute books are heavily encumbered with laws that are enforced because public opinion goes counter to them. Non-enforcement breeds disrespect for law, and unscientific making of laws leads to their disregard. So the earliest attempts to find a remedy contemplated merely the legislator and the official, bringing together for their use through the combined services of trained economists and of expert reference librarians the principles and foundation for contemplated legislation and the data as to similar attempts elsewhere. Fruitful as this service has proved within the limitation of state and municipal officialdom, a broadened conception of possibilities now enlarges the scope of work to include citizen organizations interested in the study of public questions, students of sociology, economics, and political science, businessmen keenly alive to the intimate association, in a legitimate sense, of business and politics, and that new and powerful element in public affairs which has added 3 million voters to the poll lists in 10 states and will soon add 11 million voters more in the remaining 38. The new library service, centering in state and municipal legislative reference libraries and in civics departments of large public libraries, forecasts the era, now rapidly approaching, when aldermen and state representatives will still enact laws and state and city officials will enforce them, but their making will be determined strictly by public opinion. The local government of the future will be by quasi-public citizen organizations directing aldermen and state legislators accurately to register their will. When representative government becomes misrepresentative, in the words of a modern humorist, democracy will ask the powers that be whether they are the powers that ought to be. To intelligently determine the answer, public opinion must not ignorantly ask. This has been called the age of utilitarianism. Such it unquestionably is, but its practicality is not disassociated from idealism. The resources of numberless commercial enterprises are each in this day reckoned in millions, and their products are figured in terms of many millions more, as once thousands represented the spread of even the greatest of industries. But more and more businessmen are coming to realize that business organization, as it affects for weal or woe thousands who contribute to their success, must be conducted as a trust for the common good and not merely for selfish exploitation or for oppression. As the trade guilds of old wielded their vast power for common ends, so all the workers gave the best at their command to make their articles of merchandise the most perfect that human skill and care could produce. Men of business whose executive skill determines the destiny of thousands in their employ are growing more and more to an appreciation of the trusteeship that is theirs. A humane spirit is entering the relationship between employer and employed. Great commercial organizations are conducting elaborate investigations into conditions of housing, sanitation, prolongation of school life, social insurance, and similar subjects of betterment for the toilers. But a brief span ago they were concerned chiefly with trade extension and lowering of wages, all unconcerned about the living conditions of their dependents. They too are now exemplifying the possession of that constructive imagination which builds large and beyond the present. For results that grow out of experience and of experiment, they also are in part dependent upon the sifted facts that are found in print. The business house library is a recent development, and administering in different ways to both employer and employed gives promise of widespread usefulness. With the tremendous recent growth of industrialism and the rapid multiplication of invention, the manifest need for making available the vast sum of gathered knowledge concerning the discoveries of modern science has evolved the great special libraries devoted to the varied subdivisions of the subject. Munificently endowed as many of them are, highly organized for ready access to material, administered to encourage use and to give expert aid as well, their great importance cannot be overestimated. What they accomplish is not wholly reducible to statistics, nor can their influence be readily traced, perhaps, to the great undertakings of today which overshadow the 7 wonders of antiquity. But there can be no question that without the opportunities that here lie for study and research, and, no less important, without the skilled assistance freely rendered by librarian and bibliographer, special talent would often remain dormant and its possessor unsatisfied. Greater here would be the loss to society than to the individual. Thus, the libraries are endeavoring to make themselves useful in every field of human enterprise or interest, with books of facts for the information they possess, with books of inspiration for the stimulus they give and the power they generate. Conjointly, these yield the equipment which develops the constructive imagination, without which the world would seem but a sorry and a shriveled spot to dwell upon. The poet and the dreamer conceive the great things which are wrought, the scientist and the craftsman achieve them, and the scholar and the artist interpret them. Thus associated, they make their finest contribution to the common life. The builders construct the great monuments of iron and of concrete which are the expression of this age, as the great cathedrals and abbeys were of generations that have passed. Adapted as they are to the needs of this day, our artists and our writers have shown us the beauty and the art which the modern handiwork of man possesses. With Etcher's tool, one man of keen insight has shown us the art that inheres in the lofty structures which line the great thoroughfares of our chief cities, the beauty of the skylines they trace with roof and pediment. With burning words, another has given voice to the machinery and to the vehicles of modern industry, and we thrill to the eloquence and glow of his poetic fervor. Great works of art are useful works greatly done, declares Dr. T.J. Cobden Sanderson, and rightly viewed, the most prosaic achievements of this age, whether they be great canals or clusters of workmen's homes worthily built, or maybe more humble projects, have a greatness of meaning that carries with it the sense of beauty and of art. In medieval days, the heralds of civilization were the warrior, the missionary, the explorer, and the troubadour. In modern times, civilization is carried forward by the chemist, the engineer, the captain of industry, and the interpreter of life, whether the medium utilized be pen or brush or voice. Without vision, civilization would wither and perish, and so it may well be that the printed page shall serve as symbol of its supreme vision. Within the compass of the book sincerely written, rightly chosen, and well used, are contained the three chief elements which justify the library of the people: information, education, recreation. The urge of the world makes these demands. Ours is the high privilege to respond. End of section number 2. Recording by Emily Hancock.
Section 5 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Perry. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 5. The Companionship of Books. Are books fitted to be our companions? That depends. You and I read them with pleasure. Others do not care for them. To some, the reading of any book at all is as impossible as the perusal of a volume in Old Slavonic would be to most of us. These people simply do not read at all. To a suggestion that he supplement his usual vacation sports by reading a novel, a New York police captain, a man with a common school education, replied, "Well, I've never read a book yet, and I don't think I'll begin now." Here was a man who had never read a book, who had no use for books, and who could get along perfectly well without them. He is not a unique type. Hundreds of thousands of our fellow citizens might as well be quite illiterate, so far as the use that they make of their ability to read is concerned. These persons are not all uneducated. They possess and are still acquiring much knowledge, but since leaving school, they have acquired it chiefly by personal experience and by word of mouth. Is it possible that they are right? May it be that to read books is unnecessary and superfluous? There has been some effort of late to depreciate the book, to insist on its inadequacy and on the impracticality of the knowledge that it conveys. Book learning has always been derided more or less by so-called practical men. A recent series of comic pictures in the newspapers makes this clear. It is about book-taught Bilkins. Bilkins tries to do everything by a book. He raises vegetables, builds furniture, runs a chicken farm, all by the directions contained in books, and meets with ignominious failure. He makes himself, in fact, very ridiculous in every instance, and thousands of readers laugh at him and his absurd books. They inwardly resolve, doubtless, that they will be practical and will pay no attention to books. Are they right? Is the information contained in books always useless and absurd, while that obtained by experience or by talking to one's neighbor is always correct and valuable? Many of our foremost educators are displeased with the book. They are throwing it aside for the lecture, for laboratory work, for personal research and experiment. Does this mean that the book, as a tool of the teacher, will have to go? What it all certainly does mean is that we ought to pause a minute and think about the book, about what it does and what it cannot do. This means that we ought to consider a little the whole subject of written as distinguished from spoken language. Why should we have two languages, as we practically do, one to be interpreted by the ear and the other by the eye? Could we or should we abandon either? What are the advantages and what the limitations of each? We are so accustomed to looking upon the printed page, to reading newspapers, books, and advertisements, to sending and receiving letters, written or typewritten, that we are apt to forget that all this is not part of the natural order, except in the sense that all inventions and creations of the human brain are natural. Written language is a conscious invention of man. Spoken language is a development shaped by his needs and controlled by his sense of what is fitting, but not at the outset consciously devised. We are apt to think of written language as simply a means of representing spoken language to the eye, but it is more than this. Originally, at least in many cases, it was not this at all. The written signs represented not sounds, but ideas themselves. If they were intended to correspond directly with anything, it was with the rude gestures that signified ideas and had nothing to do with their vocal expression. It was not until later that these written symbols came to correspond to vocal sounds, and even today they do so imperfectly. Languages that are largely phonetic are the exception. The result is, as I have said, that we have two languages, a spoken and a written. What we call reading aloud is translation from the written to the spoken tongue, while writing from dictation is translation from the spoken to the written. When we read, as we say, to ourselves, we sometimes, if we are not skillful, pronounce the spoken words under our breath, or at least form them with our vocal organs. You all remember the story of how the Irishman who could not read made his friend stop up his ears while reading a letter aloud, so that he might not hear it. This anecdote, like all good comic stories, has something in it to think about. The skillful reader does not even imagine the spoken words as he goes. He forgets, for the moment, the spoken tongue and translates the written words and phrases directly into the ideas for which they stand. A skillful reader thus takes in the meaning of a phrase, a sentence, even of a paragraph, at a glance. Likewise, the writer who sets his own thoughts down on paper need not voice them, even in imagination. He may also forget all about the spoken tongue and spread his ideas on the page at first hand. This is not so common because one writes slower than he speaks, whereas he reads very much faster. The swift reader could not imagine that he was speaking the words, even if he would. The pace is too incredibly fast. Our written tongue, then, has come to be something of a language by itself. In some countries, it has grown so out of touch with the spoken tongue that the two have little to do with each other. Where only the learned know how to read and write, the written language takes on a learned tinge. The popular spoken tongue has nothing to keep it steady and changes rapidly and unsystematically. Where nearly all who speak the language also read and write it, as in our own country, the written tongue, even in its highest literary forms, is apt to be much more familiar and colloquial. But at the same time, the written and the spoken tongue keep closer together. Still, they never accurately correspond. When a man talks like a book, or in other words, uses such language that it could be printed word for word and appear in good literary form, we recognize that he is not talking ordinary colloquial English, not using the normal spoken language. On the other hand, when the speech of a Southern Negro or a Down East Yankee is set down in print, as it so often is in the modern dialect story, we recognize at once that although for the occasion this is written language, it is not normal literary English. It is most desirable that the two forms of speech shall closely correspond, for then the written speech gets life from the spoken, and the spoken has the written for its governor and controller. But it is also desirable that each should retain more or less individuality, and fortunately it is almost impossible that they should not do so. We must not forget, therefore, that our written speech is not merely a way of setting down our spoken speech in print. This is exactly what our friends, the spelling reformers, appear to have forgotten. The name that they have given to what they propose to do indicates this clearly. When a word as written and as spoken have drifted apart, it is usually the spoken word that has changed. Reform, therefore, would be accomplished by restoring the old spoken form. Instead of this, it is proposed to change the written form. In other words, the two languages are to be forced together by altering that one of them that is by its essence the most immutable. Where the written word has been corrupted, as in spelling guild for guild, the adoption of the simpler spelling is a reform. Otherwise, not. Now, is the possession of two languages, a spoken and a written, an advantage or not? With regard to the spoken tongue, the question answers itself. If we were all deaf and dumb, we could still live and carry on business, but we should be badly handicapped. On the other hand, if we could neither read nor write, we should simply be in the position of our remote forefathers, or even of many in our own day and our own land. What then is the reasons for a separate written language, beyond the variety thereby secured by the use of two senses, hearing and sight, instead of only one? Evidently, the chief reason is that written speech is eminently fitted for preservation. Without the transmittal of ideas from one generation to another, intellectual progress is impossible. Such transmittal, before the invention of writing, was effected solely by memory. The father spoke to the son, and he, remembering what was said, told it in turn to the grandson. This is tradition, sometimes marvelously accurate, but often untrustworthy. And as it is without check, there is no way of telling whether a given fact, so transmitted, is or is not handed down faithfully. Now we have the phonograph for preserving and accurately reproducing spoken language. If this had been invented before the introduction of written language, we might never have had the latter. As it is, the device comes on the field too late to be a competitor with the book in more than a very limited field. For preserving particular voices, such as those of great men, or for recording intonation and pronunciation, it fills a want that writing and printing could never supply. For the long preservation of ideas and their conveyance to a human mind, written speech is now the indispensable vehicle. And, as has been said, this is how man makes progress. We learn in two ways: by undergoing and reflecting on our own experiences, and by reading and reflecting on those of others. Neither of these ways is sufficient in itself. A child bound hand and foot and confined in a dark room would not be a fit subject for instruction, but neither would he reach a high level if placed on a desert island, far from his kind, and forced to rely solely on his own experiences. The experiences of our forebears, read in the light of our own, the experiences of our forebears used as a starting point from which we may move forward to fresh fields. These we must know and appreciate if we are to make progress. This means the book and its use. Books may be used in three ways: for information, for recreation, for inspiration. There are some who feel inclined to rely implicitly on the information that is to be found in books, to believe that a book cannot lie. This is an unfortunate state of mind. The word of an author set down in print is worth no more than when he gives it to us in spoken language, no more and no less. There was, to be sure, a time when the printed word implied at least care and thoughtfulness. It is still true that the book implies somewhat more of this than the newspaper, but the difference between the two is becoming unfortunately less. Now, a wrong record, if it purports to be a record of facts, is worse than none at all. The man who desires to know the distance between two towns in Texas and is unable to find it in any book of reference may obtain it at the cost of some time and trouble. But if he finds it wrongly recorded, he accepts the result and goes away believing a lie. If we are to use books for information, therefore, it is of the utmost consequence that we know whether the information is correct or not. A general critical evaluation of all literature, even on this score alone, without going into the question of literary merit, is probably beyond the possibilities, although it has been seriously proposed. Some partial lists we have, and a few lists of those lists, so that we may know where to get at them. There are many books about books, especially in certain departments of history, technology, or art, but no one place to which a man may go before he begins to read his book to find out whether he may believe what he reads in it. This is a serious lack, especially as there is more than one point of view. Books that are of high excellence as literature may not be at all accurate. How shall the boy who hears enthusiastic praise of Prescott's histories, and who is spellbound when he reads them, know that the results of recent investigation prove that those histories give a totally incorrect idea of Mexico and Peru? How is the future reader of Dr. Cook's interesting account of the ascent of Mount McKinley to know that it has been discredited? And how is he to know whether other interesting and well-written histories and books of travel have not been similarly proved inaccurate. At present, there is no way except to go to one who knows the literature of the subject, or to read as many other books on the subject as can be obtained, weighing one against the other and coming to one's own conclusions. Possibly, the public library may be able to help. Mr. Charles F. Loomis of the Los Angeles Library advocates labeling books with what he calls poison labels to warn the reader when they are inaccurate or untrustworthy. Most librarians have hesitated a little to take so radical a step as this, not so much from unwillingness to assume the duty of warning the public, as from feeling that they were not competent to undertake the critical evaluation of the whole of the literature of special subjects. The librarian may know that this or that book is out of date or not to be depended on, but there are others about which he is not certain or regarding which he must rely on what others tell him. And he knows that expert testimony is notoriously one-sided. It is this fear of acting as an advocate instead of as a judge that has generally deterred the librarian from labeling his books with notes of advice or warning. There is, however, no reason why the librarian should take sides in the matter. He may simply point out to the reader that there are other books on the same subject, written from different points of view, and he may direct attention to these, letting the reader draw his own conclusions. There is probability that the public library in the future will furnish information and guidance of this kind about books, more than it has done in the past. And here it may be noted in passing that the library is coming out of its shell. It no longer holds itself aloof, taking good care of its books and taking little care of the public that uses them. It is coming to realize that the man and the book are complementary, that neither is much without the other, and that to bring them together is its duty. It realizes also that a book is valuable, not because it is so much paper and ink and thread and leather, but because it records and preserves somebody's ideas. It is the projection of a human mind across space and across time, and where it touches another human mind, those minds have come into contact just as truly and with as valuable results as if the bodies that held them stood face to face in actual converse. This is the miracle of written speech, a miracle renewed daily in millions of places with millions of readers. We have, in the modern library, the very best way of perpetuating such relations as this, and of ensuring that such as are preserved shall be worth preserving. When the ancients desired to make an idea carry as far as possible, they saw to the toughness and strength of the material object constituting the record. They cut it in stone or cast it in metal, forgetting that all matter is in a state of continual flux and change. It is the idea only that endures. Stone and metal will both one day pass away, and unless someone sees fit to copy the inscription on a fresh block or tablet, the record will be lost. It is, then, only by continual renewal of its material basis that a record in written language can be made to last, and there is no reason why this renewal should not take place every few years as well as every few centuries. There is even an advantage in frequent renewal, for this ensures that the value of the record shall be more frequently passed upon and prevents the preservation of records that are not worth keeping. This preservation by frequent renewal is just what is taking place with books. We make them of perishable materials. If we want to keep them, we reprint them. Otherwise, they decay and are forgotten. We should not forget that by this plan, the reader is usually made the judge of whether a book is worth keeping. Why do we preserve by continual reprinting Shakespeare and Scott and Tennyson and Hawthorne? The reprinting is done by publishers as a money-making scheme. It is profitable to them because there is a demand for those authors. If we cease to care for them and prefer unworthy writers, Shakespeare and Scott will decay and be forgotten, and the unworthy ones will be preserved. Thus, a great responsibility is thrown upon readers. So far, they have judged pretty well. Just now, however, we are confining ourselves to the use of books for information, and here there is less preservation than elsewhere. Especially in science, statements and facts quickly become out of date. Here it is not the old, but the new that we want. The new based on the accurate and enduring part of the old. Before we leave this part of the subject, it may be noted that many persons have no idea of the kinds of information that may be obtained from books. Even those who would unhesitatingly seek a book for data in history, art, or mathematics would not think of going to books for facts on plumbing, weaving, or shoemaking, for methods of shop window decoration, or for display advertising, for special forms of bookkeeping suitable for factories or for stock farms, for a host of facts relating to trades, occupations, and business in general. Yet, there are books about all these things. Not books perhaps to read for an idle hour, but books full of meat for them who want just this kind of food. If book-taught Bilkins fails, after trying to utilize what such books have taught him, it is doubtless because he has previously failed to realize that books plus experience, or, to put it differently, the recorded experience of others plus our own, is better than either could be separately. And the same is true of information that calls for no physical action to supplement it. Books plus thought, the thoughts of others plus our own, are more effective in combination than either could be by itself. Reading should provoke thought. Thought should suggest more reading, and so on, until others' thoughts and our own have become so completely amalgamated that they are our personal intellectual possessions. But we may not read for information at all. Recreation may be what we are after. Do not misunderstand me. Many persons have an idea that if one reads to amuse himself, he must necessarily read novels. I think most highly of good novels. Narrative is a popular form of literary expression. It is used by those who wish to instruct as well as to amuse. One may obtain plenty of information from novels, often in a form nowhere else available. If we want exact statement, statistical or otherwise, we do not go to fiction for it. But if we wish to obtain what is often more important, accurate and lasting general impressions of history, society, or geography, the novel is often the only place where these may be had. Likewise, one may amuse himself with history, travel, science, or art, even with mathematics. The last is rarely written primarily to amuse, although we have such a title as Mathematical Recreations. But there are plenty of nonfiction books written for entertainment, and one may read for entertainment any book whatever. The result depends not so much on the book or its contents as on the reader. Recreation is now recognized as an essential part of education. And just as physical recreation consists largely in the same muscular movements that constitute work, only in different combinations and with different ends in view, so mental recreation consists of intellectual exercise with a similar variation of combinations and aims. Somebody says that play is work that you don't have to do. So reading for amusement may closely resemble study. The only difference is that it is purely voluntary. Here again, however, the written language is only an intermediary. We have, as before, the contact of two minds. Only here, it is often the lighter contact of good fellowship. And one who reads always for such recreation is thus like the man who is always bandying trivialities, storytelling, and jesting, an excellent, even a necessary, way of passing part of one's time, but a mistaken way of employing all of it. The best kind of recreation is gently stimulating, but stimulation may rise easily to abnormality. There are fiction drunkards, just as there are persons who take too much alcohol or too much coffee. In fact, if one is so much absorbed by the ideas that he is assimilating that the process interferes with the ordinary duties of life, he may be fairly sure that it is injuring him. If one loves coffee or alcohol or even candy so dearly that one cannot give it up, it is time to stop using it altogether. If a reader is so fond of an exciting story that he cannot lay it aside, so that he sits up late at night reading it, or if he cannot drop it from his mind when he does lay it aside, but goes on thinking about the deadly combat between the hero and Lord William Fitzgrouchy when he ought to be studying his lessons or attending to his business, it is time to cut out fiction altogether. This advice has absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the fiction. It will not do simply to warn the habitual drunkard that he must be careful to take none but the best brands. He must drop alcohol altogether. If you are a fiction drunkard, enhanced quality will only enslave you further. This sort of use is no more recreation in the proper sense of the word than is gambling or drinking to excess or smoking opium. And now we come to a use of books that is more important, lies more at the root of things than their use for either information or recreation. Their use for inspiration. One may get help and inspiration along with the other two. Reading about how to make a box may inspire a boy to go out and make one himself. It is this kind of thing that should be the final outcome of every mental process. Nothing that goes on in the brain is really complete until it ends in a motor stimulus. The action, it is true, may not follow closely. It may be the result of years of mental adjustment. It may even take place in another body from the one where it originated. The man who tells us how to make a box and tells it so fascinatingly that he sets all his readers to box making, presumably has made boxes with his own hands. But there may be those who are fitted to inspire action in others rather than to undertake it themselves. And the larger literature of inspiration is not that which urges to specific deeds like box making, or even to classes of deeds like caring for the sick or improving methods of transportation. Rather, does it include in its scope all good thoughts and all good actions. It makes better men and women of those who read it. It is revolutionary and evolutionary at the same time in the best sense of both words. What will thus inspire me, do you ask? It would be easy to try to tell you. It would also be easy to fail. Many have tried and failed. This is a deeply personal matter. I cannot tell what book or what passage in a book will touch the magic spring that shall make your life useful instead of useless, that shall start your thoughts and your deeds climbing up instead of groveling or passively waiting. Only search will reveal it. The diamond miner who expects to be directed to the precise spot where he will find a gem will never pick one up. Only he who seeks finds. There are, however, places to look and places to avoid. The peculiar clay in which diamonds occur is well known to mineralogists. He who runs across it looks for diamonds, though he may find none. But he who hunts for them on the rock-ribbed hills of New Hampshire or the sea sands of Florida is doing a foolish thing, although even there he may conceivably pick up one that has been dropped by accident. So you may know where it is best to go in your search for inspiration from books, for we know where seekers in the past have most often found it. He who could read the Bible or Shakespeare without finding some of it is the exception. It may be looked for in the great poets, Homer, Virgil, Dante, Chaucer, Milton, Hugo, Keats, Goethe, or the great historians, Tacitus, Herodotus, Froissart, Macaulay, Taine, Bancroft, or in the great travelers from Sir John Mandeville down, or in biographies like Boswell's Life of Johnson, or in books of science, Laplace, Lagrange, Darwin, Tyndall, Helmholtz, in the lives of the great artists, in the great novels and romances, Thackeray, Balzac, Hawthorne, Dickens, George Eliot. Yet, each and all of these may leave you cold, and you may pick up your gem in some out-of-the-way corner where neither you nor anyone else would think of looking for it. Did you ever see a car conductor fumbling about in the dark with the trolley pole, trying to hit the wire? While he is pulling it down and letting it fly up again, making fruitless dabs in the air, the car is dark and motionless. In vain, the motorman turns his controller. In vain do the passengers long for light. But sooner or later, the pole strikes the wire. Down it flows the current that was there all the time up in the air. In a jiffy, the car is in motion and ablaze with light. So your search for inspiration in literature may be long and unsuccessful. You are dark and motionless. But the life-giving current from some great man's brain is flowing through some book not far away. One day you will make the connection, and your life will in a trice be filled with light and instinct with action. And before we leave this subject of inspiration, let us dwell for a moment on that to be obtained from one's literary setting in general, from the totality of one's literary associations and impressions, as distinguished from that gained from some specific passage or idea. It has been said that it takes two to tell the truth, one to speak and one to listen. In like manner, we may say that two persons are necessary to a great artistic interpretation, one to create and one to appreciate. And of no art is this more true than it is of literature. The thought that we are thus cooperating with Shakespeare and Schiller and Hugo in bringing out the full effect of their deathless conceptions is an inspiring one, and its consideration may aid us in realizing the essential oneness of the human race, so far as its intellectual life is concerned. Would you rather be a citizen of the United States than, we will say, of Nicaragua? You might be as happy, as well educated, as well off there as here. Why do you prefer your present status? Simply and solely because of associations and relationships. If this is sentiment, as it doubtless is, it is the kind of sentiment that rules the world. It is in the same class as friendship, loyalty, love of kin, affection for home. The links that bind us to the past and the threads that stretch out into the future are more satisfactory to us here in the United States, with the complexity of its interest for us, than they would be in Nicaragua or Guam or Iceland. Then, of what country in the realm of literature do you desire to be a citizen? Of the one where Shakespeare is king and where your familiar and daily speech is with the great ones of this earth? Those whose wise, witty, good, or inspiring words, spoken for centuries past, have been recorded in books? Or would you prefer to dwell with triviality and banality, perhaps with Laura Jean Libby, or even with Mary J. Holmes, and those a little better than these, or a little worse? I am one of those who believe in the best associations, literary as well as social, and associations may have their effect even if they are apparently trivial or superficial. When the open shelf library was first introduced, we were told that one of its chief advantages was that it encouraged browsing, the somewhat aimless rambling about and dipping here and there into a book. Obviously, this cannot be done in a closed shelf library. But of late, it has been suggested, in one quarter or another, that although this may be a pleasant occupation to some, or even to most, it is not a profitable one. Opponents of the open shelf, of whom there are still one or two here and there, find in this conclusion a reason for negativing the argument in its favor, while those of its advocates who accept this view see in it only a reason for basing that argument wholly on other grounds. Now, those of us who like a thing do not relish being told that it is not good for us. We feel that pleasure was intended as an outward sign of benefits received, and although it may, in abnormal conditions, deceive us, we are right in demanding proof before distrusting its indications. When the cow absorbs physical nutriment by browsing, she does so without further reason than that she likes it. Does the absorber of mental pabulum from books argue wrongly from similar premises? Many things are hastily and wrongly condemned because they do not achieve certain results that they were not intended to achieve. And in particular, when a thing exists in several degrees or grades, some one of those grades is often censured, although good in itself, because it is not a grade or two higher. Obviously, everything depends on what is required. When a shopper wants just 3 yards of cloth, she would be foolish to buy 4. She would, of course, be even more foolish to imagine that, if she really wished 4, 3 would do just as well. But if a man wants to go to the 8th story of a building, he should not be condemned because he does not mount to the 9th. If he wishes a light lunch, he should not be found fault with for not ordering a 7-course dinner. And yet, we continually hear persons accused of superficiality who purposely and knowingly acquire some slight degree of knowledge of a subject instead of a higher degree. And others are condemned, we will say, for reading for amusement when they might have read for serious information, without inquiring whether amusement, in this instance, was not precisely what they needed. It may be, therefore, that browsing is productive of some good result, and that it fails to effect some other, perhaps some higher, result which its critics have wrongly fixed upon as the one desirable thing in this connection. When a name embodies a figure of speech, we may often learn something by following up the figure to see how far it holds good. What does an animal do, and what does it not do, when it browses? In the first place, it eats food, fresh, growing food. But, secondly, it eats this food by cropping off the tips of the herbage, not taking much at once, and again, it moves about from place to place, eating now here and now there, and then making selection, from one motive or another, but presumably following the dictates of its own taste or fancy. What does it not do? First, it does not, from choice, eat anything bad. Secondly, it does not necessarily consume all of its food in this way. If it finds a particularly choice spot, it may confine its feeding to that spot. Or, if its owner sees fit, he may remove it to the stable, where it may stand all day and eat what he chooses to give it. The benefits of browsing are, first, the nourishment actually derived from the food taken, coupled with the fact that it is taken in small quantities and in great variety. And secondly, the knowledge of good spots, obtained from the testing of one spot after another, throughout the whole broad pasture. Now I submit that our figure of speech holds good in all these particulars. The literary browser partakes of his mental food from books, and is thereby nourished and stimulated. He takes it here and there in brief quantities, moving from section to section and from shelf to shelf, selecting choice morsels of literature as fancy may dictate. He does not, if he is a healthy reader, absorb voluntarily anything that will hurt him, and this method of literary absorption does not preclude other methods of mental nourishment. He may like a book so much that he proceeds to devour it whole, or his superiors in knowledge may remove him to a place where necessary mental food is administered more or less forcibly. And having gone so far with our comparison, we shall make no mistake if we go a little further and say that the benefits of browsing to the reader are twofold, as they are to the material feeder: the absorption of actual nutriment in his own willful, wayward manner, a little at a time and in great variety, and the knowledge of good reading obtained from such a wide testing of the field. Are not these real benefits, and are they not desirable? I fear that our original surmise was correct, and that browsing is condemned not for what it does, but because it fails to do something that it could not be expected to do. Of course, if one were to browse continuously, he would be unable to feed in any other way. Attendance upon school, or the continuous reading of any book whatever, would be obviously impossible. To avoid misunderstanding, therefore, we will agree at this point that whatever may be said here in commendation of browsing is on condition that it be occasional and not excessive, and that the normal amount of continuous reading and study proceed together with it. Having settled, therefore, that browsing is a good thing when one does not occupy one's whole time with it, let us examine its advantages a little more in detail. First, about the mental nourishment that is absorbed in browsing. The specific information, the appreciation of what is good, the intellectual stimulation, not that which comes from reading suggested or guided browsing, but from the actual process itself. I have heard it strenuously denied that any such absorption occurs. The bits taken are too small. The motion of the browser is too rapid. The whole process is too desultory. Let us see. In the first place, a knowledge of authors and titles and of the general character of their works is by no means to be despised. I heard the other day of a presumably educated woman who betrayed in a conversation her ignorance of Omar Khayyam, not lack of acquaintance with his works, but lack of knowledge that such a person had ever existed. If, at some period in her life, she had held in her hand a copy of the Rubaiyat and had glanced at its back without even opening it, how much embarrassment she might have been spared. And if, in addition, she had glanced within for just 10 seconds and had discovered that he wrote poetry in stanzas of 4 lines each, she would have known as much about Omar as do many of those who would contemptuously scoff at her ignorance. With so brief effort, may we acquire literary knowledge sufficient to avoid embarrassment in ordinary conversation. Browsing in a good library, if the browser has a memory, will soon equip him with a wide range of knowledge of this kind. Nor is such knowledge to be sneered at as superficial. It is all that we know or need to know about scores of authors. One may never study higher mathematics, but it may be good for him to know that Lagrange was a French author who wrote on analytical mechanics, that Euclid was a Greek geometer, and that Hamilton invented quaternions. All this, and vastly more, may be impressed on the mind by an hour in the mathematical alcove of a library of moderate size. And it will do no harm to a boy to know that Benvenuto Cellini wrote his autobiography, even if the inevitable perusal of the book is delayed for several years, or that Felicia Hemans, James Thomson, and Robert Herrick wrote poetry, independently of familiarity with their works, or that Lamia is not something to eat, or, as you like it, a popular novel. Information of this kind is almost impossible to acquire from lists or from oral statement, whereas a moment's handling of a book in the concrete may fix it in the mind for good and all. So far, we have not supposed that even a word of the contents has been read. What now if a sentence, a stanza, a paragraph, a page passes into the brain through the eye? Those who measure literary effect by the 1,000 words or by the hour are making a great mistake. The lightning flash is over in a fraction of a second, but in that time it may reveal a scene of beauty, may give the traveler warning of the fatal precipice, or may shatter the farmer's home into kindling wood. Intellectual lightning may strike the browser as he stands there book in hand before the shelf. A word, a phrase may sear into his brain, may turn the current of his whole life. And even if no such epoch-making words meet his eye, in how brief a time may he read, digest, appreciate some of the gems of literature. Leigh Hunt's Jenny Kissed Me would probably take about 30 seconds. On a second reading, he would have it by heart, the joy of a lifetime. How many meaty epigrams would take as long? The whole of Gray's Elegy is hardly beyond the browser's limit. In an editorial on the Harvard Classics in the Chicago Evening Post, April 22nd, we read, "The cultural tabloid has very little virtue. To gain everything that a book has to give, one must be submerged in it, saturated and absorbed. This is very much like saying, there is very little nourishment in a sandwich. To get the full effect of a luncheon, you must eat everything on the table. It is a truism to say that you cannot get everything in a book without reading all of it. But it by no means follows that the virtue of less than the whole is negligible." So much for the direct effect of what one may thus take in bit by bit. The indirect effect is even more important. For by sampling a whole literature, as he does, he not only gets a bird's eye view of it, but he finds out what he likes and what he dislikes. He begins to form his taste. Are you afraid that he will form it wrong? I am not. We are assuming that the library where he browses is a good one. Here is no chance of evil, only a choice between different kinds of good. And even if the evil be there, It is astonishing how the healthy mind will let it slip and fasten eagerly on the good. Would you prefer a taste fixed by someone who tells the browser what he ought to like? Then that is not the reader's own taste at all, but that of his informant. We have too much of this sort of thing. Too many readers without an atom of taste of their own who will say, for instance, that they adore George Meredith because someone has told them that all intellectual persons do so. The man who frankly loves George Ade and can yet see nothing in Shakespeare may one day discover Shakespeare. The man who reads Shakespeare merely because he thinks he ought to is hopeless. But what a triumph to stand spellbound by the art of a writer whose name you never heard and then discover that he is one of the great ones of the world. Naught is comparable to it, except perhaps to pick out all by yourself in the exhibition the one picture that the experts have chosen for the museum, or to be able to say you liked olives the first time you tasted them. Who are your favorites? Did someone guide you to them, or did you find them yourselves? I will warrant that in many cases you discovered them, and that this is why you love them. I discovered De Quincey's romances, Prayet's poetry, Béranger in French, Heine in German, The Arabian Nights, Molière, Irving's Alhambra, hundreds of others probably. I am sure that I love them all far more than if someone had told me they were good books. If I had been obliged to read them in school and pass an examination on them, I should have hated them. The teacher who can write an examination paper on Gray's Elegy would, I firmly believe, cut up his grandmother alive before the physiology class. And next to the author or the book that you have discovered yourself comes the one that the discoverer himself, your boy or girlfriend, tells you about. He knows a good thing. She knows it. No school nonsense about that. No adult misunderstanding. I found out Poe that way, and Thackeray's Major Gehagen, and many others. To go back to our old illustration and consider for a moment not the book, but the mind, the personality whose ideas it records. Such association with books represents association with one's fellow men in society, at a reception, in school or college, at a club. Some we pass by with a nod, with some we exchange a word. Sometimes there is a warm hand grasp, sometimes a long conversation. No matter what the mental contact may be, it has its effects. We are continually gaining knowledge, making new friends, receiving fresh inspiration. The complexion of this kind of daily association determines the cast of one's mind, the thoroughness of his taste, the usefulness or uselessness of what he does. A man is known by the company he keeps, because that company forms him. He gets from it what becomes brain of his brain and soul of his soul. And no less is he formed by his mental associations with the good and the great of all ages, whom he meets in books and who talk to him there. More rather than less, for into a book the writer puts generally what is best in him, laying aside the pettiness, the triviality, the downright wickedness that may have characterized him in the flesh. I have often heard the comment from one who had met face to face a writer whose work he loved, "Oh, he disappointed me so." How disappointed might we be with Thackeray, with Dickens, even with Shakespeare, could we meet them in the flesh? Now they cannot disappoint us, for we know only what they have left on record, the best, the most enduring part, purified from what is gross and earthly. In and among such company as this, it is your privilege to live and move, almost without money and without price. Thank God for books! Let them be your friends and companions through life, for information, for recreation, but above all, for inspiration. End of section 5. Recorded by Melissa Perry.
Section 6 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 6. Two Fundamentals by Mary Salome Cutler. Mary Salome Cutler, now Mrs. Milton Fairchild, is the first librarian to be quoted in this symposium. A sketch of her appears in Volume 2 of this series. In the paragraphs quoted below, which form part of a paper read by Miss Cutler, then Vice Director of the New York State Library School, before the Pennsylvania Library Club and printed in the Library Journal, October 1896, appears a definite recognition of the social character of the library's task. Her two fundamentals, organization and human feelings, are both decided elements in its socialization. In considering library interests, we do well, I think, not to confine ourselves to the limited range of library subjects. That mysterious thing which we call society is growing more complex, every part more curiously intertwined with every other part, each human life bearing some relation to every other human life. Whether he will or no, it is literally true that no man liveth to himself alone. If it were possible, then, as a part of this organism, to discover some of the laws which govern the whole, we might come back to our special domain with an application of the laws which would have the force of freshness. I believe that we gain an insight into these controlling principles only by yielding to the tendency of solidarity, by opening ourselves to surrounding influences, by living the fullest life of which we are capable. I think I have seen the workings of two of these laws which have a close relation to each other. If I am right, your experience will confirm mine, and we can together make the application to what concerns us most, the library interests of today. In any undertaking, results depend directly and often largely upon the perfection of organization. Organization implies a mind which can grasp the undertaking as a whole, follow it out, each step in detail, estimate the various factors, personal and impersonal, provide for unforeseen contingencies, and furnish the faith, the will-power, the personal magnetism, whatever you choose to call it, in such measure as is needed to carry it through. Such a mind sees the end at the beginning and thinks of it as already done, while to others it may seem far off and even impossible. Such thought, often the work of one mind, sometimes the result of cooperation, is behind every piece of accomplished work. Other elements may doubtless be essential, but there can be no adequate results without organization. And making allowance for other elements, the perfection of results depends upon the perfection of organization. For the reason of this tendency we have not far to seek. I believe it is found in the scientific spirit of the age, which is surely pervading every sphere of human thought and activity. The careful investigation of facts, the deduction of the law from the phenomena, the distrust of chance, and the loyalty to the law deduced, all of which evidence the scientific spirit, mark alike the great financier, diplomatist, inventor, philanthropist. In some undertakings, organization alone will suffice. For example, making a machine, laying out a railroad, compiling a volume of statistics. In others, there must needs come in what I will call the human element, the consideration of people, not in masses, but as individuals, that matchless, indescribable quality which we call human sympathy. Illustrations might be multiplied in educational, religious, and philanthropic efforts where we work for the masses, and forget that each one of the mass is a human being with passions, sensibilities, aspirations like our own. This interest in the human being as such, which is a gift to some, can be cultivated, but it can never be simulated. The counterfeit always rings false. Joined to a good memory for names and faces, it gives a person a power which can hardly be estimated. It seems to me that these two principles apply with tremendous and unusual force to the problems of the modern library. I will speak of the public library alone, because it has a wider reach and a closer touch on life. We will review in imagination the library situation in this country. We take up Mr. Flint's statistics volume for 1893. We sum up 593 free libraries in the New England states, 520 in New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, 285 in the southern states, 758 in the western states, a total of 2,156 free libraries. We recall our friends in the American Library Association, who constitute, with some marked exceptions who prefer to work alone, the high watermark of the fraternity. As their names pass before us, we take a measure of the men and women. We think of their libraries which we may have visited, or better still, which we have used as readers. In some few cases we know the influence of these libraries in the town or city. Take it for all in all, we find a body of hard-working men and women translating into practice noble ideals. As a result, the library is beginning to get a hold upon the community. But it is only a beginning, and compared with the possibilities, only a prophecy of what may and will be. Are not the failures in our work due to the lack of the best organization and the true human touch? A librarian is appointed, let us say, to an important post. He has doubtless had experience in library work. He comes on to consult with the trustees. They vote to send him on a trip for getting ideas from other libraries. He probably has on his hands a beautiful building illy adapted to library work. He carries the plans with him and spends most of the time with other members of the craft in choosing the least of several evils in placing the reference room, catalogue, charging desk, etc. He secures 2 or 3 assistants with training, experience, or both, and fills the minor places with local help chosen by examination or by luck or by personal favor. He learns in a general way the character of the town and selects books with that in view. If there are certain manufacturing interests or a particular foreign population, he makes large purchases in those lines. He decides on a system of classification, of cataloguing, and on a method of charging. The books are rushed through the various processes, though all too slowly for an impatient public. In a few months, at the latest, the big educational plant begins to be utilized. The circulation surprises the most sanguine. The average of fiction drops a little below the usual mark. Good service is done at the information or reference desk by the enthusiastic man or woman having it in charge. Work is begun with the schools, and a little fraction of teachers make the children know books because they know books themselves. The rest go through the motions. The bookworm fills his corner, the chronic gambler has his little say, the usual number of prize questions are answered. The library becomes the very bread of life to those who are ready to receive it, and gives refreshment and suggestion and inspiration to many more. The profession approves. At the next ALA meeting, Mr. So-and-so is brought forward more prominently, and the wise ones say, "I always thought he was a rising man." But only 20% of the population ever set foot within the library, and when a stranger asks the way within a block of the building, a fairly intelligent-looking workman does not appear to know there is such a thing as the public library. In looking over the proceedings of the Library Association for the 18 years of its existence, we are struck by the evidences of industry and earnestness. There are papers and discussions on libraries and schools, access to the shelves, bookbinding, systems of classification, cataloguing rules. The keynote is cooperation in securing with an enthusiasm which amounts to missionary zeal the best and most uniform methods, with special reference to mechanical devices. The very motto smacks of arithmetic and commerce, the best reading for the largest number at the least cost. All this is good and proper in its place. Wise methods are essential to the best results, but we sought in vain all along the years for the philosophic insight which should grasp the higher motive of our profession and connect it with the great struggles of our modern life. After the Columbus year, in the clearer air of the mountain top, the word for which we were waiting came. I wish it were possible to stop right here and give you the papers of Mr. Larned and Mr. Brett, which were read at Lake Placid, as well as the discussions which followed. I must content myself by quoting Mr. Larned's last sentence. Those of us who have faith in the future of democracy can only hold our faith fast by believing that the knowledge of the learned, the wisdom of the thoughtful, the conscience of the upright, will some day be common enough to prevail always over every factious folly and every mischievous movement that evil minds or ignorance can set astir. When that blessed time of victory shall have come, There will be many to share the glory of it, but none among them will rank rightly before those who have led and inspired the work of the public libraries. This leads us to the first great need of the profession today, that the librarian should be in the noblest sense a large man, that he should add to executive and business ability and technical knowledge a broad and generous culture, in Matthew Arnold's sense of the word, an inward spiritual activity having for its character increased sweetness, increased light, increased life, increased sympathy. He must be an omnivorous reader, skimming many books, and knowing by instinct which books and which chapters and sentences to read carefully. He must study from books and in life the great industrial, social, and religious questions which stir our age. He must be a scholar without pedantry, a man of the world without indifference, and a friend of the people without sentimentality. There follows naturally the second necessity, that the librarian should be a careful student of his own town. He should know its history and topography, its social, political, business, literary, and ecclesiastical life. To this end he should have a personal acquaintance with the city officers, the party bosses, the labor leaders, members of the Board of Trade, manufacturers, leading women in society, with the clergy, with the school superintendent and the teachers, with those who shape the charitable organizations, with reporters, policemen, and reformers. To what end? Broadly, that he may catch the spirit of the civic life and relate the library to the whole as the organs to the body. Specifically, that he may reach the entire population through the natural leaders, that he may select books, establish branches, open up new avenues of communication between the library and the people. The church may be aristocratic, industry, trade, and politics a war, the public school like the drinking fountain, though planned for the many scorned by the few. I believe it is possible for a man with a broad and sympathetic knowledge of our age, and an intimate knowledge of his own city, to make of the public library the one common meeting place, the real focus of democratic ideas. The church and the school will reach this in the future. The library may achieve it today. There is a third difficulty, which is a very real and palpable one. The librarian himself may have a fairly high ideal of the library, which is shared by perhaps one or two assistants. The bulk of the work in a library with a large circulation is done by young persons of less opportunity and training. Each has a distinct part of the work to do with little ideas of its relation to the whole. Unfortunately, the loan desk, registration desk, and reading room are usually manned in this way. I have often stood amazed at the delivery desk of librarians whose names represent all that is best in the library profession. I would not be understood as deprecating the work of the lower assistants in our libraries. I know well that this service as a whole represents an amount of faithfulness and devotion which it ill becomes me to undervalue. The responsibility lies with the head of the library, and the failure comes from lack of organization. The appointing power should be practically in his hands. The man whom we have described above does not need to seek this power, it comes to him. It is surely possible to secure for the library service young men and women, boys and girls, of fair intelligence, quick wits, responsive minds, and human sympathies. The making of these units into an organism is the severest test of a librarian's power. The ability of a general is not enough. He must himself have the real human touch, or he cannot call it forth from others. There must be the promptness, the accuracy, the dispatch, which marks military discipline. There must also be an intelligent conception of the purpose of the library, a strong sense of personal responsibility and of the dignity and beauty of the public service. It is sometimes said that the spirit of the library should be that of a merchant and his well-trained clerks, anxious to please their customers. It should be rather the fine spirit of a hostess with the daughters of the house about her, greeting her guests. There is a fourth failure, which is perhaps the root difficulty. It is the failure to make the most of time. The day opens, the man hastens to his place, and finds a score of voices calling him to as many different tasks. He hastily begins the one which seems to call the loudest, and has just begun to gather up the threads of thought, when there is a peremptory call in another direction. and so he is driven through the day, not controlling but controlled, and constantly lashed by the thought of neglected duties. By dint of keeping at it through the day, and often into the night, much work is done. The man gets and deserves the reputation of a hard-working man, deliberately sacrificing health, ease, leisure, and the joys of a scholar's life for the public good. Now, this is the first and natural result of the enlarged conception of a librarian's work. The man is dazed by the sense of responsibility and almost crushed by the demands upon his time, apparently separate and conflicting. But this should be considered only the first process from which the strong man will speedily evolve a wiser way. The fatal mistake lies in considering this first stage inevitable and final. If a man tarries here, it argues limitation, not power. There are certainly men who stand high in public life, as well as those holding less prominent positions, who accomplish an enormous amount of work with a sense of freedom and an impression of leisure. As I have observed individual cases, I am led to the conclusion that the explanation lies not in a stronger physique or a stronger intellect, but in a better organization of work with reference to time. There is no need more imperative than this for all of us who are proud to be called busy people. The trouble is, we think we are too busy to stop and plan. Our philosophic error lies in believing that the work must all be done today. Nature herself should teach us that the best work cannot be done in a hurry. We may not hope in this generation to understand well the working of that complex, mysterious thing which we call human society, but we may at least so relate ourselves and our libraries to it that we may live, move, and grow together. Not unrelated, ununified, but to each thought and thing allied, is perfect nature's every part, rooted in the mighty heart. End of section 6. Section 7 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Why do we need a public library? Section 7. The Relation of the State to the Public Library by Melvil Dewey. This statement of first principles was made by Melvil Dewey at the Second International Library Conference, held in London July 13th through 16th, 1897, and is reprinted from the Transactions and Proceedings of the Conference, London, 1898. In reading this address, it must be kept in mind that it was made to Englishmen whose conception of the functions of a public library were then, as now, much more conservative than ours. A sketch of Dr. Dewey will be found in Volume 1 of this series. We have been listening to an admirable account of the development of the library movement from earliest times to the present day, and I venture to believe that when the history of the age in which we live is written, and is looked back upon by those who shall come after, it will be known distinctively as the Library Age. Libraries of one sort or another have existed from the beginning of human history, and we are now well into the 5th century since the invention of printing, so that it would seem as if there had been abundant time for library development. But so great an institution as the modern library is of slow growth. It has taken 1,000 years to develop our school system from university down to kindergarten. The public library is much more rapidly going through corresponding stages in order to come into its own. The original library was a reservoir, getting in and keeping safely a storehouse for posterity. That was and is a great function, for which I have profound respect. Then, after many centuries, came another library epoch, for which we all feel still greater respect. The cistern was made a fountain, giving out was seen to be more important than getting in. The library is no longer merely a passive receptacle, but becomes an aggressive educational force in every community. The reservoir will not become a stagnant pool, for in its branches and deliveries the public library has mains and pipes laid through every street, and reaching almost to the door of every householder. And we live now not in the age of the reservoir, but in the age of the fountain. In our zeal and admiration, however, we are apt to forget that there is yet another and even more important stage to reach. In my own city some time ago we spent $500,000 in providing an ample supply of water. but we found that we had really opened convenient communication with the cemetery by water, for the quality of the new and abundant beverage was such that our death rate steadily rose. The burning question became qualitative, not quantitative, and we are now spending our money on efficient filtration. Of course, no library intends to circulate injurious books, but equally no town intends to distribute harmful water. We are concerned more with the results than with the intention. The mortality tables make plain the physical defect, but alas, science has as yet devised no instruments delicate enough to record the greater danger to the individual and state from poison in the great current, which has come to be a mighty flood of modern reading matter. The most hopeful and perhaps the only practicable method of guarding against this serious danger is through the public library, which must now in the last days of this eventful century recognize the gravity of the new responsibility which it cannot shirk. Before another audience I might dwell at length on what this problem of selection means, but the representative librarians of the world will understand my claim that, wonderful as was the development from the cistern to the fountain, its importance is overshadowed by this great question of excluding the pernicious, which I sum up in the word filtration. This is the great problem of the modern library, and its solution must depend largely on the state. It is often said that the modern periodicals and newspapers are our greatest danger, but this, of course, is true only of the sensational and other objectionable types. I yield to none in my high appreciation of what the best kind of newspaper may do in its capacity as the strongest ally of the public library and of the public school. I am confident that early in the next century such journals will be recognized as a distinct part of our educational machinery, but I am equally clear that the worst journals, conducted merely as money-making enterprises, and catering to the worst instead of to the best elements of both society and individuals, are the most potent factors for evil, and the greatest enemy which the ideal librarian has to combat in carrying forward his best work. They leave their habitual readers with neither time nor taste for anything above their own low plane. The mind will inevitably rise or fall to the level of its habitual reading, and we apostles and missionaries of the book have no more disheartening outlook than on the readers whose literary atmosphere is limited to the modern sensational newspapers. But the apologists for such reading say that the history of their own times is of more importance to them than any other history. Should they not, therefore, become as familiar as possible with it? But when a man, on account of pressure of business, never looks inside any good book, yet has time to read everything in the newspapers, he is, well, specializing too much in history. How many men and women there are who from year's end to year's end read nothing but the so-called history of their own times, and who can tell you nothing better than which dog won the last fight. It is a good thing to know the history of our own times. So is a pinch of salt a good thing on one's breakfast potato, but it is not necessary to drink a barrel of sea-water each morning in order to get it. It is highly desirable that I should know the geology and topography of my own state, but I can learn all that is worth knowing without creeping on hands and knees with nose close to the ground over the barnyards and dump heaps of our Commonwealth, under the vain delusion that I am exhaustively studying its geology. We must join this battle squarely. The eternal conflict of good and the best with bad and the worst is on. The librarian must be the librarian militant before he can be the librarian triumphant. At the end of another century, when a conference like this is held, our descendants will look back with wonder to find that we have so long been satisfied to leave the control of the all-pervading, all-influencing newspaper in the hands of people who have behind them no motive better than the almighty dollar. The solution of our difficulties lies in recognition by the state that public libraries are not only good things, but that they are an absolutely necessary part of our educational system. We started with the university, but found that we had to put under it the college. Then we went a step further and had the academy and high school to prepare for the college, the primary and grammar schools to prepare for the high school, and now we have the kindergarten under the primary school. I am not giving a chronology, but simply pointing out that during these centuries educators have constantly been facing the question of adequate provision for meeting completely the public wants. We have at last reached step by step from the university to the nursery, and have provided a series of schools covering the entire field. Yet with all this we have not attained the full system of education that we ought to attain, and every thoughtful person is now asking, what next? Huxley has well said that a system of education which in the early years trains boys and girls to read, and then makes no provision for what they shall read during all the rest of their lives, would be as senseless as to teach our children the expert use of the knife, fork, and spoon, and then make no provision for their daily food. The whole history of education has been a series of broadening conceptions. I can recall no case in which the ideal has narrowed, but step by step we have come to a general recognition that education is for poor as well as rich, for plebeian as well as prince, for black and white, for native and foreigner, for brilliant or backward, for women as well as men, for deaf, dumb, and blind, and all defectives and delinquents who in the old conception were left without the pale. It is almost within our memory that we have come to substantial agreement that the state owes an elementary education to every boy and girl born within its limits, not alone as a right to the child, but as a matter of safety and practical wisdom on the part of the state, and this broader conception is followed closely by a second and still broader one, that every boy and girl is entitled not only to an elementary, but to something also of higher education. I have met no competent student of this subject who dares deny that hereafter the state must recognize that education is not alone for the young, for limited courses, in schools which take all the time of their pupils, but that it must regard adults as well, and not alone for short courses, but all through life, not in our recognized teaching institutions alone, but in that study outside of office or working hours that may be carried on at home. I may sum it up in the one sentence: higher education for adults at home through life. In this home education, which must hereafter be recognized side by side with school education, the library is the great central agent round which study clubs, reading circles, extension teaching, museums, and the other allied agencies must cluster. A statesman solicitous for the future welfare of his country will find his most fruitful field in protecting and guiding the reading of the people. It is what a man reads that shapes his future, which depends not at once upon the rostrum and the pulpit, but on the book and the newspaper. In education we recognize that the supreme end is the building of character, but many of us have never thought clearly how directly this character building rests upon the public library. It is reading that begets reflection, reflection begets motive, motive begets action, and action begets habit, and habit begets character. And who here dares question this, that it is not the air nor the water, nor yet the roast beef of old England, not its history nor traditions nor laws nor geographic location, but character that has made the Anglo-Saxons, England and her daughters across the seas, the most wonderful people of the earth? It is not brawn but brain. The dogs and horses might have the physical qualities, but it is the mind and soul, and those elements of true greatness which can best be instilled into a people through the reading of good and great books, that have made a race of which we are justly all so proud. One of the wisest of Frenchmen said of the Franco-Prussian War, when the needle gun was suggested as the explanation of German victory, "No, it was not the needle gun, nor the German soldier who held it, nor yet the German schoolmaster who trained the soldier, but it was the German university that made the schoolmaster." Knowledge is power, and it is knowledge that has made England and America great. Think of the men who read the poorest newspaper, but know nothing of our best books. Can the state afford to make other things free, and not make free true and useful knowledge as preserved in books? Can the state recognize the necessity for free schools, and fail to provide free access to the best reading in all realms of knowledge? Free as air was the old-time strongest expression. Then men learned how absolutely essential to physical well-being was abundance of water, and our language records in its favorite expression, "free as water," the meaning of the untold millions that civilization has spent to supply all people freely with this essential. We are learning the greater lesson about the necessity of free knowledge more slowly, because intellectual and spiritual things are not so readily discerned by our mortal eyes, and it takes more time to read even those messages that God has written very large for those who have eyes to see. But the time is not far distant, mark my words, when our speech will again record the general acceptance of a great truth in the common phrase, "as free as knowledge." We should make the public understand the relation of the school system to the library system, that the library is not merely a collection of books or a storehouse, but an aggressive and active source of education, side by side with the free schools. If the issue came, but thank God it never will, between giving up either the library or the free school, I am not sure that I would not choose for the welfare of the country the public library rather than the school. This may sound strange from one who has given his life to education, but I believe that even without our schools nearly every boy and girl would somehow learn to read. And when I soberly consider the influence on lives and characters and on the state, it seems probable that, infinitely valuable as is the work of our free schools, it would be exceeded by what could be done by a system of free public libraries reaching every boy and girl and man and woman in the community, and so administered as to provide each freely from childhood to the grave with the best reading in every field of interest and activity. The state, whatever it may or may not do, should recognize the library as being as essential to public welfare as is the school, and it should give it as careful protection from dangers without and within as it gives to institutions like banks and insurance companies. The state should protect the library against unjust laws, improper interference, or pernicious influence of any kind from without. It should guard it also against misconduct, incapacity, or neglect on the part of its trustees, officers, or employees. Beside the direct appropriations for its support, it should grant the most liberal powers for holding property given by individuals for the public benefit, and above all should grant entire exemption from taxation. To tax a free public library for doing its beneficent work is theorizing gone mad. It is as absurd as for a missionary to refuse admission to his preaching, or for the manager of a theatre in which a fire has just started to shut out every fireman till he had presented the conventional coupon for a reserved seat. The example first set by my own state, New York, in the statute which I had the honour of drawing, ought to be followed universally. We created a public libraries department to devote its entire attention to advancing the best interests of public libraries. It would take an entire morning to sketch you the various forms of beneficent work which we have found practicable. We help to establish new libraries, reorganize old ones, revise methods, select books, lend single books or entire libraries, grant books or money up to $200 yearly to any library raising an equal sum from local sources, and by means of correspondence, personal inspection, and steady work in a dozen directions, help every community to get the greatest practical good from the labor and money given to its free library. We have now about 500 traveling libraries moving about in all parts of the state. The public library is rapidly becoming universal. For the government not to recognize it in its own organization is as absurd as it would be to have a standing army and no War Department, or schools dotted all about the state and no Department of Education. Time forbids more than the mere naming of what is needed. But the first great step in summing up the relation of the state to public libraries is the establishment of a public libraries department, in charge of a strong man who appreciates the almost limitless opportunities for usefulness which this new field affords. Our discussions this morning took such a turn that you could almost hear behind them, like the recurring motive of one of Wagner's operas, the question, "Who shall be the greatest among librarians?" In our State Library School I give each year a course of 5 lectures on the qualifications of a librarian, and point out under a half-hundred different heads the things we should demand in an ideal librarian. But when we have covered the whole field of scholarship and technical knowledge and training, we must confess that overshadowing all are the qualities of the man. To my thinking, a great librarian must have a clear head, a strong hand, and above all, a great heart. He must have a head as clear as the master in diplomacy, a hand as strong as he who quells the raging mob, or leads great armies on to victory, and a heart as great as he who to save others will if need be lay down his life. Such shall be the greatest among librarians, and when I look into the future I am inclined to think that most of the men who will achieve this greatness will be women. It is well to hold up high ideals, but it would be a sad mistake to underrate the services of the noble men and women who in some, or perhaps many, respects fall far short of the standards we lay down. and yet who have done and are doing well much of the world's best work. Let us dwell on what has been well done, not on what has been omitted or on what might have been done by other men in other circumstances. I remember some 25 years ago reading in George Eliot's Romola these words, which we should remember when thinking of any great librarian who of necessity fails in some respects to meet all our ideals. It was the fashion of old, when an ox was led out for sacrifice to Jupiter, to chalk the dark spots and give the offering a false show of unblemished whiteness. Let us fling away the chalk, and boldly say the victim was spotted. But it was not therefore in vain that his mighty heart was laid on the altar of men's highest hopes. End of section 7. Section 8 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 8. Cooperation Between Library and Community. By Miss M. Anna Tarbell. A paper that originally appeared in the Springfield Republican, December 1, 1899, and was reprinted in Home Education Bulletin No. 31 of the University of the State of New York. The author, Miss M. Anna Tarbell of Brimfield, Massachusetts. The use of the word cooperation in connection with the public library implies that the library is not simply a collection of books, that it is not a passive institution, a repository of treasure, but an active institution reaching out to bestow benefits. The library spirit means not only cooperating with all uplifting forces in the community, but creating and stimulating such forces. The library spirit seeks to carry brightness into gray and toil-worn lives, to give broad vision in place of the narrow and distorted view, to awaken generous sympathies and noble thoughts in place of sordid desires and petty interests. Imbued with this spirit, the librarian will be a lover of humankind, sympathetic, earnest, self-sacrificing, a true missionary, enthusiastic withal, and eager to seize upon ways and means by which the library may more and more be made to enrich human life. But however abundant in resources the library, and however zealous and efficient the librarian, there is a limit to the work that can be accomplished on the library side for the promotion of intellectual life and general culture. There needs to be a larger and more intelligent demand on the community side for the supply which the library offers. To stimulate this demand, there is needed the cooperation of those people and those institutions in the community that possess special opportunities for increasing the use and influence of the library, or in any way making human life wiser, better, and happier. This cooperation may be both direct and indirect, since all culture influences are, by nature, cooperative with that of the library. I shall dwell specially on the need of stimulating cooperation on the side of the community, for the reason that the library has already taken the initiative, and because library privileges are so abundant in Massachusetts, so freely offered and eagerly extended, without a proportionate response to these privileges on the part of the public. While dwelling most upon the importance of its educational influences, I would not underrate the province of the library in providing entertainment and recreation, which have their culture value. But the following are impressive words from the editor of the New England Magazine in its current number. Education in a democracy is so fundamental that education may almost be looked upon as another way of spelling democracy. We are to consider more carefully the educational function of everything which affects the mind of the people, the church, the newspaper, the library, the platform. Considering cooperation with the library on the part of individuals, we naturally think first of those who are connected with the library by virtue of their office, namely the library trustees. The trustees have special opportunities for increasing the use and usefulness of the library on account of their acquaintance with and influence upon the library on one hand, and their daily intercourse with the public on the other. There has so far come to my notice such assistance by the trustees as inviting people, especially newcomers, to the library, carrying books to outlying schools, personal assistance in the library, and collecting historical material for preservation in the library. It is true that the literal requirements of the office of library trustee are only those of a conservative nature, just as the duties of the librarian were formerly considered to be those of the careful custodian. But as the library spirit gains ground and the conception of the library as an active mission grows, we may look forward to the day when every town will be sure of having 6 or 9 persons, as the case may be, not only engaged in improving the character of the library, but in promoting its increased and more effective use, a standing committee for the cultural interests of the town. This cooperation will be promoted by trustees attending the meetings of library clubs, joining the clubs and assisting them, as well as by giving the librarian every encouragement to do so, such as granting leave of absence and possibly paying expenses. The library journal and public libraries should be on the subscription list of every library, and trustees as well as librarian need to keep informed of progress in the library world. There are other people in every town who would be willing to assist in the work of the library, or help people to get books, or encourage more and better reading, if asked to do so by the librarian. To seek out such persons, then, is the duty and opportunity of the librarian in this work of cooperation. Suggestions regarding volunteer aids in library work are admirably given in the report of the State Library Commission for this year in the bound volume Public Libraries of Massachusetts, and should be read by librarians and trustees, and shown to all patrons of the library who are available for assistance. Surely the home should cooperate with the library by the example of the reading habit, and by the direction of the reading of the children, while it would be an excellent thing for parents to pursue lines of reading that would keep them in touch with the children's studies. As it is, I fear librarians will bear out the recent statement of a school supervisor, that the home is not even inclined to supervise the children's reading, and, the selection of books being left largely to themselves, many boys and girls read books not proper for them to read. The church, the school, and the library are institutions which naturally constitute a triple alliance. Cooperation between the library and the schools, which has received so much consideration and is being so rapidly developed, I need not dwell upon. But there is a need for increased cooperation between the church and the library. This cooperation should be both direct and indirect. Ministers should feel a responsibility for the intellectual as well as the spiritual welfare of the people. They should show that intelligence and breadth of mind make a better and more efficient Christian, and that the Church will become a greater power if its members read and think. The minister has had special privileges for his own culture, and he has peculiar opportunities for recommending books, guiding library taste, and directly increasing the use of the library. There should be some kind of study club connected with every church, and those young people who have finished their school course should be taught their moral obligation to cultivate their God-given mental powers and grow in intelligence and wisdom. To advance the special interests of the Church along intellectual lines, the library should be provided with books that will improve Sunday school work, aid in the study of the Bible, and the growth of intelligence on religious subjects. It should be provided with up-to-date histories of Bible times in the light of archaeological discoveries, with works of modern reverent scholarship concerning the Bible, and books which record the development of religious thought. Much excellent study is being done by members of the women's missionary societies. It is very desirable that these women cooperate with the librarian in the selection of standard works revealing conditions in the countries studied. Among organizations, women's clubs have probably done the most to assist library interests. This is especially true in some of the western states, notably in Wisconsin. Literary and other study clubs which prevail in New England are certainly in their nature cooperative with the library, while they might be of more direct assistance to it. The library, of course, should give these societies all possible encouragement and help. The clubs will react favorably on the library in creating a demand for books which will improve the character of the accessions to the library. Where a study club does not exist, the librarian should help to form one. It is possible that there is a tendency to exclusiveness in women's literary clubs. If the number limit keeps out those desirous of joining, or those who need encouragement in literary interest, a branch club for their benefit should be formed. Besides working for their own improvement, the members of study clubs should have a missionary spirit and should feel a responsibility for the intellectual welfare of the town. A woman's literary club is capable of being a strong ally of the public library. The newly developing local history societies and the public library are naturally allied, and promise to be of increasing mutual benefit. The library should buy town histories and books needed by the Historical Society, while the latter will contribute to the library records, maps, and published memorials. Further, the Historical Society, by sustaining lectures in which the principles of colonial development are illustrated by local annals, should develop a perception and interest which will be manifested in a demand for volumes of history now lying dusty on the library shelves. The Grange is another organization whose objects affiliate it with the library, since the Grange movement is an important culture movement. There is opportunity for more active cooperation between the library and the Grange. The Grange and also the farmers' clubs should be asked to recommend the best works upon agriculture, while the lecturer of the Grange and the committee of the farmers' clubs should confer in advance with the librarian as to material needed in carrying out their literary programs. More than one other organization might be mentioned which would help the library and be helped by it through increased cooperation, thereby extending the influence of both. It is the sense of obligation and responsibility that needs to grow. The public press is an agency which certainly ought to be a firm ally of the public library, cooperating with it directly and indirectly. Newspapers should be ever ready to give space to any matter that will bring the library to the attention of the public, and they should also keep the public informed of progress in library interests. Deeper than this, the press should constantly exemplify and teach culture ideals, the true mission of journalism. The hope of stimulating greater cooperation between the community and the public library seems to me to lie largely in the library club, or better, library association movement. First, local library clubs should increase in number, becoming more truly local, thus exerting a stronger influence upon the libraries in the section represented, and coming into closer relation with the community. The membership should include people who are neither librarians nor trustees, but whose sense of responsibility will be awakened as their interest is increased. The district represented should not be so large as to prevent meetings being frequently held in the same vicinity. These local clubs should be in close relation with the state club or association and the state library commission. The local clubs will do the actual close work, while having the support, advice, and assistance of the state club and state commission. The local clubs will give information as to conditions and needs, and will be agencies for the application of progressive ideas. The study of conditions, of what may be called the environment of libraries, comes with the province of library club work. The study of the conditions and needs of the small towns and rural communities is of leading importance. From what other source except from the library movement, with a greater development of its possibilities, is help for those towns to come? The initiative in personal effort to give advantages for want of which some of the small towns are suffering has been taken by the Women's Education Association in the loan of their traveling libraries, accompanied by personal visits and the study of conditions and needs. But there is another want besides that of books in the small villages and towns. There is needed not only the printed page, but the speaking voice, the influence of personality through lectures. A story from experience will illustrate this need. A few years ago there was held in our town an exhibition of antiquities which awakened intense interest on the part of old and young. This interest made a good opportunity for the study of colonial history, which a few of us carried on. Certain books not in our library were needed, although the library is a good one and well equipped in American history. Our want came to the knowledge of Miss Chandler, a chairman of the library committee of the Women's Education Association, and out of this grew, another year, a special library lent to us upon American history, which formed a valuable supplement to the works contained in our library in that department. At both times, when we had the exhibition and when we received the traveling library, which we still possess, having bought the books, I realized the opportunity and need of lectures. What a strong combination the group would have made, the exhibition, the working library, and a lecture course. This would have been in reality an adaptation of the idea of university extension, which I believe could be developed by the Library Club movement. Each town would have its standing library committee, composed of members of the local library club, and several towns in the district represented by the club would form a convenient circuit. But if this scheme, which I believe to be feasible, cannot be immediately developed or applied, there should be no delay on the part of those interested in library work in Massachusetts in considering some plan of promoting popular education, the leading object today of library work, through lectures of some kind, if not sustained courses having continuity of subject. Two difficulties meet this need of lectures in the smaller and poorer towns and in many villages. That of the expense of securing the best talent, and nothing short of excellent ability will serve, and that of knowing where to find available speakers. The last difficulty can be met by organizing a committee who will search out those who can be secured to speak under the auspices of the libraries of the small towns. A plan for bringing the expense within the means of the people of those towns might also be developed. One source of help might be found in the increase of the powers of the State Library Commission. In Wisconsin, the efficiency and powers of the State Commission have been extended by the passage of a bill through the legislature increasing the appropriation awarded the Commission and adding to its duties. The Commission is empowered to hold library institutes in various parts of the state, and to encourage the growth of study clubs connected with the traveling libraries. To carry out the duties of the Commission, among which is mentioned to aid in building up a better system of popular education, the additional sum of $3,500 is awarded to the Commission. Why should not Massachusetts aid in building up a better system of popular education, by helping to provide speakers for the smaller villages and towns where needed, thus supplementing and aiding the work of the public libraries? It is possible that a beginning could be made through the establishment of library institutes. If it should be considered wise to establish library institutes in this state, as important a feature of them as instruction in library matters would be lectures for the public on literary and educational subjects of a popular nature. The first step to be taken is for a committee representing the 3 existing library clubs and the Massachusetts Library Commission to consider what plans are most feasible, not only for the improvement of library work, but also for increasing the intelligent and effective use of the library, by creating new ideals of popular education in the community, and thus bring about cooperation in its deepest sense. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2017. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 9. The Reformed Library-Keeper, or 2 copies of letters concerning the place and office of a library-keeper, by John Dury. The first letter. The library-keeper's place and office in most countries, as most other places and offices both in churches and universities, are looked upon as places of profit and gain, and so accordingly sought after and valued in that regard, and not in regard of the service which is to be done by them unto the commonwealth of Israel for the advancement of piety and learning. For the most part, men look after the maintenance and livelihood settled upon their places more than upon the end and usefulness of their employments. They seek themselves and not the public therein, and so they subordinate all the advantages of their places to purchase mainly 2 things thereby, viz., an easy subsistence, and some credit in comparison of others. Nor is the last much regarded if the first may be had, except it be in cases of strife and debate, wherein men are overheated, for then indeed some will stand upon the point of honour to the hazard of their temporal profits. But to speak in particular of library-keepers, in most universities that I know, nay, indeed in all, their places are but mercenary, and their employment of little or no use further than to look to the books committed to their custody, that they may not be lost, or embezzled by those that use them, and this is all. I have been informed that in Oxford, where the most famous library now extant among Protestant Christians is kept, the settled maintenance of the library-keeper is not above £50 or £60 per annum, but that it is accidentally, vis and modis, sometimes worth £100. What the accidents are, and the ways by which they come, I have not been curious to search after, but I have thought that if the proper employments of library-keepers were taken into consideration as they are, or may be made useful to the advancement of learning, and were ordered and maintained proportionally to the ends which ought to be intended thereby, they would be of exceeding great use to all sorts of scholars, and have an universal influence upon all the parts of learning, to produce and propagate the same unto perfection. For if library-keepers did understand themselves in the nature of their work, and would make themselves, as they ought to be, useful in their places in a public way, they ought to become agents for the advancement of universal learning. And to this effect I could wish that their places might not be made, as everywhere they are, mercenary, but rather honorary, and that with the competent allowance of £200 a year. Some employments should be put upon them further than a bare keeping of the books. It is true that a fair library is not only an ornament and credit to the place where it is, but an useful commodity by itself to the public. Yet, in effect, it is no more than a dead body, as now it is constituted, in comparison of what it might be, if it were animated with a public spirit to keep and use it, and ordered as it might be for public service. For if such an allowance were settled upon the employment as might maintain a man of parts and generous thoughts, then a condition might be annexed to the bestowing of the place, that none should be called thereunto but such as had proved themselves zealous and profitable in some public ways of learning to advance the same, or that should be bound to certain tasks to be prosecuted towards that end, whereof a list might be made, and the way to try their abilities in prosecuting the same should be described, lest in after times unprofitable men creep into the place, to frustrate the public of the benefit intended by the donors towards posterity. The proper charge, then, of the honorary library-keeper in a university should be thought upon, and the end of that employment, in my conception, is to keep the public stock of learning, which is in books and manuscripts, to increase it, and to propose it to others in the way which may be most useful unto all. His work then is to be a factor and trader for helps of learning, and a treasurer to keep them, and a dispenser to apply them to use, or to see them well used, or at least not abused. And to do all this, first a catalogue of the treasury committed unto his charge is to be made, that is, all the books and manuscripts, according to the titles whereunto they belong, are to be ranked in an order most easy and obvious to be found, which I think is that of sciences and languages. When first all the books are divided into their subjectam materiam, whereof they treat, and then every kind of matter subdivided into their several languages. And as the catalogue should be so made that it may always be augmented as the stock doth increase, so the place in the library must be left open for the increase of the number of books in their proper seats, and in the printed catalogue a reference is to be made to the place where the books are to be found in their shelves or repositories. When the stock is thus known and fitted to be exposed to the view of the learned world, then the way of trading with it, both at home and abroad, is to be laid to heart both for the increase of the stock and for the improvement of it to use. For the increase of the stock both at home and abroad, correspondency should be held with those that are eminent in every science, to trade with them for their profit, that what they want and we have, they may receive upon condition that what they have and we want they should impart in that faculty where their eminency does lie. As for such as are at home eminent in any kind, because they may come by native right to have use of the library treasure, they are to be treated withal in another way, that is, that the things which are gained from abroad, which as yet are not made common, and put to public use, should be promised and imparted to them for the increase of their private stock of knowledge, to the end that what they have peculiar may also be given in for a requital, so that the particularities of gifts at home and abroad are to meet as in a centre in the hand of the library-keeper, and he is to trade with the one by the other, to cause them to multiply the public stock, whereof he is a treasurer and factor. Thus he should trade with those that are at home and abroad out of the university, and with those that are within the university. He should have acquaintance to know all that are of any parts, and how their vein of learning doth lie, to supply helps unto them in their faculties from without and from within the nation, to put them upon the keeping of correspondency with men of their own strain, for the beating out of matters not yet elaborated in sciences, so that they may be as his assistants and subordinate factors in his trade and in their own for gaining of knowledge. Now, because in all public agencies it is fit that some inspection should be had over those that are entrusted therewith, therefore in this factory and trade for the increase of learning, some tie should be upon those library-keepers to oblige them to carefulness. I would then upon this account have an order made that once in the year the library-keeper should be bound to give an account of his trading, and of his profit in his trade, as in all humane trades factors ought and used to do to their principals at least once a year. And to this effect I would have it ordered that the chief doctors of each faculty of the university should meet at a convenient time in a week of the year to receive the accounts of his trading, that he may show them wherein the stock of learning hath been increased for that year's space. And then he is to produce the particulars which he had gained from abroad, and lay them before them all, that every one in his own faculty may declare in the presence of others that which he thinketh fit to be added to the public stock, and made common by the catalogue of additionals, which every year within the universities is to be published in writing within the library itself, and every 3 years, or sooner as the number of additionals may be great, or later if it be small, to be put in print and made common to those that are abroad. And at this giving up of the accounts, as the doctors are to declare what they think worthy to be added to the common stock of learning, each in their faculty. So I would have them see what the charges and pains are whereat the library-keeper hath been, that, for his encouragement, the extraordinary expenses in correspondencies and transcriptions for the public good may be allowed him out of some revenues, which should be set apart to that effect, and disposed of according to their joint content and judgment in that matter. Here then he should be bound to show them the lists of his correspondents, the letters from them in answer to his, and the reckoning of his extraordinary expense should be allowed him in that which he is indebted, or hath freely laid out to procure rarities into the stock of learning. And because I understand that all the book printers or stationers of the Commonwealth are bound of every book which is printed to send a copy into the university library, and it is impossible for one man to read all the books in all faculties, to judge of them what worth there is in them, nor hath every one ability to judge of all the kind of sciences what every author doth handle, and how sufficiently. Therefore I would have at this time of giving accounts the library-keeper also bound to produce the catalogue of all the books sent unto the university's library by the stationers that printed them, to the end that every one of the doctors in their own faculties should declare whether or no they should be added, and where they should be placed in the catalogue of additionals. For I do not think that all books and treatises which in this age are printed in all kinds should be inserted into the catalogue, and added to the stock of the library. Discretion must be used and confusion avoided, and a course taken to distinguish that which is profitable from that which is useless, and according to the verdict of that society, the usefulness of books for the public is to be determined. Yet, because there is seldom any books wherein there is not something useful, and books freely given are not to be cast away, but may be kept, therefore I would have a peculiar place appointed for such books as shall be laid aside to keep them in, and a catalogue of their titles made alphabetically in reference to the author's name, with a note of distinction to show the signs to which they are to be referred. These thoughts come thus suddenly into my head, which in due time may be more fully described, if need be, chiefly if, upon the ground of this account, some competency should be found out and allowed to maintain such charges as will be requisite towards the advancement of the public good of learning after this manner. The second letter. Sir, in my last I gave you some incident thoughts concerning the improvement of an honorary library-keeper's place, to show the true end and use thereof, and how the keepers thereof should be regulated in the trade which he is to drive for the advancement of learning, and encouraged by a competent maintenance, and supported in extraordinary expenses for the same. Now I wish that some men of public spirits and lovers of learning might be made acquainted with the action, upon such grounds as were then briefly suggested, who knows but that in time something might be offered to the trustees of the nation, with better conceptions than these I have suggested. For, if it be considered that amongst many eminencies of this nation, the Library of Oxford is one of the most considerable for the advancement of learning, if rightly improved and traded withal for the good of scholars at home and abroad. If this, I say, be rightly considered and represented to the public reformers of this age, that by this means this nation, as in other things, so especially for piety and learning, and by the advancement of both, may now be made more glorious than any other in the world, no doubt such as in the Parliament know the worth of learning, will not be averse from further overtures, which may be made towards this purpose. What a great stir hath been heretofore about the eminency of the library of Heidelberg, but what use was made of it? It was engrossed into the hands of a few, till it became a prey unto the enemies of the truth. If the library-keeper had been a man, that would have traded with it for the increase of true learning, it might have been preserved unto this day in all the rarities thereof, not so much by the shuttings up of the multitude of books, and the rareness thereof for antiquity, as by the understandings of men and their proficiency to improve and dilate knowledge upon the grounds which he might have suggested unto others of parts. And so the library rarities would not only have been preserved in the spirits of man, but have fructified abundantly therein unto this day, whereas they are now lost, because they were but a talent digged in the ground. And as they that had the keeping of that library made it an idol to be respected and worshipped for a rarity by an implicit faith, without any benefit to those who did esteem of it afar off, so it was just with God that it should fall into the hands of those that in all things follow an idolatrous way, to blind men, which shows without all reality of substantial virtue, which is only eminent in this, that it becometh profitable unto all, by dilating the light of knowledge, and the love of grace and goodness in the hearts of all men, that are fit to receive the one and the other. And where this aim is not in those that are entrusted with public places, there they in the end will be found unprofitable servants, for the trust which God hath put into their hands to profit withal, they discharge not for the account which every one is to give unto him of his stewardship. It is not how careful he hath kept things of use unto himself, to pride himself in the possession of that which others have not, as the custom of men is that know not what true glory is, but how faithfully and diligently he hath distributed the same to such as were worthy thereof for their good, that they might be stirred up both to glorify God for his goodness, and to imitate him in the communication of all good things unto others for his sake freely. This was Christ's work on earth to receive us, unto the glory of God. This was that which he taught by his practice, that it is more blessed to give than to receive. This is that which this envious world cannot relish, and what stops the current of true love in the hearts of men? Nothing so much as the self-seeking of men in the ways of learning, by which they covetously obstruct the fountains of life and comfort, which might overflow and water abundantly the barren and thirsty souls of those that perish for want of address unto wisdom, which in all the ways of humane and divine learning might be mainly advanced by the industry of one man in such a place, whose trade should be such as I formerly described, to deal with the spirits of all men of parts, to set them a-working one by and toward another, upon the subjects which he should be entrusted withal to keep in the stock of learning. It is the glory and riches of nations and of great cities to make themselves the centre of trade for all their neighbours, and if they can find ways of policy, to oblige their neighbours to receive from their magazines the commodities whereof they stand in need. It is every way a great benefit unto the state, so it may be in matters of learning, and by the trade of sciences this church may oblige all the neighbour churches, and that university all foreigners that trade in knowledge to receive precious commodities, whereof they stand in need, from our magazines and storehouses, if a painful steward and dispenser thereof be employed and maintained to use industry for so blessed a work, from whence much glory to God in the gospel, and honour will redound to the nation. For although the ways of humane learning are almost infinite and wonderfully various, and have their peculiar uses in the outward life of man, for which most men affect them, yet in one that is to mind the universal good of all, the whole variety and diversity of matters useful unto this present life, as they come within the sphere of learning, must be reduced, and may be subordinate unto the advancement of the gospel of Christ, wherein the glory of the nation, at this and all times, should be thought to stand. And truly, that is the thing which takes most with me, for which I would have that library thus improved by a faithful keeper, that when his trade is set on foot, with all those that are of eminent parts in their several faculties, we knowing who they are and wherein their eminencies do lie, may have opportunities to provoke them to the right use thereof, by giving them objects from our store, and furnishing them with tasks and matters to be elaborated, which cannot be diverted from the scope of God's glory to be made known unto all men in Jesus Christ, for there is nothing of knowledge in the mind of man, which may not be conveniently referred to the virtues of God in Christ, whereby the human nature is to be exalted to that dignity whereunto he hath received it, that it should by him rule over the whole creation. And the want of this aim to look upon things in order to him, and to set them a-working without relation to him, is that which blasts all our endeavours, and makes them determine in confusion and disorder. For whatsoever is not directed in its own place with some reference unto him must be overthrown, nor is there any way left for any to prosper in that which he undertaketh, but to learn to know him and respect him in it, for the advancement of the kingdom over the souls of men, which by the sanctified use of all knowledge is chiefly effected. If then the trade of learning is to be set afoot in a public way, and regulated to deserve the countenance of a religious state, this aim, and the way of prosecuting of it, must be intended and beaten out. For except sciences be reformed in order to this scope, the increase of knowledge will increase nothing but strife, pride, and confusion, from whence our sorrows will be multiplied and propagated unto posterity. But if he, who is to be entrusted with the managing of this trade, be addressed in the way which leadeth unto this aim without partiality, his negotiation will be a blessing unto this age and to posterity. I have no time to enlarge upon this subject, or to conceive a formal and regular discourse, but the thoughts which thus fall into my mind I impart unto you, that you may give them as hints unto others, who of themselves will be able to enlarge them either to the house, or to such as can in due time sway the counsels of leading men in this commonwealth. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 10, Libraries in the Medieval and Renaissance Periods, by J.W. Clark. A library may be considered from two very different points of view, as a workshop or as a museum. The former commends itself to the practical turn of mind characteristic of the present day. Common sense urges that mechanical ingenuity, which has done so much in other directions, should be employed in making the acquisition of knowledge less cumbrous and less tedious. That as we travel by steam, so we should also read by steam, and be helped in our studies by the varied resources of modern invention. There lies on my table at this present moment a handbook of library appliances, in which 53 closely printed pages are devoted to this interesting subject, with illustrations of various contrivances by which the working of a large library is to be facilitated and brought up to date. In fact, from this point of view, a library may be described as a gigantic mincing machine, into which the labors of the past are flung, to be turned out again in a slightly altered form, as the literature of the present. If, on the other hand, a library be regarded as a museum, and I use the word in its original sense, as a temple or haunt of the muses, very different ideas are evoked. Such a place is as useful as the other. Every facility for study is given, but what I may call the personal element as affecting the treasures there assembled is brought prominently forward. The development of printing as the result of individual effort, the art of bookbinding as practiced by different persons in different countries, the history of the books themselves, the libraries in which they have found a home, the hands that have turned their pages, are there taken note of. Modern literature is fully represented, but the men of past days are not thrust out of sight. Their footsteps seem to linger in the rooms where once they walked. Their shades seem to protect the books they once handled. What Browning felt about frescoes may be applied, mutatis mutandis, to books in such an asylum as I am trying to portray. Wherever a fresco peels and drops, wherever an outline weakens and wanes, till the latest life in the painting stops, stands one whom each fainter pulse-tick pains. One wishful each scrap should clutch the brick, each tinge not wholly escape the plaster, a lion who dies of an ass's kick, the wronged great soul of an ancient master. It may safely be asserted that at no time has a love of reading, a desire to be fairly well informed on all sorts of subjects, been so widely diffused as at the present day. As a necessary consequence of this, the workshop view of a library has been very generally accepted. I have no wish to undervalue it. I only plead for the recognition of another sentiment, which may at times be overlaid by the pressure of daily avocations. In Cambridge, at least, there is no fear that it should ever be obliterated altogether, for we have effected a happy alliance between the present and the past, by which neither is neglected, neither is unduly prominent. This being the case, it has occurred to me that I may be so fortunate as to interest a Cambridge audience while I set before them some of the results at which I have arrived in investigating the position, the arrangement, and the fittings of libraries in the medieval and Renaissance periods. It will, of course, be impossible to attempt more than a sketch of so extensive a subject, and I fear that I must omit the contents of the bookcases altogether. But I shall hope by a selection of typical illustrations to make you realize what some of the libraries, monastic, public, or private, that fall within my period were like. I must begin with a few words about Roman libraries, because their methods influenced the Middle Ages, and are, in fact, the precursors of those in fashion in our own times. The Romans preserved their books in two ways, either in a small room or closet for reading elsewhere, or in a large apartment, fitted up with greater or lesser splendor, according to the taste or the means of the possessor, in which the books were doubtless studied as in a modern library. An instructive example of the former class was one of the first discoveries at Herculaneum in 1754. It was a very small room, so small, in fact, that a man who stood with his arms extended in the center of it could almost touch the walls on either side. Yet 1,700 rolls were found in it. These were kept in wooden presses, armaria, which stood against the walls like a modern bookcase. Besides these, a rectangular case occupied the central space, with only a narrow passage to the right and left between it and the wall cases. These cases were about a man's height, and had been numbered. It may be concluded from this that a catalogue of the books had once existed. In larger libraries, the books were kept in similar presses, but they were ornamented with the busts or pictures of illustrious men, under each of which was a suitable inscription, usually in verse. No ancient figure of one of these book presses has been preserved, so far as I have been able to ascertain. But as furniture is apt to retain its original forms with but little variation for a very long period, a representation of a press containing the 4 Gospels, which occurs among the mosaics in the mausoleum of the Empress Galla Placidia at Ravenna, though it could not have been executed before the middle of the 5th century, may be taken as a fairly accurate picture of the book presses of an earlier age. It is unnecessary to describe it, for it is exactly like a still later example which I am about to shew you. This picture occurs at the beginning of the manuscript of the Vulgate, called the Codex Amiatinus, which is now proved to have been written in England, at Wearmouth or Jarrow, but probably by an Italian scribe, shortly before 716. The seated figure represents Ezra writing the law. To get an idea of one of the larger Roman libraries in ancient times, we cannot do better than to turn to that of the Vatican at the present day. It was fitted up as we see it now, with presses, busts, and antique vases by Pope Sixtus V in 1588. It is therefore, at best, only a modern antique, but arranged so skilfully that an ancient Roman, if he could come to life again, might imagine himself in his own library. The library era, as we may call it, of the Christian world, began with the publication of the Rule of Saint Benedict, early in the 6th century. But just as that rule emphasized and arranged, on the lines of an ordered system, observances which had long been practiced by isolated congregations or individuals living in solitude, so the part of it which deals with study was evidently no new thing. Saint Benedict did not invent literature or libraries. He only lent the sanction of his name to the study of the one and the formation of the other. That libraries existed before his period is proved by allusions to them in the Fathers and other early writers. But as those allusions are general, and say nothing from which either their size or their arrangement can be inferred, I shall dismiss them in very few sentences. The earliest is said to have been the collection got together at Jerusalem by Bishop Alexander at the beginning of the 3rd century. Another was founded about 50 years later at Caesarea by Origen. This is described as not only extensive but remarkable for the importance of the manuscripts it contained. Others are recorded at Hippo, at Cirta, at Constantinople, and at Rome, where both St. Peter's and the Lateran had their special collections of books. I suspect that all these libraries were in connection with churches, possibly actually within their walls. At Cirta, for example, it is recorded that during the persecution of 303 to 304, the officers went to the church where the Christians used to assemble, and spoiled it of chalices and lamps, etc. But when they came to the library, bibliothecum, the presses, armaria, there were found empty. This language seems to imply that the sacred vessels and the books were in different parts of the same building. The instructions, again, of the dying Augustine, who bequeathed his library to the church at Hippo, led to the same conclusion. The library of St. Peter's at Rome, though added to the basilica erected by Constantine long after its primitive foundation, was on the ground floor, in the angle between the nave and the north limb of the transept. a position which may, perhaps, have been selected in accordance with early usage. I now pass to the treatment of books in the libraries of the monastic orders. These either adopted the rule of St. Benedict, or based their own rule upon its provisions. It will therefore be desirable to examine what he said on the subject of study, and I will translate a few lines from the 48th chapter of his rule of daily manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Hence brethren ought, at certain seasons, to occupy themselves with manual labor, and again, at certain hours, with holy reading. Between Easter and the calends of October, let them apply themselves to reading, from the 4th hour till near the 6th hour. After the 6th hour, when they rise from table, let them rest on their beds in complete silence, or, if any one should wish to read to himself, let him do so in such a way as not to disturb any one else. From the calends of October to the beginning of Lent, let them apply themselves to reading until the 2nd hour. During Lent, let them apply themselves to reading from morning until the end of the 3rd hour. And in these days of Lent, let them receive a book apiece from the library, and read it straight through. These books are to be given out at the beginning of Lent. It is important that 1 or 2 seniors should be appointed to go round the monastery at the hours when brethren are engaged in reading, in case some ill-conditioned brother should be giving himself up to sloth or idle talk, instead of reading steadily, so that not only is he useless to himself, but incites others to do wrong. Behold, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. These simple words, uttered by one who in power of far-reaching influence has had no equal, gave an impulse to study in the ages it once was the fashion to call dark, which grew with the growth of the order, till, whenever a Benedictine house arose, or a monastery of any one of the orders, which were but offshoots of the Benedictine tree, books were multiplied, and a library came into being, small indeed at first, but increasing year by year, till the wealthier houses had gathered together a collection of books that would do credit to a modern university. It is very interesting to notice, as order after order was founded, a steady development of feeling with regard to books, and an ever-increasing care for their safekeeping. St. Benedict had contented himself with general directions for study. The Cluniacs prescribed the selection of a special officer to take charge of the books, with an annual audit of them, and the assignment of a single volume to each brother. The Carthusians and the Cistercians provide for the loan of books to extraneous persons under certain conditions, a provision which the Benedictines in their turn adopted. Further, by the time the Cluniac customs were drawn up in the form in which they have come down to us, it is evident that the number of books exceeded the number of brethren, for both in them and in the statutes which Lanfranc promulgated for the use of the English Benedictines in 1070, the keeper of the books is directed to bring all the books of the house into chapter, after which the brethren, one by one, are to bring in the books they had borrowed on the same day in the previous year. Some of the former class of books were probably service books, but after this deduction has been made, we may fairly conclude that by the end of the 11th century, Benedictine houses possessed 2 sets of books: 1, those that were distributed among the brethren; 2, those which were kept in some safe place, probably the church, as part of the valuables of the house, or, to adopt modern phrases, they had a lending library and a library of reference. The Augustinians go a step further than the Benedictines, and the orders derive from them, for they prescribe the kind of press in which the books are to be kept. Both they and the Premonstratensians permit their books to be lent on the receipt of a pledge of sufficient value. Lastly, the friars, though they were established on the principle of holding no possessions of any kind, soon found that books were indispensable, that, in the words of a Norman bishop, claustrum sine armario, castrum sine armamentario. So by a strange irony, it came to pass that their libraries excelled those of most other orders, as Richard Dewey testifies in the Philobiblon. Whenever we turn aside to the cities and places where the Medicants had their convents, we found heaped up amidst the utmost poverty the utmost riches of wisdom. These men are as ants, ever preparing their meat in the summer, and ingenious bees continually fabricating cells of honey. And to pay due regard to truth, although they lately at the 11th hour have entered the Lord's vineyard, they have added more in this brief hour to the stock of the sacred books than all the other vine dressers, following in the footsteps of Paul, the last to be called, but the first in preaching, who spread the gospel of Christ more widely than all the others. It might have been expected from the use of the word library in the rule of St. Benedict that a special room assigned to books would have been one of the primitive component parts of every Benedictine house. This, however, is not the case. Such a room does usually occur in these houses, but it will be found on examination that it was added to some previously existing structure in the 14th or 15th century. Its absence from the primitive plan brings out 2 points very clearly. 1. How few books even a wealthy community could afford to possess for several centuries after the foundation of the order. 2. How strictly the order adhered to prescribed arrangements in laying out its houses, for even those built or rebuilt after books had become plentiful do not admit a library as an indispensable item in their ground plan. How then did they bestow their books after they had become too numerous to be kept in the church? The answer to this question is a very curious one, when we consider what our climate is, and indeed what the climate of the whole of Europe is, during the winter months. The center of the monastic life was the cloister. Brethren were not allowed to congregate in any other part of the conventual buildings, except when they went into the frater, or dining hall for their meals, or at certain hours in certain seasons into the warming house, calefactorium. In the cloister, accordingly, they kept their books, and there they sat and studied, or conducted the schooling of the novices and choir boys in winter and summer alike. Such a locality as this could not have been very favorable to the preservation of the books themselves. They, however, had a certain amount of protection which was denied to their readers, for they were shut up in presses. The word used for these, armarium, is the same as that which was applied by the Romans to their bookcases, and probably the idea of such a piece of furniture was due to the far-off echo of ancient usage. The official who had charge of the books did not derive his name from them, as in modern times, but from the presses which contained them, for he was uniformly styled armarius. As time went on, greater comfort was introduced. The windows of the walk of the cloister, where the presses stood, usually the walk next the church, were glazed, and sometimes not merely with white glass, but with mottoes alluding to the authors whose works were near at hand, while in some monasteries the elder monks were provided with small wooden studies called carols. A description of the whole system has been preserved for us in that curious book, The Rites of Durham, but it must be remembered that this represents the customs of the convent just before the suppression, and therefore gives no idea of the rigor of an earlier time. In the north side of the cloister, from the corner over against the church door to the corner over against the dorter door, was all finely glazed, from the height to the sole, within a little of the ground into the cloister garth, and in every window 3 pews or carols, which every one of the old monks had his carol, several by himself, that, when they had dined, they did resort to that place of cloister, and there studied upon their books, every one in his carol, all the afternoon, unto evensong time. This was their exercise every day. All their pews or carols was all finely wainscoted, and very close, all but the forepart, which had carved work that gave light in at their carol doors of wainscot. And in every carol was a desk to lie their books on, and the carols was no greater than from one stanchiel of the window to another. And over against the carols, against the church wall, did stand certain great almaries, or cupboards of wainscot, all full of books, with great store of ancient manuscripts to help them in their study, wherein did lie as well the old ancient written doctors of the church, as other profane authors with divers other holy men's works, so that every one did study what doctor pleased them best, having the library at all times to go study in besides their carols. No example of an English monastic book press has survived, so far as I have been able to discover, but it would be rash to say that none exists. Meanwhile, I will shew you a French example of a press, from the sacristy of the cathedral at Bayeux, but I cannot be sure that it was originally intended to hold books. Monsieur Viollet-le-Duc, from whom I borrowed it, decides it was probably made early in the 13th century. The Durham rites speak only of book presses standing in the cloister against the walls, but it was not unusual to have recesses in the wall itself, fitted with shelves, and probably closed by a door. 2 such are to be seen at Worcester, immediately to the north of the chapter house door. Each is about 10 feet wide by 2 feet deep. A similar receptacle for books seems to have been contemplated in Augustinian houses, for in the customs of the Augustinian Priory of Barnwell, written towards the end of the 13th century, the following passage occurs. The press in which the books are kept ought to be lined inside with wood, that the damp of the walls may not moisten or stain the books. This press should be divided vertically as well as horizontally by sundry partitions, on which the books may be ranged so as to be separated from one another, for fear they be packed so close as to injure each other, or delay those who want them. Recesses such as these were developed in Cistercian houses into a small square room without a window, and but little larger than an ordinary cupboard. In the plans of Clairvaux and Kirkstall, this room is placed between the chapter house and the transept of the church, and similar rooms in similar situations have been found at Fountains, Beaulieu, Tintern, Netley, etc. The catalogue made 1396 of the Cistercian Abbey at Meaux in Holderness, now totally destroyed, gives us a glimpse of the internal arrangement of one of these rooms. The books were placed on shelves against the walls, and even over the door. Again, the catalogue of the house of White Canons at Titchfield, in Hampshire, dated 1400, shews that the books were kept in a small room, on shelves there called columpnae, set against the walls. It is obvious that no study could have gone forward in such places as these. They must have been intended for security only, and to replace the wooden presses used elsewhere. As time went on, the number of books would naturally increase, and by the beginning of the 15th century, the larger monasteries at least had accumulated many hundred volumes. For instance, at Christ Church, Canterbury, at the beginning of the 14th century, there were 698. These had to be bestowed in various parts of the house without order or selection, in presses set up wherever a vacant corner could be found, to the great inconvenience, we may be sure, of the more studious monks or of scholars who came to consult them. To remedy such a state of things, a definite room was constructed for books, in addition to the presses in the cloister, which were still retained for the books in daily use. A few instances of this will suffice. At Christ Church, Canterbury, a library was built between 1414 and 1443 by Archbishop Schickel over the Prior's Chapel. At Durham, between 1416 and 1446, by Prior Wessington, over the old sacristy. At Situ, in 1480, over the writing room, scriptorium. At Clairvaux, between 1495 and 1503, in the same position. At Saint-Victor, in Paris, an Augustinian house, between 1501 and 1508, and at Saint-Germain-des-Prés, in the same city, about 1513, over the south cloister. Most of us, I take it, have more or less imperfect ideas of the appearance of a great monastery in the days of its completeness, and information on this point is unfortunately much more defective for our own country than it is for France. In illustration, therefore, of what I have been saying about the position of monastic libraries, I will next show you 2 bird's-eye views of the Benedictine house of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Paris. The first, dated 1687, shews the library over the south walk of the cloister, where it was placed in 1513. It must not, however, be supposed that no library existed before this. On the contrary, the house seems to have had one from the first foundation, and so early as the 13th century it could be consulted by strangers, and books borrowed from it. The second view, dated 1723, shews a still further extension of the library. It has now invaded the west side of the cloister, which has received an upper story, and even the external appearance of the venerable refectory, which was respected when nearly all the rest of the buildings were rebuilt in a classical style, has been sacrificed to a similar gallery. The united lengths of these 3 rooms must have been a little short of 324 feet. This library was at the disposal of all scholars who desired to use it. When the Revolution came, it contained more than 49,000 printed books and 7,000 manuscripts. The fittings belong to the period of its latest extension. They appear to have been sumptuous, but for my present object, uninteresting. At Canterbury, the library, built as I have said over the Prior's Chapel, was 60 feet long by 22 feet broad, and we know, from some memoranda written in 1508, when a number of books were sent to be bound or repaired, that it contained 16 bookcases, each of which had 4 shelves. I have calculated that this library could have contained about 2,000 volumes. I have shewn you a Benedictine house, and will next shew you a bird's-eye view of Cîteaux, the parent house of the Cistercian order, founded at the close of the 11th century. The original was taken, so far as I can make out, about 1500. At any rate, before the primitive buildings had been seriously altered. The library here occupied 2 positions, under the roof between the dormitory and the refectory, which must have been extremely inconvenient, and subsequently it was rebuilt in an isolated situation on the north side of the second cloister, over the writing-room, scriptorium. This was also the position of the new library at Clairvaux, the other great Cistercian house in France, the fame of which was equal to, if not greater than, that of Cîteaux. Of this latter library we have 2 descriptions, the first written in 1517, the second in 1723. The former account by the secretary of the Queen of Sicily, who visited Clairvaux, 13 July, 1517, is as follows. On the same side of the cloister are 14 studies, where the monks write and study, and over the said studies is the new library, to which one mounts by a broad and lofty spiral staircase from the aforesaid cloister. The library is 189 feet long by 17 feet wide. In it are 48 seats, bancs, and in each seat 4 shelves, pulpitres, furnished with books on all subjects, but chiefly theology. The greater number of the said books are of vellum and written by hand, richly storied and illuminated. The building that contains the said library is magnificent, built of stone, and exceedingly lighted on both sides with fine large windows, well glazed, looking out on the said cloister and the burial ground of the brethren. The said library is paved throughout with small tiles adorned with various designs. The description written in 1723 by the learned Benedictines, to whom we owe the Voyage littéraire, is equally interesting. From the great cloister you proceed into the cloister of conversation, so called because the brethren are allowed to converse there. In this cloister there are 12 or 15 little cells, all of a row, where the brethren formerly used to write books. For this reason they are still called at the present day the writing-rooms. Over these cells is the library, the building for which is large, vaulted, well lighted, and stocked with a large number of manuscripts, fastened by chains to desks, but there are not many printed books. In the great cloister on the side next the chapter house, the same observer noted books chained on wooden desks, which the brethren can come and read when they please. The library was for serious study, the cloister for daily reading, probably in the main devotional. If my time were unlimited, I could describe to you several other 15th century monastic libraries, but I feel that I must content myself with only one more, that of the Franciscan house in London, commonly called Christ's Hospital. The first stone of this library was laid by Sir Richard Whittington, 21 October, 1421, and by Christmas Day in the following year the roof was finished. Stowe tells us that it was 129 feet long by 31 feet broad, and the letters patent of Henry VIII add that it had 28 desks and 28 double settles of wainscot. The whole building, so well worth preservation, has been totally destroyed, but I am able to shew you a view of it. This view is an excellent illustration of the point on which I have insisted, namely, that in the course of the 15th century the great religious houses, no matter to what order they belonged, found that their books had become too numerous for the localities primitively intended for them, and began to build special libraries, usually over some existing structure, or, in other words, established a library of reference, which was not unfrequently thrown open to scholars in general, who were allowed to borrow books from it on execution of an indenture or deposit of a sufficient pledge. It is safer to fall back on a pledge than to proceed against an individual, said the customs of the priory at Abingdon. In what way were these monastic libraries fitted up? No trace of any monastic fittings has survived, so far as I am aware, either in England or in France or in Italy, and even Monsieur Viollet-le-Duc dismisses the library in a few brief sentences, of which the keynote is despair. My own view is that a close analogy may be traced between the fittings of monastic libraries and those of collegiate libraries, and that when we understand the one, we shall understand the other. The collegiate system was in no sense of the word monastic. Indeed, it was to a certain extent established to counteract monastic influence. But it is absurd to suppose that the younger communities would borrow nothing from the elder, especially when we reflect that the monastic system had completed at least 7 centuries of successful existence before Walter de Merton was moved to found a college, that many of the subsequent founders of colleges were churchmen, if not actually monks, and that there were monastic colleges at both universities. Further, as we have seen that study was specially enjoined upon the monks by St. Benedict, it is precisely in the direction of study that we should expect to find common features in the two sets of communities. And this, in fact, is what came to pass. An examination of the statutes affecting the library in the codes imposed upon colleges of Oxford and Cambridge shows that their provisions were borrowed directly from the monastic customs. The resemblances are too striking to be accidental. Take, for instance, this clause from the statutes of Oriel College, Oxford, dated 1329. The common books, communis libri, of the house are to be brought out and inspected once a year, on the feast of the Commemoration of Souls, 2nd November, in presence of the provost or his deputy, and of the scholars, fellows. Every one of them in turn, in order of seniority, may select a single book which either treats of the science to which he is devoting himself, or which he requires for his use. This he may keep until the same festival in the succeeding year, when a similar selection of books is to take place, and so on from year to year. If there should happen to be more books than persons, those that remain are to be selected in the same manner. Bishop Bateman, who had been educated in the priory at Norwich, and whose brother was an abbot, gave statutes to Trinity Hall, Cambridge, in 1350, with similar provisions, and the addition that certain books are to remain continuously in the library chamber, fastened with iron chains, for the common use of the fellows. These were copied by Wykeham at New College, Oxford, but with extended provisions for lending books to students, and a direction that all the books, which remain unassigned after the fellows have made their selection, are to be fastened with iron chains, and remain forever in the common library. This statute was repeated at King's College, Cambridge, and several other colleges in Oxford. Let me now remind you of Archbishop Lanfranc's statute for English Benedictines, dated 1070, which was based, as he himself tells us, on the general monastic practice of his time. On Monday after the first Sunday in Lent, before the brethren come into the chapter house, the librarian, custos librorum, shall have a carpet laid down, and all the books got together upon it, except those which a year previously had been assigned for reading. These brethren are to bring with them, when they come into the chapter house, each his book in his hand. Then the librarian shall read a statement as to the manner in which brethren have had books during the past year. As each brother hears his name pronounced, he is to give back the book which had been entrusted to him for reading, and he whose conscience accuses him of not having read the book through which he had received is to fall on his face, confess his fault, and entreat forgiveness. The librarian shall then make a fresh distribution of books, namely, a different volume to each brother for his reading. You will agree with me, I feel sure, that this statute or similar provisions extracted from other regulations is the source of the collegiate provisions for an annual audit and distribution of books, while the reservation of the undistributed volumes and their chaining for common use in a library was in accordance with the unwritten practice of the monasteries. This being the case, I think that we are justified in assuming that the internal fittings of the libraries would be identical also, and it must be further remembered that both collegiate and monastic libraries were being fitted up during the same period, the 15th century. When books were first placed in a separate room, fastened with iron chains for the use of the fellows of a college or the monks of a convent, the piece of furniture used was, I take it, an elongated lectern or desk of a convenient height for a seated reader to use. The books lay on their sides on the desk, and were attached by chains to a horizontal bar above it. There were at least 2 libraries in this university fitted with such desks, at the colleges of Pembroke and Queen's. And that it was a common form abroad is proved by its appearance in a French translation of the first book of the Consolations of Philosophy of Boethius, which I lately found in the British Museum, executed towards the end of the 15th century. One example at least of these fittings still exists in the library attached to the Church of St. Walburg at Zutphen in Holland. This library was built in its present position in 1555. But I suspect that some of the fittings, those namely which are more richly ornamented, were removed from an earlier library. Each of these desks is 9 feet long by 5 feet 6 inches high, and as you will see directly, a man can sit and read at them very conveniently. I shall shew you first a general view of part of the library, and secondly, a single desk. Such cases as these must have been used at the Sorbonne, where a library was first established in 1289, for books chained for the common convenience of the fellows, in communam sociorum utilitatem. A description of this library, based probably on records now lost, has been given by Claude Hemera, librarian 1638 to 1643, in his manuscript history. This I proceed to translate. The old library was contained under one roof. It was firmly and solidly built, and was 120 feet long by 36 feet broad. Further, that it might be the more safe from the danger of being burnt, should any house in the neighborhood catch fire, there was a sufficient interval between it and every dwelling house. Each side was pierced with 19 windows of equal size, that plenty of daylight, both from the east and the west, for this was the direction of the room, might fall upon the desks, and fill the whole length and breadth of the library. There were 28 desks, marked with the letters of the alphabet, 5 feet high, and so arranged that they were separated by a moderate interval. They were loaded with books, all of which were chained, that no sacrilegious hand might carry them off. These chains were attached to the right-hand board of every book, so that they might be readily thrown aside, and reading not be interfered with. Moreover, the volumes could be opened and shut without difficulty. A reader who sat down in the space between 2 desks, as they rose to a height of 5 feet, as I said above, neither saw nor disturbed any one else who might be reading or writing in another place by talking or by any other interruption, unless the other student wished it, or paid attention to any question that might be put to him. It was required by the ancient rules of the library that reading, writing, and handling of books should go forward in complete silence. This system must have been very wasteful as regards space, for only a few volumes, say a couple of dozen, could be accommodated on a single desk. As books accumulated, therefore, some other form of case had to be devised, which would accommodate more volumes than could be consulted at once. The desk could not be dispensed with so long as books were chained, but 1 or more shelves were added to it. This addition was effected in 2 ways, according as the books were to stand on their ends or to lie on their sides. As an illustration of the former plan, I will take the library of Merton College, Oxford, attributed by tradition to William Reed, Bishop of Chichester, 1368 to 85. And it has been so little altered that it may be taken as a type of medieval collegiate or monastic library. It is a long, narrow room, as all medieval libraries were, with equidistant windows, and the bookcases stand at right angles to the walls, in the spaces between each pair of windows, in front of which is the seat for the reader. Each bookcase had originally 2 shelves only above the desk. I will shew you first a general view of the interior of this library, and then a single bookcase and seat. The system of chaining as adopted in this country would allow of the books being readily taken down from the shelves and laid on the desk for reading. One end of the chain was attached to the middle of the upper edge of the right-hand board, the other to a ring which played on a bar set in front of the shelf on which the book stood. The foredge of the books, not the back, was turned forwards. A swivel, usually in the middle of the chain, prevented tangling. The chains varied in length according to the distance of the shelf from the desk. The bar was kept in place by a rather elaborate system of ironwork attached to the end of the bookcase, and secured by a lock which often required 2 keys, that is, the presence of 2 officials to open it. To illustrate this, I will show you a sketch of one of the bookcases in Hereford Cathedral. Having said thus much about chaining, I return to the Merton bookcases. Cases similar to these were evidently in use in the library of Christ Church, Canterbury, where the memoranda I mentioned record 4 shelves, that is, 2 on each side, in each bookcase, and also of Clairvaux, where a similar feature was observed. The design was evidently much admired, for we find cases of a similar plan, but larger, elsewhere in Oxford, as at the College of Corpus Christi, St. John's, Trinity, Jesus, and in the Bodleian Library. Another device for combining desk with shelf is to be seen at Trinity Hall, Cambridge, and as these cases were set up after 1626, we have here a curious instance of a deliberate return to ancient forms. There is evidence that there once existed below the shelf a second desk, which could be drawn in and out as required, so that a reader could stand or sit as he pleased, as you will see from the next illustration. The University of Leiden in Holland adopted a modification of this design, for there the shelf is above the desk, and readers could only stand to use the books. An arrangement analogous to this was adopted at Cîteaux, as we may gather from the catalogue drawn up in 1480. I will not trouble you with details, but merely say that there was evidently a shelf below the desk as well as one above it. The cases therefore resembled those at Leiden, with this difference, and they were also probably of such a height that the reader could conveniently sit at them. On the continent, where elaborate bindings came early into fashion, sometimes protected by equally elaborate bosses at their corners, it would have been impossible to arrange the volumes as we did, side by side on the shelves. It therefore became the fashion to place a shelf below the desk, and to lay the books upon it on their sides. The earliest library fitted in this manner that I have been able to discover is at Cesena in northern Italy. It was built in 1452 by Domenico Malatesta Novello for the convent of San Francesco. It is possible, therefore, that the parent house of San Francisco at Assisi, which had a large library, divided so early as 1381 into a Libreria Publica and a Libreria Secreta, had similar bookcases. I am going to shew you a general view of the room, which has a thoroughly medieval character, next the cases, and thirdly a single book with its chain. You will observe that the seats for the reader are no longer independent, but are combined with the bookcase. These cases no doubt suggest those in the Medician library at Florence, begun in 1525 by Michelangelo. The cases, perhaps the finest specimens in existence of wood carving, as applied to this style of work, were designed by other artists shortly after the completion of the room. In English libraries, at least, bookcases arranged on what I may term the Oxford type were in general use throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. The invention of printing had largely increased the number of volumes, and at the same time diminished their value, so that chaining was no longer necessary. When it had been abandoned, neither a desk nor a seat in close proximity to the books was required. In consequence, though libraries continued to be built on the ancient type with numerous windows close to the floor, it was possible to alter the old cases, or to make new ones, with a far larger number of shelves than heretofore, and when further space for books was needed, low cases were interposed between each pair of tall ones. A splendid specimen of this treatment is to be seen at St. John's College, Cambridge, where the bookcases were put up soon after the completion of the library in 1628. Though the plinth and central pilaster have been taken away, and the levels of the shelves changed, their original appearance can be recovered at a glance. On the top of all the low cases there was a desk, in the memory of that of ancient times. At the end of the taller cases is a panel to contain the catalogue, here closed by a small door. Sometimes, as we see at Peterhouse, ancient usage asserts itself so far that a seat was contrived by making the plinth of the tall case project to a sufficient distance. These bookcases were set up between 1641 and 1648. When the necessity for still further space for books became imperative, the seat was given up, or was dropped to the height of a step, as in the bookcases in the south room of the University Library, Cambridge, put up soon after 1649. The carved wing, however, which had masked the ends of it, was retained as an ornament, both there and in the old library at Pembroke College, Cambridge, furnished soon after 1690. Meanwhile, a new system of arranging bookcases had come into use on the continent. So far as I have been able to discover, the first library arranged in the way with which we are familiar, namely, with the bookcases set against the walls instead of at right angles to them, is that of the Escurial. These cases were made by Herrera, the architect of the building, in 1584. There is no indication of chaining, but in conformity with ancient usage, the fore-edge of the books, instead of their backs, is turned outwards, and the desk is represented by a shelf carried all round the room at a convenient height. No doubt so important a structure as this, erected by so mighty a potentate as the King of Spain, would be much talked about, and provoke imitators. Among these, I feel sure, was Cardinal Mazarin, whose library was fitted up in Paris in or about 1647, as a library to be used daily by the public. After his death, his books and bookcases were moved to the building in which they may still be seen. I will now shew you views of the two libraries, that you shall decide whether it is not obvious that one was suggested by the other. The new system was not accepted hastily. I believe that Sir Christopher Wren, when he built Trinity College Library in 1695, was the first English architect who ventured to build a library with windows which, as he says himself, rise high and give place for the desks against the walls. I suspect he borrowed this latter idea from France, which he visited in 1665. And most likely from the Bibliothèque Mazarine, for he himself recorded his admiration for the masculine furniture of the Palais Mazarin, though he does not especially mention the library. But he did not discard the ancient arrangement altogether. On the contrary, he utilized it so far as to subdivide the room and provide recesses for the convenience of students. He says, "The disposition of the shelves, both along the walls and breaking out from the walls, must needs provide very convenient and graceful, and the best way for the students will be to have a little square table in each cell, with 2 chairs. The necessity of bringing windows and doors to answer to the old building leaves 2 squarer places at the ends, and 4 lesser cells, not to study in, but to be shut up with some neat latticed doors for archives." I need hardly say that neither this library nor any of those built by Wren's pupils or imitators shew traces of chaining. The old fashion, however, lingered. In 1651, Humphrey Cheetham directed the books he gave to certain specified parish churches near Manchester to be chained. In 1694, James Lever gave books to a grammar school at Bolton in Lancashire, which were chained in a cupboard, very like the armarium of a monastic cloister. And at All Saints' Church, Hereford, a collection of books bequeathed in 1715 was chained to ordinary shelves set against the walls, as may still be seen. This very obvious way of disposing of books evidently shocked old-fashioned people, for Cole the antiquary, writing in 1703, could still speak of the arrangement of shelves against the walls as à la moderna. The libraries I have been describing were more or less public, and I should like, before I conclude, to shew you how books were bestowed in the studies of individual scholars, whether royal, monastic, or secular. I conceive that for many centuries after the beginning of the Christian era, the methods of the ancient world were followed, and that private libraries were arranged upon the Roman model in presses, with busts, mottos, and the like. Such was the library of Isidore, Bishop of Seville, 601 to 636. He was a voluminous writer, and seems to have had a voluminous library, divided, if I interpret the arrangements correctly, among 14 presses, each ornamented by 1 or more portrait busts, or medallions with suitable verses beneath them. The series concludes with a notice ad interventorem, a person whom we may call a talkative intruder. Non patitor quenquam coram, se scriba loquentem, non est hic quod agas garrula perge foras. How useful such an admonition would be in modern libraries, if only it could be enforced. So late as the end of the 12th century, I find a bishop who bequeathed his library to a church, describing it as the contents of my press, plenarium amarium meum. Gradually, however, other methods came into fashion, due probably to the introduction of handsome bindings, of which I have already spoken. Some particulars have fortunately been preserved of the cost of fitting up a certain tower in the Louvre between 1364 and 1368, to contain the books belonging to Charles V of France, from which much useful information may be extracted. The fittings of the older library in the palace on the Ile de la Cite were to be taken down and altered, and set up in the new room. 2 carpenters are paid for, having taken to pieces all the cases, bancs, and 2 wheels, roues, that is, revolving desks, which were in the king's library in the palace, and transported them to the Louvre, and for having put all together again, and hung up the cases, lettrons, in the 2 upper stages of the tower that looks toward the falconry, to put the king's books in, and for having panelled the first of those 2 stories all round inside. Next, a wire worker, cagetier, is paid for having made trellises of wire in front of 2 casements and 2 windows, to keep out birds and other beasts, oiseaux et autres bestes, by reason of and protection for the books that shall be placed there. The words banc and lettrons, which I have translated cases, are both frequently used. The first commonly denotes the cases in monastic libraries, and the second is the usual word for a reading desk. I think, therefore, that the 2 words were applied to describe the same piece of furniture, as stall and desk were with us. I am now going to show you 2 pictures of rooms arranged for study, which fit the above description very well. The first is from a French translation of Boccaccio, De Cade Malheureux Noble, Homme et Femme, written and illuminated in Flanders for King Henry VII. 2 gentlemen are studying a revolving desk, which can be raised or lowered by a screw. This is evidently the wheel of the French king's library. Behind are their books, either resting on a desk hung against the wall, which is panelled, or lying on a shelf beneath the desk. The second is also Flemish, of the same date, from a copy of the Meilleur Historial. It represents a monk, probably the author of the book, writing in his study. Behind him are 3 desks, one above the other, hung against the wall, with books, as in the first picture, resting upon them. Some such arrangement as this must have been long in fashion. Libraries such as those of Dion de Poitiers and Francis I could not have been bestowed in any other way. And in fact, when books are enriched with metalwork, or have specially elaborate ornaments on their sides, a desk of some sort is indispensable. Humbler scholars had to content themselves with small cupboards constructed in the thickness of the wall, or hung against it, as in the pictures I will next show you, from a French translation of Valerius Maximus, copied for King Edward IV, and dated 1479. You will observe that the lower part of the window is fitted with trellises, as in the French king's library, not casements. The upper part only is glazed. Another, and apparently very usual way of bestowing books, especially when they were not numerous, was to place them in a sort of cupboard under the sloping desk on which the owner read or wrote. An excellent specimen of this device, which Richard de Dury specially commends as being modelled on the ark, in the side of which the Book of Law was put, is to be found in the Ship of Fools, 1498. Another of a curiously modern type occurs in the Hours in the Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, executed about 1445 for Isabelle, Duchess of Brittany. Sometimes this book cupboard supported a revolving desk, which could be raised or depressed by the help of a central screw, like those I showed you just now. Sometimes the desk alone appears, with books laid on it. The forms given to these pieces of furniture by the ingenuity of those who made them are infinite, and they often include beautiful designs for armchairs, fitted with desks for writing. I will show you just one, not because it is specially beautiful, but because it gives a quaint picture of a scholar's room at the beginning of the 15th century. Here time, as represented by yonder clock, holds up his finger and bids me stop. I would fain have shewn you more pictures, but I hope that you have seen a sufficient number to give you some idea of the surroundings in which our forefathers read and wrote. I am sure that only in this way can we realize that they were real living people, not mere names. Their modes of thought were far different from ours. They may have wasted their time in verbal subtleties and uncritical tales, but the more we study what they did, the more we shall realize how laborious, how artistic, how conscientious they were, and amid all the developments of the 19th century, we shall gratefully confess that the Middle Ages rocked the cradle of our knowledge, and that we see but their hope become reality. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Isabelle Lynn. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 11. Madame Bovary by Gustave Flaubert, Chapter 1, French. Nous étions à l'étude quand le proviseur entra, suivi d'un nouveau habillé en bourgeois et d'un garçon de classe qui portait un grand pupitre. Ceux qui dormaient se réveillèrent, et chacun se leva comme surpris dans son travail. Le proviseur nous fit signe de nous rasseoir. Puis, se tournant vers le maître d'études, « Monsieur Roger, lui dit-il à demi-voix, voici un élève que je vous recommande, il entre en 5e. Si son travail et sa conduite sont méritoires, il passera dans les grands ou l'appelle son âge. » Resté dans l'angle, derrière la porte, si bien qu'on l'apercevait à peine, le nouveau était un gars de la campagne, d'une 15aine d'années environ, et plus haut de taille qu'aucun de nous tous. Il avait les cheveux coupés droit sur le front, comme un chantre de village, l'air raisonnable et fort embarrassé. Quoiqu'il ne fût pas large des épaules, son habit veste de drap vert à boutons noirs devait le gêner aux entournures et laisser voir, par la fente des parements, des poignets rouges habitués à être nus. Ses jambes, en bas bleus, sortaient d'un pantalon jaunâtre très tiré par les bretelles. Il était chaussé de souliers forts, mal cirés, garnis de clous. On commença la récitation des leçons. Il les écouta de toutes ses oreilles, attentif comme au sermon, n'osant même croiser les cuisses, ni s'appuyer sur le coude, et, à 2 heures, quand la cloche sonna, le maître d'études fut obligé de l'avertir, pour qu'il se mît avec nous dans les rangs. Nous avions l'habitude, en entrant en classe, de jeter nos casquettes par terre, afin d'avoir ensuite nos mains plus libres. Il fallait, dès le seuil de la porte, les lancer sous le banc, de façon à frapper contre la muraille en faisant beaucoup de poussière. C'était là le genre. Mais, soit qu'il n'eût pas remarqué cette manœuvre, ou qu'il n'eût osé s'y soumettre, la prière était finie que le nouveau tenait encore sa casquette sur ses 2 genoux. C'était une de ces coiffures d'ordre composite, où l'on retrouve les éléments du bonnet à poil, du chapska, du chapeau rond, de la casquette de loutre et du bonnet de coton, une de ces pauvres choses, enfin, dont la laideur muette a des profondeurs d'expression comme le visage d'un imbécile. Ovoïde et renflée de baleine, elle commençait par 3 boudins circulaires, puis s'alternaient, séparés par une bande rouge, des losanges de velours et de poils de lapin. Venait ensuite une façon de sac qui se terminait par un polygone cartonné, couvert d'une broderie en soutache compliquée, et d'où pendait, au bout d'un long cordon trop mince, un petit croisillon de fil d'or, en manière de gland. Elle était neuve, la visière brillait. « Levez-vous, dit le professeur. » Il se leva, sa casquette tomba. Toute la classe se mit à rire. Il se baissa pour la reprendre. Un voisin la fit tomber d'un coup de coude, il la ramassa encore une fois. « Débarrassez-vous donc de votre casque, dit le professeur, qui était un homme d'esprit. Il y eut un rire éclatant des écoliers qui décontença le pauvre garçon, si bien qu'il ne savait s'il fallait garder sa casquette à la main, la laisser par terre ou la mettre sur sa tête. Il se rassit et la posa sur ses genoux. « Levez-vous, reprit le professeur, et dites-moi votre nom. » Le nouveau articula, d'une voix bredouillante, un nom inintelligible. « Répétez !» Le même bredouillement de syllabes se fit entendre, couvert par les huées de la classe. « Plus haut !» cria le maître. « Plus haut !» Le nouveau, prenant alors une résolution extrême, ouvrit une bouche démesurée et lança à plein poumon, comme pour appeler quelqu'un, ce mot « Char Bovary !» Ce fut un vacarme qui s'élança d'un bond, monta en crescendo avec des éclats de voix aigus. On hurlait, on aboyait, on trépignait, on répétait « Char Bovary ! Char Bovary !» puis qui roula en notes isolées, se calmant à grand-peine, et parfois qui reprenait tout à coup sur la ligne d'un banc où saillissait encore çà et là, comme un pétard mal éteint, quelques rires étouffés. Cependant, sous la pluie des pensums, l'ordre peu à peu se rétablit dans la classe. Et le professeur, parvenu à saisir le nom de Charles Bovary, se l'étant fait dicter, épeler et relire, commanda tout de suite au pauvre diable d'aller s'asseoir sur le banc de paresse, au pied de la chaire. Il se mit en mouvement, mais, avant de partir, hésita. « Que cherchez-vous » demanda le professeur. « Ma casse » fit timidement le nouveau, promenant autour de lui des regards inquiets. « 500 vers à toute la classe » exclamait d'une voix furieuse, arrêta, comme le Cosego, une bourrasque nouvelle. « Restez donc tranquille » continuait le professeur indigné, et, s'essuyant le front avec son mouchoir qu'il venait de prendre dans sa toque, « Quant à vous, le nouveau, vous me copierez 20 fois le verbe ridiculus sum. » Puis, d'une voix plus douce, « Eh, vous la retrouverez, votre casquette, on ne vous l'a pas volée. » Tout reprit son calme. Les têtes se courbèrent sur les cartons, et le nouveau resta pendant 2 heures dans une tenue exemplaire, quoiqu'il eût bien, de temps à autre, quelques boulettes de papier lancées d'un bec de plumes qui vint s'éclabousser sur sa figure. Mais il s'essuyait avec la main, et demeurait immobile, les yeux baissés. Le soir, à l'étude, il tira ses bouts de manche de son pupitre, mit en ordre ses petites affaires, régla soigneusement son papier. Nous le vîmes qui travaillait en conscience, cherchant tous les mots dans le dictionnaire et se donnant beaucoup de mal. Grâce, sans doute, à cette bonne volonté dont il fit preuve, il dut ne pas descendre dans la classe inférieure. Car, s'il savait passablement ses règles, il n'avait guère d'élégance dans les tournures. C'était le curé de son village qui lui avait commencé le latin, ses parents, par économie, ne l'ayant envoyé au collège que le plus tard possible. Son père, M. Charles-Denis Bartholomé Bovary, ancien aide-chirurgien-major, compromis vers 1812 dans les affaires de conscription, et forcé, vers cette époque, de quitter le service, avait alors profité de ses avantages personnels pour saisir au passage une dot de 60 000 francs, qui s'offrait en la fille d'un marchand bonnetier, devenu amoureuse de sa tournure. Bel homme, hâbleur, faisant sonner haut ses éperons, portant des favoris rejoints aux moustaches, les doigts toujours garnis de bagues et habillé de couleurs voyantes, il avait l'aspect d'un brave, avec l'entrain facile d'un commis voyageur. Une fois marié, il vécut 2 ou 3 ans sur la fortune de sa femme, dînant bien, se levant tard, fumant dans de grandes pipes en porcelaine, ne rentrant le soir qu'après le spectacle et fréquentant les cafés. Le beau-père mourut et laissa peu de choses. Il en fut indigné, se lança dans la fabrique, y perdit quelque argent, puis se retira dans la campagne où il voulut faire valoir. Mais, comme il ne s'entendait guère plus en culture qu'en indienne, il montait ses chevaux au lieu de les envoyer au labour, buvait son cidre en bouteille au lieu de le vendre en barrique, mangeait les plus belles volailles de sa cour et graissait ses souliers de chasse avec le lard de ses cochons. Il ne tarda point à s'apercevoir qu'il valait mieux planter là toute spéculation. Moyennant 200 francs par an, il trouva donc à louer dans un village, sur les confins du pays de Caux et de la Picardie, une sorte de logis moitié ferme, moitié maison de maître, et, chagrin, rongé de regrets, accusant le ciel, jaloux contre tout le monde, il s'enferma dès l'âge de 45 ans, dégoûté des hommes, disait-il, et décidé à vivre en paix. Sa femme avait été folle de lui autrefois. Elle avait aimé avec 1000 servilités qui l'avaient détaché d'elle encore davantage. Enjouée jadis, expansive et tout aimante, elle était, en vieillissant, devenue, à la façon du vin éventé qui se tourne en vinaigre, d'humeur difficile, piaillarde, nerveuse. Elle avait tant souffert, sans se plaindre d'abord, quand elle le voyait courir après toutes les gotons au village, et que 20 mauvais lieux le lui renvoyaient le soir, blasé et puant l'ivresse. Puis l'orgueil s'était révolté. Alors elle s'était tue, avalant sa rage dans un stoïcisme muet, qu'elle garda jusqu'à sa mort. Elle était sans cesse en course, en affaires. Elle allait chez les avoués, chez le président, se rappelait l'échéance des billets, obtenait des retards, et, à la maison, repassait, cousait, blanchissait, surveillait les ouvriers, soldait les mémoires, tandis que, sans s'inquiéter de rien, monsieur, continuellement engourdi dans une somnolence boudeuse dont il ne se réveillait que pour lui dire des choses désobligeantes, restait à fumer au coin du feu, en crachant dans les cendres. Quand elle eut un enfant, il le fallut mettre en nourrice. Rentré chez eux, le marmot fut gâté comme un prince. Sa mère le nourrissait de confiture, son père le laissait courir sans souliers, et, pour faire le philosophe, disait même qu'il pouvait bien aller tout nu, comme les enfants des bêtes. À l'encontre des tendances maternelles, il avait en tête un certain idéal viril de l'enfance, d'après lequel il tâchait de former son fils, voulant qu'on l'élevât durement, à la Spartiate, pour lui faire une bonne constitution. Il l'envoyait se coucher sans feu, lui apprenait à boire de grands coups de rhum et à insulter les processions. Mais, naturellement paisible, le petit répondait mal à ses efforts. Sa mère le traînait toujours après elle. Elle lui découpait des cartons, lui racontait des histoires, s'entretenait avec lui dans des monologues sans fin, pleins de gaieté mélancolique et de chatteries babillardes. Dans l'isolement de sa vie, elle reportait sur ses têtes d'enfant toutes ses vanités éparses, brisées. Elle rêvait de haute position, elle le voyait déjà grand, beau, spirituel, établi, dans les ponts et chaussées ou dans la magistrature. Elle lui apprit à lire, et même lui enseigna, sur un vieux piano qu'elle avait, à chanter 2 ou 3 petites romances. Mais, à tout cela, M. Bovary, peu soucieux des lettres, disait que ce n'était pas la peine. Aurait-il jamais de quoi l'entretenir dans les écoles du gouvernement, lui acheter une charge ou un fonds de commerce? D'ailleurs, avec du toupet, un homme réussit toujours dans le monde. Madame Bovary se mordait les lèvres, et l'enfant vagabondait dans le village. Il suivait les laboureurs et chassait, à coups de mottes de terre, les corbeaux qui s'envolaient. Il mangeait des mûres le long des fossés, gardait les dindons avec une gaule, fanait à la moisson, courait dans le bois, jouait à la marelle sous le porche de l'église les jours de pluie, et, aux grandes fêtes, suppliait le bedeau de lui laisser sonner les cloches, pour se pendre de tout son corps à la grande corde et se sentir emporté par elle dans sa volée. Aussi poussa-t-il comme un chêne. Il acquit de fortes mains, de belles couleurs. À 12 ans, sa mère obtint que l'on commençât ses études. On en chargea le curé. Mais les leçons étaient si courtes et si mal suivies qu'elles ne pouvaient servir à grand-chose. C'était au moment perdu qu'elle se donnait, dans la sacristie, debout, à la hâte, entre un baptême et un enterrement. Ou bien le curé envoyait chercher son élève après l'angélus, quand il n'avait pas à sortir. On montait dans sa chambre, on s'installait. Les moucherons et les papillons de nuit tournoyaient autour de la chandelle. Il faisait chaud, l'enfant s'endormait, et le bonhomme, s'assoupissant les mains sur son ventre, ne tardait pas à ronfler, la bouche ouverte. D'autres fois, quand monsieur le curé, revenant de porter le viatique à quelques malades des environs, apercevait Charles qui polissonnait dans la campagne, il l'appelait, le sermonnait un quart d'heure et profitait de l'occasion pour lui faire conjuguer son verbe au pied d'un arbre. La pluie venait les interrompre ou une connaissance qui passait. Du reste, il était toujours content de lui, disait même que le jeune homme avait beaucoup de mémoire. Charles ne pouvait en rester là. Madame fut énergique. Honteux, ou fatigué plutôt, monsieur céda sans résistance, et l'on attendit encore un an que le gamin eût fait sa première communion. 6 mois se passèrent encore, et, l'année d'après, Charles fut définitivement envoyé au collège de Rouen, où son père l'amena lui-même, vers la fin d'octobre, à l'époque de la foire Saint-Romain. Il serait maintenant impossible à aucun de nous de se rien rappeler de lui. C'était un garçon de tempérament modéré, qui jouait aux récréations, travaillait à l'étude, écoutant en classe, dormant bien au dortoir, mangeant bien au réfectoire. Il avait pour correspondant un quincaillier en gros de la rue Gantry, qui le faisait sortir une fois par mois, le dimanche, après que sa boutique était fermée, l'envoyait se promener sur le port à regarder les bateaux, puis le ramener au collège dès 7 heures, avant le souper. Le soir de chaque jeudi, il écrivait une longue lettre à sa mère, avec de l'encre rouge et 3 pains à cacheter. Puis il repassait ses cahiers d'histoire, ou bien lisait un vieux volume d'Anacharsis qui traînait dans les tuiles. En promenade, il causait avec le domestique, qui était de la campagne comme lui. À force de s'appliquer, il se maintint toujours vers le milieu de la classe. Une fois même, il gagna un premier accessible d'histoire naturelle. Mais à la fin de sa 3e, ses parents le retirèrent du collège pour lui faire étudier la médecine, persuadés qu'il pourrait se pousser seul jusqu'au baccalauréat. Sa mère lui choisit une chambre, au 4e, sur l'eau de Robec, chez un teinturier de sa connaissance. Elle conclut les arrangements pour sa pension, se procura des meubles, une table et 2 chaises, fit venir de chez elle un vieux lit en merisier, et acheta de plus un petit poêle en fonte, avec la provision de bois qui devait chauffer son pauvre enfant. Puis elle partit au bout de la semaine, après 1000 recommandations de se bien conduire, maintenant qu'il allait être abandonné à lui-même. Le programme des cours, qu'il lut sur l'affiche, lui fit un effet d'étourdissement. Cours d'anatomie, cours de pathologie, cours de physiologie, cours de pharmacie, cours de chimie et de botanique et de clinique et de thérapeutique, sans compter l'hygiène et la matière médicale, tous noms dont il ignorait les étymologies, et qui étaient comme autant de portes de sanctuaires pleins d'augustes ténèbres. Il n'y comprit rien. Il avait beau écouter, il ne saisissait pas. Il travaillait pourtant. Il avait des cahiers reliés, il suivait tous les cours. Il ne perdait pas une seule visite. Il accomplissait sa petite tâche quotidienne à la manière du cheval de manège, qui tourne en place les yeux bandés, ignorant de la besogne qu'il broie. Pour lui épargner de la dépense, sa mère lui envoyait chaque semaine, par le messager, un morceau de veau cuit au four, avec quoi il déjeunait le matin, quand il était rentré de l'hôpital, tout en battant la semelle contre le mur. Ensuite, il fallait courir aux leçons, à l'amphithéâtre, à l'hospice, et revenir chez lui à travers toutes les rues. Le soir, après le maigre dîner de son propriétaire, il remontait à sa chambre et se remettait au travail, dans ses habits mouillés qui fumaient sur son corps, devant le poêle rougi. Dans les beaux soirs d'été, à l'heure où les rues tièdes sont vides, quand les servantes jouent au volant sur le seuil des portes, il ouvrait sa fenêtre et s'accoudait. La rivière, qui fait de ce quartier de Rouen comme une ignoble petite Venise, coulait en bas, sous lui, jaune, violette ou bleue, entre ses ponts et ses grilles. Des ouvriers, accroupis au bord, lavaient leurs bras dans l'eau. Sur des perches partant du haut des greniers, des écheveaux de coton séchaient à l'air. En face, au-delà des toits, le grand ciel pur s'étendait, avec le soleil rouge se couchant. Qu'il devait faire bon là-bas, quelle fraîcheur sous la hêtraie. Et il ouvrait les narines pour aspirer les bonnes odeurs de la campagne, qui ne venaient pas jusqu'à lui. Il maigrit, sa taille s'allongea, et sa figure prit une sorte d'expression dolente qui la rendit presque intéressante. Naturellement, par nonchalance, il en vint à se délier de toutes les résolutions qu'il s'était faites. Une fois, il manqua la visite, le lendemain son cours, et, savourant la paresse, peu à peu, n'y retourna plus. Il prit l'habitude du cabaret, avec la passion des dominos. S'enfermer chaque soir dans un sale appartement public, pour y taper sur des tables de marbre de petits os de mouton marqués de points noirs, lui semblait un acte précieux de sa liberté, qui le rehaussait d'estime vis-à-vis de lui-même. C'était comme l'initiation au monde, l'accès des plaisirs défendus. Et, en entrant, il posait la main sur le bouton de la porte avec une joie presque sensuelle. Alors, beaucoup de choses comprimées en lui se dilatèrent. Il apprit par cœur des couplets qu'il chantait au bienvenu, s'enthousiasma pour Béranger, sut faire du punch et connut enfin l'amour. Grâce à ses travaux préparatoires, il échoua complètement à son examen d'officier de santé. On l'attendait le soir même à la maison pour fêter son succès. Il partit à pied et s'arrêta vers l'entrée du village, où il fit demander sa mère, lui conta tout. Elle l'excusa, rejetant l'échec sur l'injustice des examinateurs, et le raffermit un peu, se cherchant d'arranger les choses. 5 ans plus tard seulement, M. Bovary connut la vérité. Elle était vieille, il l'accepta, ne pouvant d'ailleurs supposer qu'un homme issu de lui fût un sot. Charles se remit donc au travail et prépara sans discontinuer les matières de son examen, dont il apprit d'avance toutes les questions par cœur. Il fut reçu avec une assez bonne note. Quel beau jour pour sa mère! On donna un grand dîner. Où irait-il exercer son art? À Tostes. Il n'y avait là qu'un vieux médecin. Depuis longtemps, Madame Bovary guettait sa mort, et le bonhomme n'avait point encore plié bagage que Charles était installé en face comme son successeur. Mais ce n'était pas tout que d'avoir élevé son fils, de lui avoir fait apprendre la médecine et découvert Tostes pour l'exercer. Il lui fallait une femme. Elle lui en trouva une, la veuve d'un huissier de Dieppe, qui avait 45 ans et 1200 livres de rente. Quoiqu'elle fût laide, sèche comme un cotteret et bourgeonnée comme un printemps, certes Madame Dubuc ne manquait pas de partis à choisir. Pour arriver à ses fins, la mère Bovary fut obligée de les évincer tous, et elle déjoua même fort habilement les intrigues d'un charcutier qui était soutenu par les prêtres. Charles avait entrevu dans le mariage l'avènement d'une condition meilleure, imaginant qu'il serait plus libre et pourrait disposer de sa personne et de son argent. Mais sa femme fut le maître. Il devait devant le monde dire ceci, ne pas dire cela, faire maigre tous les vendredis, s'habiller comme elle l'entendait, harceler par son ordre les clients qui ne payaient pas. Elle décachetait ses lettres, épiait ses démarches et l'écoutait, à travers la cloison, donner ses consultations dans son cabinet quand il y avait des femmes. Il lui fallait son chocolat tous les matins, des égards à n'en plus finir. Elle se plaignait sans cesse de ses nerfs, de sa poitrine, de ses humeurs. Le bruit des pas lui faisait mal. On s'en allait, la solitude lui devenait odieuse. Revenait-on près d'elle, c'était pour la voir mourir sans doute. Le soir, quand Charles rentrait, elle sortait de dessous ses draps ses longs bras maigres, les lui passait autour du cou, et, l'ayant fait asseoir au bord du lit, se mettait à lui parler de ses chagrins. Il oubliait, il en aimait une autre. On lui avait bien dit qu'elle serait malheureuse, et elle finissait en lui demandant quelques sirops pour sa santé, et un peu plus d'amour. End of section 11. Recording by Isabelle Lynn.
Section 12 of Why Do We Need a Public Library by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 12. The Negro Vote in the States, whose constitutions have not been specifically revised, by John Hope. So much has been said about almost every phase of the so-called race problem, so many good things and so many bad things, that we are apt to believe all has been said that can be said, and to wish that if there is anything that has not yet been said, it may remain unsaid. Certainly, little that is new can be said on the franchise until we have some new developments. You will get nothing new from me. I am to speak on a current topic that is as well known to you as to me. Yet it is sometimes helpful to hear your own thoughts expressed by someone else. With this possibility of doing a service, I apologize for having consented to write on the subject of Negro suffrage in the states whose constitutions have not been specifically revised. But even here I feel unable to speak about all these states, and prefer to confine myself to my own state, for of this I may speak with the assurance that comes from contact. The state of Georgia probably shows as little revulsion and reversion of sentiment and law as any distinctly Southern state, except perhaps Texas, since the Reconstruction period. Republican rule was short-lived, and, while it remained, was less aggressive and revolutionary than in other states. The population has been fairly evenly divided between the two races, with the majority always on the white side. The agrarian class has been less powerful than in some southern states, and the ignorance of both races has been rather mitigated and softened by centers of information, towns and cities less remotely distant from one another than is the case in several other southern states, railroads and factories exerting a great influence in this respect. So Georgia may be taken as a type of those states in which the best things have happened, or rather the worst things have not happened, for colored people. Of course, in Reconstruction times, Georgia Democrats did act harshly, but my remarks rather have to do with the period after that. For instance, more than 30 colored Republicans were expelled from the Georgia legislature, and the state had to have a sort of second Reconstruction before it was finally recognized by the United States government. Georgia had only one Republican governor, and sent to the National House of Representatives at least one colored representative. But for many years, even this has been a thing of the past. White men have held all offices, occasionally having the monotony of complexion broken by a colored representative from Camden, McIntosh, or Liberty County in the state legislature. The passing of the Republican Party in the state as an aggressive elective organization has been due to several causes, but so hidden and steady have two of them been, so free from shotguns, leaving out, of course, the Ku Klux and patrollers of the 60s and 70s, that you cannot lay your hands on these causes so easily, as in some other states where the change has been revolutionary and sudden rather than gradual. You will notice that I say Republican Party, for when the colored vote was most effective, it was organized by the Republican Party. One of the causes of this passing of the Republican vote was intimidation at the polls on election day, threats and intimidation before the day in communities of colored people, and official rascality in the counting of ballots actually cast. Probably as a result of these a third cause came, the indifference of the state and municipal Republican organizations to making a canvass for the state and city officers. Then the colored vote began to divide on Democratic candidates, and was exceedingly effective, holding the balance of power, as it did, in choosing white Democratic governors, congressmen, state legislators, city and county officers. This went well for a while, but white office seekers soon began to fear this colored balance of power. They wanted their certainty of a majority of the white vote to guarantee their office. So the Georgia legislature passed a law making it legal to have primaries to nominate candidates for office, and also throwing such safeguards about the management of primaries as aimed to secure lawful practices on these occasions. Here was a perfectly harmless movement. Apparently harmless. The next step was made by the Democratic Party, assembled in state convention, when it decided that candidates for state and county officers on the Democratic ticket should be nominated by a primary, but leaving the conduct of the primary to the community in which it might be held, provided this should not run counter to the primary law as passed by the state. Here, too, was a perfectly fair and harmless provision, apparently fair and apparently harmless. But the way was then open for the primary to take on a local coloring. In communities where the colored vote was an embarrassment, the Democratic Party there decided to have a white primary. In one of these communities, a colored man that I know went to vote at the primary. He was a good Negro, a very good Negro, his goodness dating back to the time when the Yankees were about to confiscate his master's cotton, and he claimed the cotton as his. Even this transaction did not enlarge his cranium, and after saving his master thousands of dollars and gradually amassing a fortune for himself, he still knew how to approach his former master from the kitchen door. Well, this good Negro went to cast his ballot. The courteous man at the polls said, "George, this is the Democratic primary." "Yes," said George, "but I am a Democrat." "Well," said the courteous gentleman, "but George, this is a white primary." This colored man found himself without a Republican for whom he might vote, and was informed that the Democratic Party was a close corporation so far as the colored man was concerned. This is quite interesting when I tell you that white Republicans, avowedly Republicans, have not only been permitted but even requested to participate in the primaries of the Democratic and Populist parties. The reason for the elasticity of the primary is quite evident. That is, why colored people are allowed to take part in the primary in one community and not in another, or why they are allowed at one time to vote and at another time in that same community are not allowed to vote. The purpose is to have the colored voters as a harmless balance of power between the Democrats and any other party that may show strength. That is, to have the colored man to settle disputes among white people without becoming obstreperous because of this valuable assistance. There were some communities where the Populists used the colored voter to defeat Democrats and others where the Democrats used this vote to defeat Populists. Of the state as a whole, it may be said that Populism was defeated by the colored voters espousing the Democratic side. And be it said to the common sense and good reason of many Democrats that this fact is acknowledged and to an extent appreciated by the party now in power, to the extent at least of staving off any further disfranchisement measures thus far. But the most flagrant high-handedness and palpable confession of purpose on the part of white people with reference to our citizenship rights is to be found in a state legislative enactment that looks to the municipal management of two Georgia towns where the colored voters are so overwhelmingly in the majority that ordinary subterfuges would not fulfill the requirement. Darien and St. Mary's are two coast towns with a large colored population. The mayor and aldermen are not elected by the voters in these towns, but instead these towns enjoy the unique distinction of being managed by officials appointed by the governor of the state. What is more simple, what more high-handed, what more undemocratic and subversive of national principles of government than this? Now let us ask the question, can the colored man cast his ballot in Georgia? In the first place, any party of any race may hold a primary. Second, any man of any party or race may vote in the general election for any candidate he may wish. Let us ask next, whether these ballots will be counted. That depends entirely upon whether the need is to count them or destroy them, or furthermore, to count them as ballots for someone for whom they were not cast. The election boards and the management at the polls are not bipartisan, and the party in power may do what it chooses. We raise the question now whether it is for our best interest, economically, to exercise the franchise. Do men vote to help their economic interests? Are not taxation and other fiscal policies settled by the ballot? May not property be enhanced or lessened in value by voters? Colored people have some real estate and securities, but their practical capital is their labor. Yet they have not the least power, the real power, of influencing legislation in reference to a single labor measure that may arise, although in Georgia nearly half the population is colored, and in the laboring class the colored people are in the majority. Now suppose, as white union labor in the South grows stronger, it should influence such legislation as would eliminate colored labor. where it came into competition with white labor. The colored laborer would be politically powerless to resist this legislation. Now is this a mere idle dream when we reflect that within the past few months a Texas legislator introduced a bill to confine colored labor to the farm whenever it was found in city and town communities to be competing with white labor? Then there is another side that really has its argument, effective, though perhaps not very logical. The fact that we are, as a people, laborers and not capitalists makes us, as any other people similarly placed would be, under obligation to the capitalists who, in our case, are white. The point is made that to enter politics against the wishes of this people would raise such antagonism as to lower our earning power. Hence we are told to keep out of politics until we get a better money basis. Here we stand between two difficulties. Staying out of politics might jeopard our earning, and entering politics might jeopard our earnings. Many honest and thoughtful white and colored men stand on both sides of this question. Now, is it educationally best for us to vote? This question requires some amplifying. Do we mean what educational value comes from this training in citizenship? If so, then certainly the value is great. There was a time when we knew conditions in our state and town, but so little influence does a colored man have in politics now that I do not even know the name of the alderman in my ward, although I am a registered voter, have paid my poll tax, and voted for President Roosevelt. I know of nothing more benumbing to us as citizens than this deprivation. Men who are philosophic may consider matters that are not of material concern, but the average person does not load his mind and spend his time with things that, for one reason or another, have no concern for him. Any discussion as to the fitness and honesty of municipal and state candidates hardly touches me, as I know I cannot lift a finger to promote the interests of any one of them. I have no voice. There is another position from which this question may be viewed, and that is whether the advantages from schools would be lessened or increased from participation in politics. It is quite evident that without the ballot any people are suppliant and must beg rather than make a manly demand. But, assuming that the lack of the ballot has become a condition with us, would a demand or threat about our ballot result in a counter-threat that if we forced the issue we should not only be denied our ballot, but that for our arrogance the appropriation for colored public schools would be cut down, and we should receive only what we paid in as our share of the school tax? This, too, is no dream, but has actually been considered by colored men as a possible reason for not causing such antagonism as would arise from colored men endeavoring to enter aggressively into politics again. What now about fears for disfranchisement, such as has been compassed by the revised constitutions in many Southern states? Someone may say that there is no difference between constitutional disfranchisement and that quasi-disfranchisement effective for all practical purposes, such as we have spoken of as now obtaining in Georgia. There is a tremendous difference. If a wave of civic righteousness should sweep over those states still without constitutional disfranchisement, the primaries would be a very slight embarrassment to those willing to do right by all races alike, while in the states possessing constitutional disfranchisement, the reactionaries would have such means of stopping fair play and honest elections free for all, that they could easily check the purposes of the fair-minded citizens for a long while. Now, do we really have to fear disfranchisement? I say disfranchisement must at all times be feared and be guarded against as far as it lies within our power in an honorable and manly way to hold it off. Just at the time, North Carolina and Maryland seemed most secure to us, we found ourselves deprived of our rights. And it may be safely stated that whenever on a specific occasion the colored vote exerts the balance of power over any considerable area, their disfranchisement may be feared. We need to fear disfranchisement, because it is founded upon the spirit of injustice, and that same spirit fosters it. So palpable is this that the South bewails the fact. Governor Warfield, in speaking about the repeal of the 15th Amendment, says, "The privilege to vote could then be bestowed without respect to the expedient of unwise constitutional amendments that strain the conscience of our best people and arouse criticism." Yet the repeal of the 15th Amendment would not relieve those apostles of disfranchisement of the odium of violating the spirit of truly American democracy, and of setting at naught that mighty decision on human rights that was rendered by the bloody arbitrament of war. Disfranchisement, of whatever sort, if designed to embarrass a citizen because of his race, must always strain the conscience of our best people. Does Georgia show any signs of the disfranchising spirit? We fear it does. The state legislature now expects some measure of this sort at each session, and in recent years has not been disappointed, although good sense has thus far triumphed. Then again, men in high places, congressmen, and at least one of our U.S. senators from Georgia have begun to say some things that may easily be construed as an advocacy of disfranchisement. It occurs to me that the marked difference between the condition in my boyhood and today is this. Then the opposition was to Republicans. Today it is to Negroes. It is not a party line, but a race line. Now, the white primary has not done all that was claimed for it. In the first place, it has not purified elections. Far from doing away with the purchase and sale of votes, it has, by lowering the supply, relatively increased the demand and brought up the price to a really fancy figure. In the second place, it has failed to do that for which it was ostensibly introduced, especially to do, namely, to put into office those men most eminently fitted by ability and character to administer the office to which they might be chosen. On the contrary, primary elections have been questioned on the ground of fraud, and the mayor of one very prominent Georgia city has been arrested for drunkenness. Then why is the primary kept? Well, the fixers, for instance, can more easily fix things. With the colored man's vote eliminated, the work becomes simplified, and even though the amount of money spent illegally may now be more than the total amount in the days when colored as well as white were in the market, yet those interested in fixing elections can now work with more assurance, and promises may more easily be carried out in the matter of delivering the goods. For instance, I know of a city election where the voters in one ward were so evenly divided and the candidates had calculated their strength so accurately that one candidate felt safe in buying 3 white votes at the rate of $110. Large corporations may now operate easily in state and city, and some of the most flagrant cases of political jobbery that have been charged against Reconstruction rule are easily equaled by the barefaced graft and bribery by which large business interests win their way through the assistance of white voters. What are the possibilities of white aspirants bolting the primary? It is my impression that they are fewer than they were 20 years ago. Judge Gartrell once ran independently against Alexander Stephens for governor, and Judge Emery Spear, in his younger days, ran on an independent ticket. But such a step on the part of a candidate means outlawry for life. Spear was read into the Republican Party, Thomas Watson into the Populist, and since the exile of such giants, the small fry find it easy to be good and not to lift their heads in rebellion, no matter what rascality has compassed their defeat at the primary. No, it is my impression that the primary is more firmly established today than when it was first started. White unity has become white slavery, and while the yoke galls, the white aspirant prefers the yoke to extermination. But suppose there should be a general democratic rough house, and the colored vote should be called in to quell the disturbance. The colored voter would have no guarantee that such would mean his return to political standing. On the contrary, it might, as in several states, cause the passage of constitutional disfranchisement that would make his last state worse than the former. Our status is truly unenviable, and the ground on which we stand is exceedingly uncertain. I desire now to treat more fully what has already been touched upon. Why do the Republicans not nominate candidates for state, county, and city offices and make a general canvass? There are two classes of colored men, those who think the party should and those who think it should not. Unfortunately, each of these classes makes severe charges against the other with reference to this matter. I much prefer to accept the explanations of both as honest. The following are at least some of the reasons for not making a canvass. First, it is difficult to get desirable men to accept the nomination. Second, it would be still more difficult to secure sufficient funds to pay the ordinary and perfectly legitimate expenses of a campaign. Third, the injustices of the party in power would make a fair election an impossibility. Hence, a candidate would be doomed to defeat from the moment of his nomination, and the fact that he and the party would know this would make the campaign lifeless, futile, and perfunctory. Fourth, the prominence of colored people in politics and the extra trouble to which they would put the ascendant party might result in still further curtailment of the few rights still left to us. To all of this, the side that clamors or appears to clamor for a ticket says, "You assume too much. You see ghosts." Yet, supposing the worst, it is far better to keep colored voters organized for several reasons. First, because the organization gives a valuable training in citizenship that cannot be gained by standing aloof and waiting for better things. Second, because if an opening should come suddenly, the colored people would be better able to decide quickly and intelligently where to throw their strength solidly on one side or another for their own best interests and the interests of the government. Thirdly, because a show of opposition to existing political injustice and repression would relieve us of the charge of indifference to our condition, and would strengthen the courage of those who might champion our cause, our efficient, powerful champions, who have grown doubtful about our real manhood. I believe in the honesty of both these classes of colored men, and it is exceedingly difficult for a man living in the midst of these conditions and knowing the temperament, attitude, and unlimited power of the white people to say which one of these new courses is the more rational and helpful to pursue. What have the colored people lost through disfranchisement? They have lost the privilege of influencing legislation, since the legislator feels under no obligation to them. The Jim Crow car law, the separate tax bill, and almost any other bill may be passed so far as pressure from colored people is concerned. A very clear case in the public library in Atlanta, which is supported by the taxes of all citizens, yet not a single colored person may enter that library to read or borrow a book. Some months ago, Mr. Carnegie offered the city $10,000 for a library for the colored people, on the condition that the city furnish a lot and agree to appropriate $1,000 per annum for the maintenance of the library. The whole matter has been tabled, and the colored people have no redress, since their mayor and aldermen were elected without the colored vote. Do you suppose the city of Atlanta would have refused so paltry a favor if its city council were dependent upon our vote? Not only have we lost influence among the lawmakers, but among those who interpret the law and administer justice. Neither judge nor jury has to consult the colored man's wish. This independence of us makes the court a place of injustice as frequently as of justice, and policemen may be cruel with impunity. Then, too, the chain gang, with its revolting influences on men and women, boys and girls, the lack of Negro reformatories, in some places where they do exist for white boys, find much of their meaning in the fact that the colored voter cannot make sentiment and bring things to pass through the ballot. We have had the Jim Crow law forced upon us. Our public schools have become poorer in equipment and teaching force, and the salary of teachers has been lowered. In a word, the loss of the franchise has changed our status to such a degree that we no longer demand, but beg and supplicate even for those fundamental needs, without which education and general improvement would be very doubtful. Now, are there some things to be effected that are regarded as of more vital interest to colored people at present than the ballot? In the face of what has already been said, this seems almost an unnecessary question, since the ballot is no abstract thing, no merely academic theory, but a vital agent in the promotion of improvement and happiness. Yet, as obvious as all this seems, when people have already lost the ballot, they may ask this question: are there some things to be effected that are of more vital interest to colored people at present than the ballot? I heard a sweet-spirited colored man say at the conclusion of his remarks one day. He was a college president and is now in heaven away from this turmoil. Well, I heard him say, "I have come to the conclusion that all we can do in this country is to take what the white man gives us." An eminent colored preacher said recently in my hearing, "You can't drive these white folks, you must knuckle to them, and you can get anything you want." Within the last 2 months, an interesting white Southern clergyman, in his exhortation to colored people to be good Negroes, told them not to get mad about Jim Crow cars and to be slow to urge their rights. Said he, "You colored people are undertaking a heavy task when you attempt to reform the Anglo-Saxon." Now our present needs are numerous and vital, many growing out of the curtailment of privileges, a condition made possible through our lack of the ballot. Many colored men believe that we can get these needs supplied most quickly and surely by begging, and not resorting to a futile ballot. Many, moreover, think that the voting would retard the granting of these much-needed privileges. On the other hand, others say our condition grows steadily worse, and our only redress, our only hope, is in the ballot. Now, what do I believe about all this? I believe that we ought to vote, and I vote on every public question when the privilege is accorded me. I believe that our leaders ought to give us the opportunity to vote and let us stand forth as men, whether successful or not, willing to do all within our power to be full-fledged citizens. Certainly, our attitude ought never to allow the white people to say, "The Negro cares nothing for the franchise and does not exercise it when he does have the opportunity." What are we waiting for? Not more education, I hope. And here I must remind you that one thing is much overtalked: the forwardness of the colored child and the backwardness of the white child in the matter of getting an education. Colored children are not being fitted, as are white, for their responsibilities. A real intellectual awakening is going on among the whites of the South. More and better schoolhouses, better teachers, and longer school terms, and the white children are learning with avidity. The colored children are getting poor schoolhouses, poorer teachers, more poorly paid teachers, and shorter school terms, and we cannot change this disparity by begging the state and city. Unless we force better things for ourselves by the ballot, or go into our own pockets, the next generation of colored voters will be relatively less prepared for the educational qualification in comparison with the white voter than the colored voters of today. Oh, you say, pessimist looking at the dark side. Away with that contemptible sentimentality and aversion to ugly facts that make some of my people call a man a pessimist every time he lifts a warning voice. I know the white country schoolhouse and the colored country schoolhouse. There is a tremendous difference. Now I believe in education, but I also believe in manhood, and any education bought at the price of manhood is worthless and a millstone about the neck. I believe in the ballot as a developer of manhood and as it procures the right of men. I believe in the ballot in spite of threats of disfranchisement. If we use this ballot, I see no difference in purpose between the states that have outrightly disfranchised us and those states that do it stealthily or by indirection. I believe that the purpose of all is the same, a hatred for colored people and a determination to have white supremacy at any cost of life and honor. I do not think Northern sentiment is a deterring force, though I think Northern sentiment could become a deterring force to disfranchisement. In the face of all this, why delay voting in the hope of better things? Better welcome disfranchisement as men than suffer from it as cowards. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scotty Smith. Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. Section 13. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Chapter 11. Who Stole the Tarts? The King and Queen of Hearts were seated on their throne when they arrived, with a great crowd assembled about them, all sorts of little birds and beasts, as well as the whole pack of cards. The knave was standing before them in chains, with a soldier on each side to guard him, and near the king was the white rabbit, with a trumpet in one hand and a scroll of parchment in the other. In the very middle of the court was a table, with a large dish of tarts upon it. They looked so good that it made Alice quite hungry to look at them. "I wish they'd get the trial done," she thought, "and hand round the refreshments." But there seemed to be no chance of this, so she began looking at everything about her to pass away the time. Alice had never been in a court of justice before, but she read about them in books, and she was quite pleased to find that she knew the name of nearly everything there. "That's the judge," she said to herself, "because of his great wig." The judge, by the way, was the king, and as he wore his crown over the wig, look at the frontispiece if you want to see how he did it, he did not look at all comfortable, and it was certainly not becoming. "And that's the jury box," thought Alice, "and those 12 creatures." She was obliged to say creatures, you see, because some of them were animals and some were birds. "I suppose they are jurors." She said this last word 2 or 3 times over to herself, being rather proud of it, for she thought, and rightly too, that very few little girls of her age knew the meaning of it at all. However, jurymen would have done just as well. The 12 jurors were all writing very busily on slates. "What are they doing?" Alice whispered to the Griffin. "They can't have anything to put down yet, before the trial's begun." "They're putting down their names," the Griffin whispered in reply, "for fear they should forget them before the end of the trial." "Stupid things," Alice began in a loud, indignant voice, but she stopped hastily, for the white rabbit cried out, "Silence in the court!" And the king put on his spectacles and looked anxiously round to make out who was talking. Alice could see as well as if she were looking over their shoulders that all the jurors were writing down stupid things on their slates, and she could even make out that one of them didn't know how to spell stupid, and that he had to ask his neighbor to tell him. "A nice muddle their states'll be in before the trial's over," thought Alice. One of the jurors had a pencil that squeaked. This, of course, Alice could not stand, and she went round the court and got behind him, and very soon found an opportunity of taking it away. She did it so quickly that the poor little juror, it was Bill the lizard, could not make out at all what had become of it. So, after hunting all about for it, he was obliged to write with one finger for the rest of the day, and this was of very little use, as it left no mark on the slate. "Herald, read the accusation," said the king. On this the White Rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment scroll, and read as follows. "The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts, and took them quite away." "Consider your verdict," the king said to the jury. "Not yet, not yet," the rabbit hastily interrupted. "There's a great deal to come before that." "Call the first witness," said the king, and the White Rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet and called out, "First witness!" The first witness was the Hatter. He came in with a teacup in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. "I beg pardon, your majesty," he began, "for bringing these in, but I hadn't quite finished my tea when I was sent for." "You ought to have finished," said the king. "When did you begin?" The Hatter looked at the March Hare, who had followed him into the court, arm in arm with the Dormouse. 14th of March, I think it was, he said. 15th, said the March Hare. 16th, added the Dormouse. "Write that down," the king said to the jury, and the jury eagerly wrote down all 3 dates on their slates, and then added them up and reduced the answer to shillings and pence. "Take off your hat," the king said to the Hatter. "It isn't mine," said the Hatter. "Stolen!" the king exclaimed, turning to the jury, who instantly made a memorandum of the fact. "I keep them to sell," the Hatter added as an explanation. "I've none of my own. I'm a Hatter." Here the queen put on her spectacles and began staring at the Hatter, who turned pale and fidgeted. "Give your evidence," said the king, "and don't be nervous, or I'll have you executed on the spot." This did not seem to encourage the witness at all. He kept shifting from one foot to the other, looking uneasily at the queen, and, in his confusion, he bit a large piece out of his teacup instead of the bread and butter. Just at this moment, Alice felt a very curious sensation which puzzled her a good deal until she made out what it was. She was beginning to grow larger again, and she thought at first she would get up and leave the court, but on second thoughts she decided to remain where she was as long as there was room for her. "I wish you wouldn't squeeze so," said the Dormouse, who was sitting next to her. "I can hardly breathe." "I can't help it," said Alice very meekly. "I'm growing." "You've no right to grow here," said the Dormouse. "Don't talk nonsense," said Alice more boldly. "You know you're growing too." "Yes, but I grow at a reasonable pace," said the Dormouse, "not in that ridiculous fashion." And he got up very sulkily and crossed over to the other side of the court. All this time the queen had never left off staring at the Hatter, and just as the Dormouse crossed the court, she said to one of the officers of the court, "Bring me the list of the singers in the last concert," on which the wretched Hatter trembled so that he shook both his shoes off. "Give your evidence," the king repeated angrily, "or I'll have you executed, whether you're nervous or not." "I'm a poor man, your majesty," the Hatter began in a trembling voice, "and I hadn't begun my tea, not above a week or so, and what with the bread and butter getting so thin, and the twinkling of the tea—" "The twinkling of the what?" said the king. "It began with the tea," the Hatter replied. "Of course, twinkling begins with a tea," said the king sharply. "You take me for a dunce. Go on." "I'm a poor man," the Hatter went on, "and most things twinkled after that. Only the March Hare said—" "I didn't," the March Hare interrupted in a great hurry. "You did," said the Hatter. "I deny it." "He denies it," said the king. "Leave out that part." "Well, at any rate, the Dormouse said—" the Hatter went on, looking anxiously around to see if he would deny it too. But the Dormouse denied nothing, being fast asleep. "After that," continued the Hatter, "I had cut some more bread and butter." "But what did the Dormouse say?" one of the jury asked. "That I can't remember," said the Hatter. "You must remember," marked the king, "or I'll have you executed." The miserable Hatter dropped his teacup and bread and butter, and went down on one knee. "I'm a poor man, your majesty," he began. "You're a very poor speaker," said the king. Here one of the guinea pigs cheered, and was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court. As that is rather a hard word, I will just explain to you how it was done. They had a large canvas bag, which tied up at the mouth with strings. Into this they slipped the guinea pig head first, and then sat upon it. "I'm glad I've seen that done," thought Alice. "I've so often read in the newspapers, at the end of trials, there was some attempts at applause which was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court, and I never understood what it meant until now." "If that's all you know about it, you may stand down," continued the king. "I can't no lower," said the Hatter. "I'm on the floor as it is." "Then you may sit down," the king replied. Here the other guinea pig cheered and was suppressed. "Come, that finished the guinea pigs," thought Alice. "Now we shall get on better." "I'd rather finish my tea," said the Hatter, with an anxious look at the queen, who was reading the list of singers. "You may go," said the king, and the Hatter hurriedly left the court, without even waiting to put his shoes on. "And just take his head off outside," the queen added to one of the officers, but the Hatter was out of sight before the officer could get to the door. "Call the next witness." The next witness was the Duchess's cook. She carried the pepper box in her hand, and Alice guessed who it was, even before she got into the court, by the way the people near the door began sneezing all at once. "Give your evidence," said the king. "Shan't," said the cook. The king looked anxiously at the White Rabbit, who said in a low voice, "Your Majesty must cross-examine this witness." "Well, if I must, I must," the king said with a melancholy air, and after folding his arms and frowning at the cook till his eyes were nearly out of sight, he said in a deep voice, "What are tarts made of?" "Pepper, mostly," said the cook. "Treacle," said a sleepy voice behind her. "Collar that dormouse!" the queen shrieked out. "Behead that dormouse! Turn that dormouse out of court! Suppress him! Pinch him! Off with his whiskers!" For some minutes the whole court was in confusion, getting the dormouse turned out, and by the time they had settled down again, the cook had disappeared. "Never mind," said the king with an air of great relief. "Call the next witness." And he added in an undertone to the queen, "Really, my dear, you must cross-examine the next witness. It quite makes my forehead ache." Alice watched the White Rabbit as he fumbled over the list, feeling very curious to see what the next witness would be like. "For they haven't got much evidence yet," she said to herself. Imagine her surprise when the White Rabbit read out, at the top of his shrill little voice, the name Alice. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Why Do We Need a Public Library? By Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 14, Chapter 1 of Ideas in General and Their Original, by John Locke. 1. Idea is the object of thinking. Every man, being conscious to himself that he thinks, and that which his mind is applied about whilst thinking being the ideas that are there, it is past doubt that men have in their minds several ideas, such as are those expressed by the words whiteness, hardness, sweetness, thinking, motion, man, elephant, army, drunkenness, and others, it is in the first place then to be inquired how he comes by them. I know it is a received doctrine that men have native ideas and original characters stamped upon their minds in their very first being. This opinion I have at large examined already, and I suppose what I have said in the foregoing book will be much more easily admitted when I have shown whence the understanding may get all the ideas it has, and by what ways and degrees they may come into the mind, for which I shall appeal to everyone's own observation and experience. 2. All ideas come from sensation or reflection. Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? Whence comes it? By that vast store which the busy and boundless fancy of man has painted on it with an almost endless variety. Whence has it all the materials of reason and knowledge? To this I answer in one word, from experience. In that all our knowledge is founded, and from that it ultimately derives itself. Our observation employed either about external sensible objects or about the internal operations of our minds, perceived and reflected on by ourselves, is that which supplies our understandings with all the materials of thinking. These two are the fountains of knowledge, from whence all the ideas we have, or can naturally have, do spring. 3. The objects of sensation, one source of ideas. First, our senses, conversant about particular sensible objects, do convey into the mind several distinct perceptions of things, according to those various ways wherein those objects do affect them. And thus we come by those ideas we have of yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet, and all those which we call sensible qualities, which when I say the senses convey into the mind, I mean they from external objects convey into the mind what produces there those perceptions. This great source of most of the ideas we have, depending wholly upon our senses, and derived by them to the understanding, I call sensation. 4. The operations of our minds, the other source of them. Secondly, the other fountain from which experience furnisheth the understanding with ideas is the perception of the operations of our own mind within us, as it is employed about the ideas it has got. Which operations, when the soul comes to reflect on and consider, do furnish the understanding with another set of ideas, which could not be had from things without. And such are perception, thinking, doubting, believing, reasoning, knowing, willing, and all the different actings of our own minds, which we, being conscious of and observing in ourselves, do from these receive into our understandings as distinct ideas, as we do from bodies affecting our senses. This source of ideas every man has wholly in himself, and though it be not sense, as having nothing to do with external objects, yet it is very like it, and might properly enough be called internal sense. But as I call the other sensation, so I call this reflection, the ideas it affords being such only as the mind gets by reflecting on its own operations within itself. By reflection, then, in the following part of this discourse, I would be understood to mean that notice which the mind takes of its own operations, and the manner of them, by reason whereof there come to be ideas of these operations in the understanding. These two, I say, viz. External material things, as the objects of sensation, and the operations of our own minds within, as the objects of reflection, are to me the only originals from whence all our ideas take their beginnings. The term operations here I use in a large sense, as comprehending not barely the actions of the mind about its ideas, but some sort of passions arising sometimes from them, such as is the satisfaction or uneasiness arising from any thought. 5. All our ideas are of the one or of the other of these. The understanding seems to me not to have the least glimmering of any ideas which it doth not receive from one of these two. External objects furnish the mind with the ideas of sensible qualities, which are all those different perceptions they produce in us, and the mind furnishes the understanding with ideas of its own operations. These, when we have taken a full survey of them and their several modes, and the compositions made out of them, we shall find to contain all our whole stock of ideas, and that we have nothing in our minds which did not come in one of these two ways. Let any one examine his own thoughts, and thoroughly search into his understanding, and then let him tell me whether all the original ideas he has there are any other than of the objects of his senses, or of the operations of his mind, considered as objects of his reflection. And how great a mass of knowledge soever he imagines to be lodged there, he will, upon taking a strict view, see that he has not any idea in his mind but what one of these two have imprinted, though, perhaps, with infinite variety, compounded and enlarged by the understanding, as we shall see hereafter. 6. Observable in children. He that attentively considers the state of a child at his first coming into the world will have little reason to think him stored with plenty of ideas that are to be the matter of his future knowledge. It is by degrees he comes to be furnished with them. And though the ideas of obvious and familiar qualities imprint themselves before the memory begins to keep a register of time or order, yet it is often so late before some unusual qualities come in the way that there are few men that cannot recollect the beginning of their acquaintance with them. And if it were worth while, no doubt a child might be so ordered as to have but a very few even of the ordinary ideas, till he were grown up to a man. But all that are born into the world, being surrounded with bodies that perpetually and diversely affect them, variety of ideas, whether care be taken of it or not, are imprinted on the minds of children. Light and colours are busy at hand everywhere, when the eye is but open. Sounds and some tangible qualities fail not to solicit their proper senses, and force an entrance to the mind. But yet, I think, it will be granted easily, that if a child were kept in a place where he never saw any other but black and white till he were a man, he would have no more ideas of scarlet or green than he that from his childhood never tasted an oyster or a pineapple has of those particular relishes. 7. Men are differently furnished with these, according to the different objects they converse with. Men then come to be furnished with fewer or more simple ideas from without, according as the objects they converse with afford greater or less variety, and from the operations of their minds within, according as they more or less reflect on them. For, though he that contemplates the operations of his mind cannot but have plain and clear ideas of them, yet, unless he turn his thoughts that way and considers them attentively, he will no more have clear and distinct ideas of all the operations of his mind, and all that may be observed therein, than he will have all the particular ideas of any landscape, or of the parts and motions of a clock, who will not turn his eyes to it, and with attention heed all the parts of it. The picture or clock may be so placed that they may come in his way every day, but yet he will have but a confused idea of all the parts they are made up of, till he applies himself with attention to consider them each in particular. 8. Ideas of reflection later, because they need attention. And hence we see the reason why it is pretty late before most children get ideas of the operations of their own minds, and some have not any very clear or perfect ideas of the greatest part of them all their lives, because though they pass there continually, yet, like floating visions, they make not deep impressions enough to leave in their mind clear, distinct, lasting ideas, till the understanding turns inward upon itself, reflects on its own operations, and makes them the objects of its own contemplation. Children, when they come first into it, are surrounded with a world of new things which, by a constant solicitation of their senses, draw the mind constantly to them, forward to take notice of new, and apt to be delighted with the variety of changing objects. Thus, the first years are usually employed and diverted in looking abroad. Men's business in them is to acquaint themselves with what is to be found without, and so growing up in a constant attention to outward sensations, seldom make any considerable reflection on what passes within them, till they come to be of riper years, and some scarce ever at all. 9. The soul begins to have ideas when it begins to perceive. To ask at what time a man has first any ideas is to ask when he begins to perceive, having ideas and perception being the same thing. I know it is an opinion that the soul always thinks, and that it has the actual perception of ideas in itself constantly, as long as it exists, and that actual thinking is as inseparable from the soul as actual extension is from the body, which, if true, to inquire after the beginning of a man's ideas is the same as to inquire after the beginning of his soul. For, by this account, soul and its ideas, as body and its extension, will begin to exist both at the same time. 10. The soul thinks not always, for this wants proofs. But whether the soul be supposed to exist antecedent to, or coeval with, or some time after the first rudiments of organization, or the beginnings of life in the body, I leave to be disputed by those who have better thought of that matter. I confess myself to have one of those dull souls, that doth not perceive itself always to contemplate ideas, nor can conceive it any more necessary for the soul always to think, than for the body always to move, the perception of ideas being, as I conceive, to the soul, what motion is to the body, not its essence, but one of its operations. And therefore, though thinking be supposed never so much the proper action of the soul, yet it is not necessary to suppose that it should be always thinking, always in action. That, perhaps, is the privilege of the infinite author and preserver of all things, who never slumbers nor sleeps, but is not competent to any finite being, at least not to the soul of man. We know certainly by experience that we sometimes think, and thence draw this infallible consequence, that there is something in us that has a power to think. But whether that substance perpetually thinks or no, we can be no further assured than experience informs us. For to say that actual thinking is essential to the soul, and inseparable from it, is to beg what is in question, and not to prove it by reason, which is necessary to be done, if it be not a self-evident proposition. But whether this, that the soul always thinks, be a self-evident proposition, that everybody assents to at first hearing, I appeal to mankind. It is doubted whether I thought at all last night or no. The question being about a matter of fact, it is begging it to bring, as a proof for it, an hypothesis, which is the very thing in dispute, by which way one may prove anything, and it is but supposing that all watches whilst the balance beats, think, and it is sufficiently proved, and past doubt, that my watch thought all last night. But he that would not deceive himself ought to build his hypothesis on matter of fact, and make it out by sensible experience, and not presume on matter of fact, because of his hypothesis, that is, because he suppose it to be so, which way of proving amounts to this, that I must necessarily think all last night, because another supposes I always think, though I myself cannot perceive that I always do so. But men in love with their opinions may not only suppose what is in question, but allege wrong matter of fact. How else could anyone make it an inference of mine that a thing is not, because we are not sensible of it in our sleep? I do not say there is no soul in a man, because he is not sensible of it in his sleep, but I do say he cannot think at any time, waking or sleeping, without being sensible of it. Our being sensible of it is not necessary to anything but to our thoughts, and to them it is, and to them it always will be necessary till we can think without being conscious of it. 11. It is not always conscious of it. I grant that the soul, in a waking man, is never without thought, because it is the condition of being awake. But whether sleeping without dreaming be not an affection of the whole man, mind as well as body, may be worth a waking man's consideration, it being hard to conceive that anything should think and not be conscious of it. If the soul doth think in a sleeping man without being conscious of it, I ask whether, during such thinking, it has any pleasure or pain, or be capable of happiness or misery? I am sure the man is not, no more than the bed or earth he lies on. For to be happy or miserable without being conscious of it seems to me utterly inconsistent and impossible. Or if it be possible that the soul can, while the body is sleeping, have its thinking, enjoyments, and concerns, its pleasures or pain, apart, which the man is not conscious of nor partakes in, it is certain that Socrates asleep and Socrates awake is not the same person, but his soul when he sleeps, and Socrates the man, consisting of body and soul, when he is waking, are two persons. Since waking Socrates has no knowledge of, or concernment for that happiness or misery of his soul, which it enjoys alone by itself whilst he sleeps, without perceiving anything of it, no more than he has for the happiness or misery of a man in the Indies, whom he knows not. For if we take wholly away all consciousness of our actions and sensations, especially of pleasure and pain, and the concernment that accompanies it, it will be hard to know wherein to place personal identity. 12. If a sleeping man thinks without knowing it, the sleeping and waking man are two persons. The soul, during sound sleep, thinks, say these men. Whilst it thinks and perceives, it is capable certainly of those of delight or trouble, as well as any other perceptions, and it must necessarily be conscious of its own perceptions. But it has all this apart. The sleeping man, it is plain, is conscious of nothing of all this. Let us suppose, then, the soul of Kasper, while he is sleeping, retired from his body, which is no impossible supposition for the men I have here to do with, who so liberally allow life without a thinking soul to all other animals. These men cannot then judge it impossible, or a contradiction, that the body should live without the soul, nor that the soul should subsist and think, or have perception, even perception of happiness or misery, without the body. Let us then, I say, suppose the soul of Kasper separated during his sleep from his body to think apart. Let us suppose, too, that it chooses for its scene of thinking the body of another man, v.g. Pollux, who is sleeping without a soul. For if Castor's soul can think whilst Castor is asleep, what Castor is never conscious of, it is no matter what place he chooses to think in. We have here, then, the bodies of two men with only one soul between them, which we will suppose to sleep and wake by turns, and the soul still thinking in the waking man, whereof the sleeping man is never conscious, has never the least perception. I ask, then, whether Castor and Pollux, thus with only one soul between them, which thinks and perceives in one what the other is never conscious of, nor is concerned for, are not two as distinct persons as Castor and Hercules, or as Socrates and Plato were? And whether one of them might not be very happy and the other very miserable? Just by the same reason. They make the soul and the man two persons, who make the soul think apart what the man is not conscious of. For, I suppose, nobody will make identity of persons to consist in the soul's being united to the very same numerical particles of matter. For if that be necessary to identify, it will be impossible, in that constant flux of the particles of our bodies, that any man should be the same person 2 days or 2 months together. 13. Impossible to convince those that sleep without dreaming that they think. Thus, methinks, every drowsy nod shakes their doctrine, who teach that the soul is always thinking. Those, at least, who do at any time sleep without dreaming, can never be convinced that their thoughts are sometimes for 4 hours busy without their knowing of it. And if they are taken in the very act, waked in the middle of that sleeping contemplation, can give no manner of account of it. 14. That men dream without remembering it, in vain urged. It will perhaps be said, that the soul thinks even in the soundest sleep, but the memory retains it not. That the soul in a sleeping man should be this moment busy a-thinking, and the next moment in a waking man not remember nor be able to recollect one jot of all those thoughts, is very hard to be conceived, and would need some better proof than bare assertion to make it be believed. For who can, without any more ado, but being barely told so, imagine that the greatest part of men do, during all their lives, for several hours every day, think of something, which if they were asked, even in the middle of these thoughts, they could remember nothing at all of? Most men, I think, pass a great part of their sleep without dreaming. I once knew a man that was bred a scholar and had no bad memory, who told me he had never dreamed in his life, till he had that fever he was then newly recovered of, which was about the 5 or 6 and 20th year of his age. I suppose the world affords more such instances. At least every one's acquaintance will furnish him with examples enough of such a pass most of their nights without dreaming. 15. Upon this hypothesis, the thoughts of a sleeping man ought to be most rational. To think often and never to retain it so much as one moment is a very useless sort of thinking, and the soul in such a state of thinking does very little, if at all, excel that of a looking-glass, which constantly receives variety of images or ideas, but retains none. They disappear and vanish, and there remain no footsteps of them. The looking-glass is never the better for such ideas, nor the soul for such thoughts. Perhaps it will be said that in a waking man the materials of the body are employed and made use of in thinking, and that the memory of thoughts is retained by the impressions that are made on the brain, and the traces there left after such thinking, but that in the thinking of the soul, which is not perceived in a sleeping man, there the soul thinks apart, and making no use of the organs of the body, leaves no impressions on it, and consequently no memory of such thoughts. not to mention again the absurdity of two distinct persons, which follows from this supposition. I answer, further, that whatever ideas the mind can receive and contemplate without the help of the body, it is reasonable to conclude it can retain without the help of the body too, or else the soul, or any separate spirit, will have but little advantage by thinking. If it has no memory of its own thoughts, if it cannot lay them up for its own use, and be able to recall them upon occasion, if it cannot reflect upon what is past, and make use of its former experiences, reasonings, and contemplations, to what purpose does it think? They who make the soul a thinking thing at this rate will not make it a much more noble being than those do whom they condemn for allowing it to be nothing but the subtlest parts of matter. Characters drawn on dust that the first breath of wind effaces, or impressions made on a heap of atoms, or animal spirits, are altogether as useful, and render the subject as noble, as the thoughts of a soul that perish in thinking, that once out of sight are gone for ever, and leave no memory of themselves behind them. Nature never makes excellent things for mean or no uses, and it is hardly to be conceived that our infinitely wise Creator should make so admirable a faculty as the power of thinking, that faculty which comes nearest the excellency of his own incomprehensible being, to be so idly and uselessly employed, at least a fourth part of its time here, as to think constantly, without remembering any of those thoughts, without doing any good to itself or others, or being any way useful to any other part of the creation. If we will examine it, we shall not find, I suppose, the motion of dull and senseless matter anywhere in the universe made so little use of and so wholly thrown away. 16. On this hypothesis, the soul must have ideas not derived from sensation or reflection, of which there is no appearance. It is true, we have sometimes instances of perception whilst we are asleep, and retain the memory of those thoughts, but how extravagant and incoherent for the most part they are, how little conformable to the perfection and order of a rational being, those who are acquainted with dreams need not be told. This I would willingly be satisfied in, whether the soul, when it thinks thus apart, and as it were separate from the body, acts less rationally than when conjointly with it, or no. If its separate thoughts be less rational, then these men must say that the soul owes the perfection of rational thinking to the body. If it does not, it is a wonder that our dreams should be, for the most part, so frivolous and irrational, and that the soul should retain none of its more rational soliloquies and meditations. 17. If I think when I know it not, nobody else can know it. Those who so confidently tell us that the soul always actually thinks, I would they would also tell us what those ideas are that are in the soul of a child, before or just at the union with the body, before it hath received any by sensation. The dreams of sleeping men are, as I take it, all made up of the waking man's ideas, though for the most part oddly put together. It is strange, if the soul has ideas of its own, that it derived not from sensation or reflection, as it must have, if it thought before it received any impressions from the body, that it should never, in its private thinking, so private that the man himself perceives it not, retain any of them the very moment it wakes out of them, and then make the man glad with new discoveries. Who can find it reason that the soul should, in its retirement during sleep, have so many hours' thoughts, and yet never light on any of those ideas it borrowed not from sensation or reflection, or at least preserve the memory of none but such, which, being occasioned from the body, most needs be less natural to a spirit. It is strange the soul should never once in a man's whole life recall over any of its pure native thoughts, and those ideas it had before it borrowed anything from the body, never bring into the waking man's view any other ideas but what have a tang of the cask, and manifestly derive their original from that union. If it always thinks, and so had ideas before it was united, or before it received any from the body, it is not to be supposed but that during sleep it recollects its native ideas, and during that retirement from communicating with the body, whilst it thinks by itself, the ideas it is busied about should be, sometimes at least, those more natural and congenial ones which it had in itself, underived from the body, or its own operations about them, which, since the waking man never remembers, we must from this hypothesis conclude either that the soul remembers something that the man does not, or else that memory belongs only to such ideas as are derived from the body, or the mind's operations about them. 18. How knows anyone that the soul always thinks? For if it be not a self-evident proposition, it needs proof. I would be glad also to learn from these men, who so confidently pronounce that the human soul, or which is all one, that a man always thinks, how they come to know it; nay, how they come to know that they themselves think, when they themselves do not perceive it. This, I am afraid, is to be sure without proofs, and to know without perceiving. It is, I suspect, a confused notion taken up to serve an hypothesis, and none of those clear truths that either their own evidence forces us to admit, or common experience makes it impudence to deny. For the most that can be said of it is, that it is possible the soul may always think, but not always retain it in memory. And I say, it is as possible that the soul may not always think, and much more probable that it should sometimes not think, than that it should often think, and that a long while together, and not be conscious to itself, the next moment after, that it had thought. 19. That a man should be busy in thinking, and yet not retain it the next moment, very improbable. To suppose the soul to think, and the man not to perceive it, is, as has been said, to make two persons in one man; and if one considers well these men's way of speaking, one should be led into a suspicion that they do so. For those who tell us that the soul always thinks, do never, that I remember, say that a man always thinks. Can the soul think and not the man? Or a man think and not be conscious of it? This perhaps would be suspected of jargon in others. If they say the man thinks always, but is not always conscious of it, they may as well say his body is extended without having parts. For it is altogether as intelligible to say that a body is extended without parts as that anything thinks without being conscious of it, or perceiving that it does so. They who talk thus may, with as much reason, if it be necessary to their hypothesis, say that a man is always hungry, but that he does not always feel it, whereas hunger consists in that very sensation, as thinking consists in being conscious that one thinks. If they say that a man is always conscious to himself of thinking, I ask, how they know it? Consciousness is the perception of what passes in a man's own mind. Can another man perceive that I am conscious of anything, when I perceive it not myself? No man's knowledge here can go beyond his experience. Wake a man out of a sound sleep, and ask him what he was that moment thinking of. If he himself be conscious of nothing he then thought on, he must be a notable diviner of thoughts that can assure him that he was thinking? May he not, with more reason, assure him he was not asleep? This is something beyond philosophy, and it cannot be less than revelation, that discovers to another thoughts in my mind when I can find none there myself. And they must needs have a penetrating sight who can certainly see that I think, when I cannot perceive it myself, and when I declare that I do not, and yet can see that dogs or elephants do not think, when they give all the demonstration of it imaginable, except only telling us that they do so. This some may suspect to be a step beyond the Rosicrucians, it seeming easier to make one's self invisible to others than to make another's thoughts visible to me, which are not visible to himself. But it is but defining the soul to be a substance that always thinks, and the business is done. If such a definition be of any authority, I know not what it can serve for but to make many men suspect that they have no souls at all, since they find a good part of their lives pass away without thinking. For no definitions that I know, no suppositions of any sect, are of force enough to destroy constant experience, and perhaps it is the affectation of knowing beyond what we perceive that makes so much useless dispute and noise in the world. 20. No ideas but from sensation and reflection, evident if we observe children. I see no reason, therefore, to believe that the soul thinks before the senses have furnished it with ideas to think on, and as those are increased and retained, so it comes by exercise to improve its faculty of thinking in the several parts of it, as well as afterwards by compounding those ideas and reflecting on its own operations. It increases its stock, as well as facility in remembering, imagining, reasoning, and other modes of thinking. 21. State of a child on the mother's womb. He that will suffer himself to be informed by observation and experience, and not make his own hypothesis the rule of nature, will find few signs of a soul accustomed to much thinking in a newborn child, and much fewer of any reasoning at all. And yet it is hard to imagine that the rational soul should think so much, and not reason at all. And he that will consider that infants newly come into the world spend the greatest part of their time in sleep, and are seldom awake, but when either hunger calls for the teat, or some pain, the most importunate of all sensations, or some other violent impression on the body, forces the mind to perceive and attend to it. He, I say, who considers this, will perhaps find reason to imagine that a fetus in the mother's womb differs not much from the state of a vegetable, but passes the greatest part of its time without perception or thought, doing very little but sleep in a place where it needs not seek for food, and is surrounded with liquor, always equally soft, and near of the same temper, where the eyes have no light, and the ears so shut up are not very susceptible of sounds, and where there is little or no variety, or change of objects, to move the senses. 22. The mind thinks in proportion to the matter it gets from experience to think about. Follow a child from its birth, and observe the alterations that time makes, and you shall find, as the mind by the senses comes more and more to be furnished with ideas, it comes to be more and more awake, thinks more, the more it has matter to think on. After some time it begins to know the objects which, being most familiar with it, have made lasting impressions. Thus it comes by degrees to know the persons it daily converses with, and distinguishes them from strangers, which are instances and effects of its coming to retain and distinguish the ideas the senses convey to it. And so we may observe how the mind, by degrees, improves in these, and advances to the exercise of those other faculties of enlarging, compounding, and abstracting its ideas, and of reasoning about them, and reflecting upon all these, of which I shall have occasion to speak more hereafter. 23. A man begins to have ideas when he first has sensation. What sensation is. If it shall be demanded, then, when a man begins to have any ideas, I think the true answer is, when he first has any sensation. For since there appear not to be any ideas in the mind before the senses have conveyed any in, I conceive that ideas in the understanding are coeval with sensation, which is such an impression or motion made in some part of the body, as makes it be taken notice of in the understanding. 24. The original of all our knowledge. The impressions then that are made on our sense by outward objects that are extrinsical to the mind, and its own operations about these impressions, reflected on by itself, as proper objects to be contemplated by it, are, I conceive, the original of all knowledge. Thus the first capacity of human intellect is, that the mind is fitted to receive the impressions made on it, either through the senses by outward objects, or by its own operations when it reflects on them. This is the first step a man makes towards the discovery of anything, and the groundwork whereon to build all those notions whichever he shall have naturally in this world. All those sublime thoughts which tower above the clouds, and reach as high as heaven itself, take their rise and footing here, in all that great extent wherein the mind wanders. In those remote speculations it may seem to be elevated with, it stirs not one jot beyond those ideas which sense or reflection have offered for its contemplation. 25. In the reception of simple ideas, the understanding is for the most part passive. In this part the understanding is merely passive, and whether or no it will have these beginnings, and as it were materials of knowledge, is not in its own power. For the objects of our senses do, many of them, obtrude their particular ideas upon our minds, whether we will or not, and the operations of our minds will not let us be without, at least, some obscure notions of them. No man can be wholly ignorant of what he does when he thinks. These simple ideas, when offered to the mind, the understanding can no more refuse to have, nor alter when they are imprinted, nor blot them out and make new ones itself, than a mirror can refuse, alter, or obliterate the images or ideas which the objects set before it do therein produce. As the bodies that surround us do diversely affect our organs, the mind is forced to receive the impressions, and cannot avoid the perception of those ideas that are annexed to them. End of Section 14.